Thank you, Beasley, for letting me know I had no damn sound. I tried to start the stream off really smooth. It tried to start really smooth. It did not happen. So let's go ahead and run that back real quick. Because anyway, there's a mute button on the mic. There's a mute button on StreamYard. I turned the mic on and the mute on the StreamYard stayed on instead of turning off when I clicked it. Stupid as fuck. Jesus Christ. Like I said, I tried to start the stream so smooth. So, as I was saying, apologies for the late start. I had a really crappy night's sleep and woke up at 6 this morning and then lay back down and did not wake up until after 11. So, apologies. So, now let's go back through that again, shall we? Try to keep this all fun. Shout out to Trust again for the smiley face. Appreciate you, Toya. Shout out to the Malika Me Bang. They said peace and love to the big homie artisan and the Geek Elite family. Appreciate you, Malika. Shout out to the Supercell Maple Leaf. Andre saying salute. Salute to you too, sir. Excuse me. Peace to the Joe Herb. He said peace artisan. Salute to the chat. Appreciate your Herbert stay. To the Kang. He says salute artisan in the chat. Peace to you, Kang Parrish. Thanks for coming through. Like I said, shout out to Danny Elfman and Oingo Boingo. Yes. And if you guys don't know where that song is from, go back and watch the movie. And this will be fun for you if you go back and watch the movie. Go back and watch the movie Back to School, starring Rodney Dangerfield. Rodney Dangerfield is one of my favorite comedians. Okay. If you like, not Carlos Mencia, is it? What's his name? George Lopez. If you like George Lopez, go back and watch Rodney Dangerfield, Back to School. You'll see George Lopez's comedy in there. That for a long time, George Lopez was just the Latino version of Rodney Dangerfield. That was one of the impressions he would do. But when you go back and watch that movie where Mr. Thornton Mellon, a dude who made himself a millionaire, takes his son goes to college and his son is having a hard time. So he goes back to college with his son because his son wants to drop out of college. And he's like, no, I'll go too. We'll do it together. He goes back to college, but he goes back to college like a rich dude, you know, kind of from the streets and shit like that, goes back to college and he just kind of turns the college upside down, but he does learn something. He does get his education, even though he made millions without having a college degree. He knows it's important and he knows it's important for his son. But if you ever seen the movie Christine, that actor is the lead actor in this. I'm forgetting his name at the moment. But the other thing you'll see is Robert Downey Jr., a young Robert Downey Jr. And this is after, I believe, Weird Science or whatever. So when I tell you I like RDJ, this is one of the movies I liked RDJ in. And you'll see how long I have been aware and a fan of Robert Downey Jr. to see where he is now as an old man. And everybody thinks he's an awesome actor. He was younger. We just thought he was a goofball. But he plays a fun role in it. He does. So you'll see his personality. If you watch that movie and see him young and then watch him older now, you'll see Robert Downey Jr.'s personality all the time. You'll understand what it is because he always injects it. Comes through. So if you want a good Sunday, binge movie, kickback movie, watch Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. It'll be fun. You'll enjoy it. At least you'll learn what a triple Lindy is. But you'll also hear this song from Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party. And until recently, I didn't know Danny Elfman was in that group. I'm assuming he was the lead singer. Shit you miss. All right. But that's what it is. So shout out to the Beastly Nerd. Came through to tell me there was no sound. Appreciate your Beastly Nerd. Rico 1911. One of my favorite pistols. What's good, Rico? Thanks for letting me know there was no sound as well. Zajek says salute. Peace to you, Zajek. And BC said, you are welcome. Welcome to the danger room. UIP Studio said, what's good, artisan? We're gonna see Studio. We're gonna check it out and see. Back to see Malika on the same page. Back to school, a young RDJ, yes. And Derek Lutz, thank you. Yeah. Derek Lutz. Doing goofy stuff. Boy, he was doing some goofy shit. Especially in that scene where I don't know if this is a spoiler for people who hadn't seen the movie. But basically, they stay in the dorm room, right? And the father, Rodney Dangerfield, pulls some strings to get their dorm rooms all next to each other. When they all show up to their dorm rooms to go in, 3 separate doors, he has turned that dorm room into like a luxury loft. He knocked out the walls in between those dorm rooms, and that whole side of the building is their dorm room, and it is plushed out, like hot tub, everything. I'm like, what the, bruh? It was awesome. It was awesome. Son was hating it. Friend was kind of liking it. Rodney Dangerfield character was trying to be comfortable. Son was embarrassed. I'm like, he's a dumbass. Like, I don't know. I never went away to college like that. So apparently that's the way to do college, as far as I'm concerned. Sorry, that'd been awesome. Yeah, William Zabka was in the flick too. That's right. He was in the flick too because he was on the swim team. Yeah, Johnny Lawrence. Johnny Lawrence was in there. See, these are cultural icons. You got to watch some of these old movies to see why people have the love for them that they do. I didn't get that when I was younger. Like when I was younger and would watch like the Academy Awards and stuff like that. And I'm talking younger, like 8 and shit like that. I didn't know who some of these old people were up there. Didn't really understand why people had such reverence for them. All right. But you go back and watch some of those movies that they started in, you can start to understand why people did, especially if you understand the historical significance of the movie, the time frame that the movie was made in, right? Like perfect example. I went to the movies last night to see Beetlejuice, right? Cool. One of the trailers that came up was what was it called? A Nobody from Nowhere or something like that. I'm assuming it's a Bob Dylan movie. I'm assuming that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the Bob Dylan movie, right? And I guess it's like kind of like a biopic with Timothy Chalamet being Bob Dylan. I don't know shit about Bob Dylan, really. I don't play the guitar. So it's not one of those cultural icons for me. And I didn't grow up in the 60s. But if I did, I would understand the reverence that people have for him, right? I would understand it, what the time was when he came in there. So I will watch a little bit of that movie. Why? Because I like Timothy Chalamet, and maybe they'll give me a little something to learn about. It might be better than that Bob Marley movie, because I learned basically shit in that one. It was a music video for 2 hours, and I was pretty disappointed. Pretty disappointed. What's good, Maple Leaf?
It's good. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Yeah, I put the link in there early for you guys because I don't know. I always try to change shit, so I want to hear what you guys think of some of the stuff that's been out here in the news and television more than I want to tell you what I think of it, because I'm really curious of the pulse of geek culture and whatnot, of what you guys think about it, as opposed to just what I think about it, because I already know what I think about it.
Well, I was watching a review earlier on Beetlejuice,
Mm-hmm.
and coincidentally, I made the reference yesterday because I was over on AB's and BGS popped up, and I was like, "Did somebody say Beetlejuice?" But I didn't realize that there was a Beetlejuice movie like happening at the same time. So it's definitely a coincidence.
It was a coincidence. Yeah. Okay.
Well, but yeah, but I like to review on Beetlejuice, and I was wondering, like, you think that's a movie that I could take my daughter to?
Absolutely. You can take your daughter to see this movie. There is no weird sexuality stuff in it. There is no DEI, ESG stuff in it. It's actually fun, kind of entertaining. And I don't think your daughter is like what 6 or 9.
She's 8.
She's 8. Okay, I don't think it'll be anything that'll give her a nightmare. It won't be anything that gives her a nightmare. Even the main
Well, yeah,
character, Jenna Ortega's the main character that Jenna Ortega plays, Astrid Dietz. Um, I can see little girls gravitating to her. She's not as gothic as um, Lydia Dietz was back in the original Beetlejuice. So you wouldn't be freaked out if she was walking around the house looking like that shit. You wouldn't be. She'd be a normal kid, pretty much, with the modern day kind of snark. That's it. Other than that, it's a fine movie. I mean, some of the characters in there, it's goofy enough in the sense that they're supposed to be scary. They're not really scary. They look goofy, right? But that's the Beetlejuice world. Some of these things do look goofy, even though everybody's supposed to be, dead in one part of the movie. It's fine, yeah. So you can take your daughter to see it. You can sit there with her and have a laugh and stuff like that because you'd get it. It works on those levels like that. Kids will find it funny, and adults will find it funny, and not because they slid some really mature humor into it. One second, let me see what this work phone shit is about.
I had a question when I hopped up. I'm gonna ask when our
Yeah, sorry about that. I am not on call, so I don't know why they are texting me right now.
Well, I mean, even if you're not on call, you're on call. You know how it'd be like.
Yeah, you got a work phone, motherfuckers want to talk to you. But they sent it directly to me, so this is my supervisor asking me a question. I don't know why. I think he has double-sided blade. It always has a double-sided blade on it.
Because
Okay.
I was asking for, I wanted to like, speak on Beetlejuice because I was, trying to just, because that's the kind of stuff that I like. And fortunately, my daughter likes a lot of the stuff that I like. Well, not
Oh,
maybe
that's
not a lot, but like some of the stuff that I like, and some of the stuff are movies.
that's your kid, right?
Yeah.
I say it all the time as a parent. You ruin your kids the way you want them. My kids like a lot of the stuff I like. Reason being because I got them into a lot of stuff I like for that reason specifically. It's fun. So
Well,
they can play. Go ahead.
I've said this to you before is that one of like my proudest moments with my daughter was like she told me that she likes Spider-Man,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like I'm not the biggest Spider-Man fan, but I'm like that's as close that's close enough.
What was my proudest moment? One of them with my daughter was her going off to college and then telling me about some of the people that she knew at college, some of the guys she knew that were impressed that she was kicking their ass at like playing a video game or something like that, or knew something about this movie or something. And it was something basic, like it might have been like The Matrix or something like that, some movie they had never seen before. And she was like, "Yeah, I saw this with my dad, like when I was 8." She's like, they're like, "What?" Like, yeah. She's looking at them like they are broken, like for real. Like, yeah, we watch movies together. Damn, you got a cool dad. That makes me happy, right? Because I knew some of these kids, their parents was not doing shit with them, dude. Their computer was the babysitter or the television or something. They was just left to their own devices. And parents didn't give a fuck about them kids. Like,
Well,
so she tells them story about stuff that we just did on the regular, and them kids like, you
well,
can
like
imagine
there were
going up to college and visiting was strange. They was looking at me like the white whale, like, "Your dad?"
there were certain movies that we watched together, and it's like I ended up falling asleep watching it because like I was working tired as hell, and
Mm-hmm.
I ended up falling asleep watching it with her, but she was sitting with me, and like I'm gonna fall asleep like that.
Yeah, it's actually cool. I have enough pictures of me and my daughter falling asleep together watching something. Me and my son too, because shit, I can think of one picture right now with my son and my daughter knocked out on the couch together, and they're not young, right? My son is a teenager. My daughter is 6 years younger than him, so she's around that age, like 11 to 12. They knocked the fuck out in our living room on the couch, just sprawled like you let off a bomb and the body's just ragdoll, ragdolled or something. But we were watching movies. It was like the summertime, and we were going through my movie collection, starting at A and going through Z, and watching every movie through there. And they enjoy doing that shit. They look forward to it. So they tapped out at some point. We always tapped out about the G's, Ghostbuster and shit, Ghostbuster, Gattaca. We always tapped out about the G's where it was over there, be falling asleep. But yeah, it was fun times. Lord of the Rings used to do it too. One time we got through Lord of the Rings because I got them extended editions. So that's like a whole day ordeal in a fun way. So yeah, you could take it or see it. It'd be fun. I did get this. There was no Beetlejuice bucket. I saw one online. I was looking for this. And then when I was looking at it closely, I realized I don't see Christian Bale on here. They fucking bullshitting. I don't see Bale on here. Because if you can't see, it's all the Batmen together, right? You got Keaton right there. You got Adam West in there. You got Kilmer, right? This one looks like Clooney. You got Affleck. And you got Glitterbat, right? There is no Christian Bale. I'm like, what in the fuck? How'd y'all do that? How the fuck? It's like, that's bullshit. Like, you want to sign off the likeness? What the hell?
Well, Artisan, I haven't heard you speak about this yet, but what are your thoughts on Joker? It's in French, like however the fuck they pronounce that shit.
Joker's what?
This, I say Joker too, but it looks like it's in French to me.
Oh, Joker! You said Joker in French. The Folie Deux Party of Two. I'm interested to see it. I am very interested to see it.
Just so you know, French is like the second language of Canada, and
I know.
French. I'm French exempt.
I don't speak French exempt.
Yeah, well, I hated French, so I'm French exempt because of that.
My daughter speaks French. That's why I went to make sure I was pronouncing it correctly. That's what she learned. So she's been to Canada multiple times. Went to Toronto and stayed for like a couple weeks, just working on her speaking her French. So I'm aware. But as far as the movie, I'm interested in it. I do want to see it. I'm interested how Lady Gaga will do with Harley Quinn. That will not be a reoccurring role for her because she is too big of a celebrity to keep coming back playing fucking Harley Quinn. She's a musician. She's not an actor. Well, she does both, but no.
Honestly, I think Lady Gaga could pull off Harley Quinn. I think she could pull it off.
Yeah, she won't look like popular culture version of Harley Quinn is Slutty Quinn, the rock steady Harley Quinn. I don't like that version of her. It's cute, but I don't necessarily like it. She could pull it off. She can give me another version of Harley Quinn. She can. I mean, I rolled with Margot Robbie for the time that she was Harley Quinn. I enjoyed some stuff, didn't enjoy other parts of it. But I think it's an interesting take to have Harley Quinn actually in Arkham with the Joker as opposed to being a therapist at Arkham with the Joker. It kind of changes the story a little bit, but I'm down to see what it is.
Are they still gonna like go along with that timeline that they used in like the original Joker movie? Because I just finished watching Joker for the first time like fucking last week. Like it's been on my list to watch for a while, but I never watched it because like there was always like that's a movie for the cells.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like wasn't in a rush to watch it.
Yeah, I would tell you just I've heard that shit before. That well, not from you, but just in general. That kind of stigma has been thrown on Batman movies before when it was Heath Ledger's Joker. They said the same shit. When it came out in the theaters, it was trying to warn people off about going to see it because some mass shooter was gonna come in the theater and shoot up everybody. They, it's like
Yeah.
every fucking time, dude. That's a media thing. They do that shit every fucking time. So I would have watched the movie anyway, just because they said not to. Because if you watch movies that the mass media tells you not to watch, you probably understand why they don't want you to see this shit because it actually exposes a little bit of themselves.
And when I was watching the movie, I was like, damn, they really did him dirty in that movie.
They did. Because the reason why, at least this last Joker movie, where they're talking about it was the incel movie, it wasn't that. It was that disaffected men in the society actually banded together in a sense and were taking some retribution against society, namely political figures, for their disaffected lives. That's what they don't like. They don't like riling up men. And since your generation, they want to believe is such wet blankets, moist towelettes, milk toast, they don't want to rile you up to get y'all angry. God forbid. Keep giving you drugs and shit like that to calm you down, as opposed to having you, rise up and actually understand that some of this shit is under your control and you can stop it when you start, getting in people's face about some shit.
And like when I was watching that movie too, it was like like he had a therapist and like he was taking his medication and stuff, but they were just like, yeah, the funding is cut, so yeah, you're screwed.
And that was the part that I liked that Matt Reeves put in the movie is that his character was in therapy and he was just being hopped up on a bunch of pills. That's what they've been doing to your generation for the last 30 goddamn years. Giving kids pills. That's where riddling kids going crazy when they hit 18 and wanting to shoot up people came from. Drugging these fucking kids for so many years. They don't have a real emotion. They don't have a real way to maintain themselves. They never were trained to. And that's why they feel so angry, because they're realizing this in adult ages. That was a push. That's why everybody in that movie that was kind of holding Arthur Fleck down was always a female. Was prescribing drugs, telling them whatever. That's why they were shitting on that movie. And why you shouldn't go see it as an incel movie. What is an incel? It's just a guy.
And that's the whole thing, because it's just like I was surprised that I actually had sympathy for the guy, because I'm just like, bro, like he was trying.
Look, that Joker was good and it made the money it made because it was a good movie. And it spoke to a generation of people that are and do feel that way, that are disaffected in that way. Crime all through your cities. You can't really work. You get shit on everywhere else. You can't really do nothing. You are repressed. And one character in that world found his way. Not saying that's the way for everybody, but he found his way of breaking free because he got revenge on these well-to-do assholes who were fucking with him. He took some power back in his life, and he felt exalted because of it. He felt better. He felt more like himself.
I actually had to look it up, because like the thing with like him and his mom, well, when his mom was like claiming that like he was a child of Bruce Wayne, like I had to look it up, because like I'm not a Batman.
She's lying to him.
Yeah,
she was lying to his ass. That was beyond. Look, man, that was some bullshit. What up to the beast? Yeah, that was some bullshit. I didn't agree with. I know everybody could say, they usually say in at least media that the mother is a sympathetic character. I don't believe that. Parents are parents, male or female. If you've done something fucked up to the child, you've done something fucked up to the child. It doesn't matter if you got the male or female parts, since we are supposed to be just units in a machine nowadays, and it's not supposed to matter. You just a fucked up parent, and you lied to that child and gave him this damn delusion forever. I've been fighting that in my personal life forever. The lies that families tell kids and send them out to the world with a head full of bad wiring. And then they don't want to deal with the circumstances of it.
It's not only that, it was just like even like his condition, where it's like his laughing condition, where it was explained by saying that like it was caused by possible like head trauma or whatever.
Mhm.
And then when
Abuse.
you learn that like it was caused by the mom, it was like I'm like, yeah, that's fucked up, man.
That is, they probably try to remove that shit now. That is in psychology. The basis of most of your psychological theories, you understand that most of this stuff does come from the person who raised you first, and it's usually a mother. All these traumas, all these, ailments and stuff like that, these dispositions that people have that look negatively on themselves, it's usually caused by the parent who had them. It's usually the mom. Now, women don't like that shit. That's why they flooded into psychology so quickly. But you can see where that leads now. You got people like that chick that's up there talking that shit to Cam Newton, saying all kind of wild shit just because she got a doctor in front of her name, which ain't correct at all.
Well,
Not
artisan,
correct.
since you brought that up about the whole Cam Newton thing, so I mentioned this like yesterday, like we were having a conversation, like I mentioned this that like Grinch was the only person that brought it up that like Cam Newton has all of his kids living with him.
Yeah, because Grinch would. Because Grinch is one of the people that Grinch will look at a situation from outside of it and look for the truth in it regardless, because he's not trying to play favorites. There are no sacred cows for Grinch. All right. So he'll ask questions. He'll ask tough questions and look at it. And far as I knew, even though not knowing completely the situation, I knew Cam Newton had all his damn kids. And I heard some of the shit that supposed doctor was telling him. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? That's wrong. He got his kids. So how are you trying to, legitimately on camera stigmatize him for being some kind of way? And he has his children and taking care of them.
Well,
What are
that's
you
why I
what are
made
you actually trying to do?
well
What are you railing against? Fuck you.
that's why I made a statement because it was just like because everybody was just like yeah like well not everybody but some people like especially like the married guys in the space were just like yeah he might be taking care of his kids but he doesn't have them with him and he's creating
Yeah,
broken families and
that's
stuff
fucking
and like
bullshit.
I initially agreed with him, but when I heard that like he actually had all of his kids living with him, I was like, yeah, I have to disregard everything that you said because like this is the stuff that's talked about in the space. It's just like if it doesn't work out or for whatever reason, like the best thing you could do is like have your kids yourself, and that's what he's
Mhm.
doing. So like, what's the
Yeah,
problem?
you gonna catch the. I've been saying this since I've been in the space. You're gonna catch the blame anyway. Either way, you're gonna catch the blame. If your kids aren't with you and you leave them with the mother, and then your kid ends up fucked up by societal standards or your standards, one or the other, where they can't behave themselves, they can't work, they're criminals or whatever the fuck, you're gonna catch the blame for that, for not being there. What is
Absentee
the
father.
absentee father? So you might as well pay the bitch off and get the kids in your house. So then if the kids turn out to be shit, yeah, you can get the blame for it too. Yeah, because you had a hand in it. But if they don't turn out to be shit, you can get the accolades for it too. And that's what it comes down to. They don't want you to get accolades for these kids turning out to be something
That's why they
Well,
because
always
it's
gaslight
not
you.
attributed to them specifically.
That's why if you notice that they've always gaslit you in films and television shows, well, you don't want to take the kids through a big custody battle. And I used
Mhm.
to be thinking, no,
Yeah.
bitch, I'm taking you through a custody battle,
Yeah. You're
not
not
the
taking the
kid.
kids. Yeah. The kids are part of that battle, but you have to, as a father, you have to understand what you're fighting for. I understood it later because my kid was older and I didn't bother doing it. But the battle that is fought is for the future of the children, right? The children having the best chance in the future that you would want them to have as a parent. That's what you're fighting the battle for. She's fighting the battle for control of you and money. So you can pay her ass off. You can pay her
uh,
ass off.
you can't always pay them off. At least in my case, it's like
You
I have to
can pay
pay
them off. You can.
like
You just ain't hit the
you
number yet.
well well I mean I offered I was like just can I just pay you 10, 15K? Just give me my kid. I was told no. Fuck you.
Going to war.
Yeah,
Sorry.
she doing it for control. It's usually about control. When you have the other parent there, and unfortunately, as we're all black men talking, it's probably about women. giving you a situation. It's not so much about giving a fuck about the kid per se. The kid is a control mechanism. The kid is a control mechanism and an extortion tool against you. Now, because you actually love the kid and want to raise the child, you will get more shit because they try to stand in the way of that. You always ask yourself the question, what are they actually fighting for? What do they actually want to win? What would they get out of it if you just walked away from your child and didn't see it again? What would they get?
Well,
They
well,
get the benefit of saying that, see, I told you he wasn't shit. That's why I said I don't
well,
believe there's any deadbeats on child support because you can't get, blood from a rock. You only
well,
put good
for,
fathers on child support to try to control their asses.
like for example, artisan, I seen that there was apparently a free robotics course for kids, like up to
Mhm.
like age like 14 or 15 or whatever, right? Like I wanted to take my daughter over there, but I was told that she broke her laptop, so she can't go because like she needed a laptop to go there. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm gonna have to take her at her word, unfortunately.
Yeah, you could ask your daughter. Um, you're gonna face pushback on anything that you do that will advance the child away from the mom. Independence is the one thing that they always fight against. They don't want the child to be independent because then they lose control. An independent child does not want to be under their mother all the time, boy or girl. They don't. They want to go out and do their own things. And that's the trap of the single motherhood is that they can never let go of this kid because they have nothing else when they do. They have nothing else. Boys, it's a little easier. They'll kick their ass out as soon as they start smelling a piss or get interested in a chick. Threatening you with being homeless will be the first thing they use, just like they was dating a dude. It'll be the same thing. But with a girl, it gets a little bit different. When you start, filling your ovaries and shit like that, and you understand that you could have a man and probably have one or a boy and be attractive like your mama would have liked and been better than the man that your mama picked, she'll have a problem with you. You'll be that bitch in the house then. And she'll have an issue with you unless she can get you to doing the same shit she did. Because it's a weird thing to notice that dysfunctional women always want to recreate themselves in their female children. They always do. They always do. I've seen many, many cases of this just in anecdotal personal life, which I think is just the most odd thing that nobody's actually studying, I guess, to watch. They will recreate themselves in those children. They will try to give them the same traumas and everything. It is really dysfunctional, which is one of the reasons why I say, no, get your kids. At least if you think this generation of women is not that good and they just hoes and all the rest of that shit, well, number one, stop dropping your seed in them. And if by chance you still drop your seed in them, get your seed and raise your seed yourself. Even if you don't think you can, it don't fucking matter. They can't. And they gonna
I
want
like
your money to do it anyway. They gonna need your money to do it anyway, right? So why don't you just cut out the middleman? I'll just take the kid with me, and then I don't gotta pay you or the court.
I like that you added in that disclaimer that if by chance you still ended up doing that, do this. That's
Because it happens.
usually
That's
what I
just
see
rational.
missing from the space.
Yeah, it's just rational. I never thought I figured it out with me because in my generation, Malika can attest to this, that our generation was all about the safe sex generation, right? After the 70s and everybody else got to have a free love and pass around diseases and shit like that, we had to be the safe sex generation where you had to be protected, right? A lot of us have single mother parents because we were the ones that had teenage mothers, right? So we got the harsh, oh, you got to be protected on everything. Okay, got you. But I always thought it was stupid because you cannot stop, and nobody has successfully stopped it yet, a young child from wanting to have sex with another young child when their hormones are raging and they're at the age. And nobody stopped anybody from having sex yet. So when I had my children, I thought it was going to be stupid to try to steer them away from actually having sex. I just try to steer them to having sex safely and thinking about the person they're having sex with. That's it. I know you're going to have it. I know you're going to want to have it, and it's fine. It's a beautiful thing. If you do it responsibly, you can have a lot of fun with it. But that's all you do. Protect yourself and somebody else. That's it. Other than that, enjoy it. I'm not trying to, push the dam against it. No, you just can't have sex. That's so stupid, dude. That's always stuff that comes, at least in my generation, that come from your single mother who was a teenage mother trying to tell you not to have sex because she had boys. You're going to go out there and do the same thing your father did. No, I'm not.
And if you understand how the human mind works, you already know when people say not to do something, what happens? People tend to do it. Like if they say don't look down when you climb in heights, what do people do? Fucking look down.
Because it's innately that you want to know what the person is telling you, right? Right. You have to know. That's human curiosity, plain and simple, especially kids. If you say don't look up, they're not looking up because they're really trying to be defiant of you. They want to know why you're saying it's so intently not to look up. You have to know. It takes a lot of self-control not to do that in that time, right? You have to understand what the urgency is. You have to understand what the threat is. That's normal behavior. That's normal human behavior. But what they're telling you is to go against your normal behavior and do something that they want you to do. And if you don't, then you're being, willful and all the rest of that shit against them. That's a threat to their authority, and that's what they're trying to control over you. They're trying to control your actions, not their own, because they'll look up all day. But you have to understand the situation, which means you're going to have to look up. So me as a parent in a situation like that, like say me and my kids are walking through the forest and I'm looking around and seeing everything because I'm who I am. I will scan the environment, right? I will look up. And if I tell them, don't look up because you might not want to see what's up there. What's up there? Are you sure you want to see it?
Well,
yeah, okay. It might be a little scary, but if you feel like you can handle it, look up real quick. Now, I didn't tell them I just told them they might not want to. They still going to. Now they have more information to make a choice if they want to look up or not. It's going to be kind of gross. All right.
Well, Artisan, like what you just said, like that's a perfect example of that movie. Remember that movie, Don't Look Up?
Yeah, I didn't watch that movie yet, but yeah, Don't Look Up.
Oh, you haven't seen it, Artisan?
I haven't watched it yet. I'm watching good stuff again, so I'll get to it.
It definitely was a good movie. I suggest you watch it. But like that's
exactly
really what you're talking about. It was basically it's like one side is saying that like look at all this stuff that's happening in the world right now, like literally like the world is about to be destroyed, and then the other half is like doing the political thing, talking about like it's not really happening. Don't look up.
Put your head in the
fan. Nobody's looking up. While like you can literally see it in the sky.
There's literally something burning in the sky.
But
you know what you're talking about.
They're just like, yeah, like don't look up. Like even though you can see it in the sky. Well, they were saying that like you can't see anything in the sky. These guys are all just lying. Don't look up at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a modality of controlling people. That's all it is. It's that will you listen to me, or will you believe me what I'm telling you, or will you believe your lying eyes? Just believe me. In that child dynamic, when a kid is in the middle, it's always just believe me. Don't believe your eyes. That's where that don't listen to your father shit comes from, because your father wants you to use your eyes. Your mother just wants you to listen to her. Or vice versa, being who's the dysfunctional parent. So when I fought, at least back to your point, when I fought, I always fought for my son's future. It was never about fighting with her just for her. It was never about fighting with my son just because I wanted control of my son. I was fighting for my son to be able to have a choice, to make his own choices, his future. And that's why I'm not disappointed in anything that he does. Only thing I was kind of disappointed was that he came back from Italy. But he liked the girl and, he was in love with her. That's the shit that men do sometimes. But I was hoping he'd stayed his ass in Italy. But he listened to his mama because she didn't want to let go of him. She couldn't. That was the goose that laid the golden egg. Why would she let him go? Grown or not. She got to be there. She ain't got nothing else to do other than that. So that's the only thing. Other than that, all his choices, the rest of those have been his own. His choice of college was his own choice. It wasn't his mother's choice. He picked where he wanted to go. He came to me and said, this is what he wanted to do. I agreed with him and went with him to, fill out the paperwork and get the shit done. She didn't like that shit. You ain't got to like it. It ain't your life. It's his. And that's what he wanted to do. And he's doing it. Yeah, he got to be his own man. Not a mama's boy. Mama's boy is cute when you can't change your own diaper. The older you get, the more unsavory it becomes because you're not your own man. So, and that's from women. Anyway, red pill sleeper cell. What's good? First time I seen that come up before. What's that picture? What's that icon on there? Look kind of cool.
Oh, that's Lewis, like Lewis Palmer, or Connier.
Lewis Collier.
Yeah, he's cool, dude.
So, what you guys got on this news and views of today, Beasley? What you got? You popped up here. I ain't seen you in a minute.
Yeah, because I've been working on Sundays, and my new mandatory stayover day is on Sunday because they changed everybody's schedule to where it give everybody a piece of the weekend off.
Got me working day and night.
Yeah, so my off days are Friday and Saturday now.
Oh.
But they fucked up on the schedule, and so now they don't have no male staff to work on second shift to work with their damn kids.
Hey, y'all figure that shit out. Is that what you looked at him leaving the building? Like, see y'all Monday. Y'all figure that shit out. I got a thing. Gotta go.
So I'm gonna have to stay over for like the next couple of weekends. I took off today. They said like I'm gonna have to stay over the next couple of Sundays. I was like, because even the supervisors that work second shift, yeah, they fucked up and didn't think this shit through. I was
funny
like,
how people do that. It's funny how people do that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I did my I found out yesterday the show I was watching with Dr. T, Emperor of Ocean Park. I found out that episode 8 was not the finale. There was an episode 9 and it came out on Saturday. So I was watching that last night and I finished watching that episode and I was sitting there bitching about the main character, Talcott, and I'm like, this motherfucker's bothering me. He seems too stupid. I was like, he's supposed to be somebody who's into playing chess. He does no strategic thinking whatsoever. I'm like, look, he's supposed to be a chess player, a lawyer, and works at a prestigious law school. This motherfucker is dumb as shit. He can't think A to B. Like, bruh, he went down to chess players. This is not strategic thinking at all. Not at all. You ain't thinking this out all the way. Getting on my goddamn nerve.
I missed that. What show or movie is that?
Emperor of Ocean Park, starring Forrest Whitaker. It's on MGM Plus. I've already done 9 reviews of it because I binged it last Monday. He told me about it. I sat down Monday. I was off work and I binged it that day, and I did watch and reviews for each episode up to 8. And then me and Dr. T did a stream together on his Patreon channel, and we talked about the series and thought it was over at 8, and it's not. It's still going. So episode 9 had me charged. I watched Beetlejuice. I came back, found that was still on there. I was like, oh shit, I'm on. So MGM Plus is getting money out of me right now. That free trial is over. I'm paying for this service right now because I want to watch the show because the show is good.
Well, they have it on Amazon Prime apparently. Just Google it real quick, but like
it's on Amazon Prime with a MGM Plus subscription. That's what it is.
Like I am a fan of Forrest Whitaker, so I'll check it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been watching Forrest for a long time too. So I like him. My joke in that is that he think he got over, that he's done a whole season of a show being able to sit on his ass the whole time. You know, but the character is a judge, but most scenes he's always sitting. I'm like, you ain't fooling me. I know what the hell is going on, man. You just sitting. You're not phoning it in, but you're getting to sit on your ass.
Well, I mean, it depends on the character because even like I think they were saying for fucking Samuel L. Jackson, like when he was playing fucking fuck. Sorry, I'm gonna butcher this, but like fuck. The,
Spit it out.
well, I'm trying to think of like who he was playing in the Marvel movies. I can't remember right now.
Nick
Nick
Fury.
Fury.
Yeah, Nick Fury. Like I did read that apparently he signed a deal that was like, yeah, he's not gonna use money like action roles. Like,
No, he's damn near 80 years old. He shouldn't be.
Nope.
so I was
I
thinking
mean,
that's like maybe
I'm
something
fine with that.
similar to what he
That'd be like seeing him come back as Mace Windu swinging a lightsaber and shit. Like, bruh, he's gonna break something. He's not a short dude, and I didn't realize how old he actually was. Like, damn, yeah, I don't want to see him break something on set. Mm-mm.
I mean, hell, Denzel is barely getting away with it.
Barely. That's why I was giving him, Equalizer 3. Denzel is in a little bit better shape than Samuel. Right, Samuel is not in bad shape, but Denzel has had more bulk in his life and muscle and stuff like that. So he moves all right, but him moving slower, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Well,
I can buy that.
if you're speaking about Equalizer 3, like I watched it and I thoroughly enjoyed it, especially
Mhm.
like that first scene. Like once he like he was looking at his watch, he was like, yeah, y'all got about like 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's just
He's kind of wild.
it's just efficiency of movement, right? It's what you get to after you've done something for so long, and now you've gotten older. The skills are still there. It's just your body responses. You have to move differently. You're not going to be out there having. And my main defense of Equalizer 3 and Denzel playing that role, I don't think he's too old to play the role. I think the character was just right because he's not supposed to be out there running around like John Wick and flipping all over the floor and shit like that. That's not his age. That's not where he's at in this life cycle. Maybe if you wanted to do a prequel movie and see Robert McCall when he was younger doing his CIA shit, that would be him. But not at this age. After he's retired from the CIA and shit, no, not at this age. He's about efficient and kill strikes. That's it. He's not going to be out there fighting with no young dude. No.
And also that one scene in Equalizer 3 when that kid shot him too. It's like that was like it also showed like his age and like the fact that he's obviously a mortal man. Like he could bleed and like he could be in a position of weakness as well.
Mm-hmm. You got to think more. You have to think a lot more. But you're falling back on experience when you're thinking. You're not falling back on just training and just what you're supposed to do in the situation. You're falling back on years of experience in doing this. That's what somebody taught me. My buddy Ron taught me a long time ago, and Herb is in here, so he'll know this is true. Is that youth and skill is nothing against old age and treachery.
Mm-hmm.
Plain and simple. If I'm the older guy in this situation, well, one thing you can understand is that the older guy is a survivor, which means he knows some dirty shit. You can be out there with all the bluster and all the buff muscles and shit like that. Okay, well, I'm gonna do something that's just gonna finish you off today because I'm not interested in having this prolonged, grappling match. Fuck all that. No.
That's facts right there.
No,
I try to tell this to the young motherfuckers in the unit. They be like, oh, I said when they try to come at me, I push a chair in front of their ass. We got like hard ass plastic chair. They like, oh, what you doing? I said, I'm not gonna fight you, fair. Like, what you mean? I said, I'm older than you. I'm much older than you. So I learned some dirty chicks. So you think it's gonna be a fair fight in this bitch? It's not, especially if I'm the one in this unit and there's 12 of you motherfuckers. Oh yeah, and you criminal minded. I said, oh yeah, I'm going to jail today. I'm losing my job. I'm gonna fuck all y'all.
It's gonna be no holds barred. I had told my son that before when he was, before he got up to his teenage years, and I knew what his mother was pushing him towards. She was pushing him towards he was gonna have to be trying to fight me, some ignorant hood shit, right? I was like, no, that's not gonna be happening with me and you. But I'll tell you this: if you ever get to the point where you feel like you want to swing on me like that, I'm gonna beat you like I don't know you, and I'm not bullshitting because by that point, I've lost all kind of you've lost all kind of respect for me, and I don't need to respect you as my child at that point. I need to make you understand the difference between being my child and being somebody I don't fucking know. Haven't had that happen yet. My son is trained too. My son has took some martial arts and stuff like that. Don't you ever let some woman put some shit into your head like that. You gotta fight your father. No, the fuck you don't.
Yeah,
Your mom ain't my queen.
Yeah, because I did have that like kind of scenario with my dad. That's why we're so cool because we we had that scenario and like he had to show me like yeah, this is the reason why I'm the dad and you're the son.
Yeah,
And
there's a reason for it. There's a reason, and that's a natural world hierarchy, which is understandable. It's fine because you ain't fighting for the pride. You got to make your own pride because your mother ain't part of nobody's pride. Hyena. So, thinking I'm about to be here, tussling with your ass for that shit. In the Bill Cosby sense, it don't make no difference to me. I'll make another one that look just like you because you came from me. I didn't come from you.
and then like when I started having like problems with like my ex, like my dad was just like, now you finally see what I was talking about. I'm like, I really
Mm-hmm.
do. And like that was the angry man that put me onto that shit. Like
Because that's
him and
experience talking.
yeah, like them two brothers, like they put me onto that shit. Like have a conversation with your dad.
Yep.
I did, and it was just like, yeah,
Yeah, I've been
now you
saying that in the
finally see what I was
space.
talking
I
about.
remember we were on a stream with a young brother, and he was sitting there talking all this shit. And I told him, "You owe your father the respect to go talk to your daddy. Get the story from him, because you've been hearing one story your whole life. You never got his side of it. You never even asked him. You do that man a disrespect by not asking him his side of the story, and then make up your mind. You can still go back and agree with your mama, but you need to talk to your father."
Mm-hmm.
I had a coworker, white dude, and we're working at Home Depot. And it's a little weird little white kid, but he was talking all this shit, right? And we were sitting out there talking, and I asked him about his father, and he said, "Oh, my father is a deadbeat and this, that, and the other." I said, "Really? Did you grow up with him?" He's like, "No." And that's when I told him, I said, "You need to go talk to your dad." I said, "Because you sound like a whole woman right now with all these complaints you're giving me. He fucked around. He didn't spend money here. What the fuck do you care about none of that shit? Are you fucking your dad? No, that sounds like a woman's complaint. So why don't you talk to your dad and see what the situation was? And you probably find out something you didn't know about your mama. Because that's the only thing they get pissed off about. You talking to
Like,
your father. That's who you should be talking to.
well, I did have this conversation with my dad, like, and he was telling me that apparently he sat my mom down like in front of like my siblings, and they had a conversation with the both of them there. I wasn't there for this, but I learned after the fact was that
Mhm.
yeah, and I called everybody just to confirm this because I still had to make sure that he wasn't lying. I should have took him at his word, but like I still had to confirm this. But like yeah, like basically it came out that like he was a good dude.
Yeah. I heard the same thing. I heard the same thing from my father because for a short time in my adult life, after I had gotten divorced and you know got out of the home that I was in that I raised my family with, I was staying with my father. And my mother had a big issue with this shit. She had a huge issue with this. Now, mind you, I'm an adult. I got my daughter. I'm recently divorced. Just lost the house. Couldn't come stay with her ass. No, I went and stayed with my father. And she was upset about this. And one of the things she said when she was upset was that we were probably over there talking about her. I said, "Mom, we ain't talking. We ain't even talking about you." My father never brought my mother up one time while I was there, but she was worried about it. So worried, in fact, she cussed me out on the phone and hung up on me. Right? I called my father and talked to him. Like, I need to know what the fuck is going on with this because this is what just happened with moms. What's going on? I had a long conversation with my father on 2 occasions that told me more about what the nature of their relationship was in the beginning than I had ever known from my mother in damn near 40 years. My mother is willful, arrogant, like to fight, which I already knew because I seen her with her boyfriends who were abusive because she liked to fight. She didn't like my father because my father tried to instill some fucking rules on her. My mother is a child of divorce. My grandmother is a child of divorce. Willful. Gynocrats. And that's not saying nothing negative about my mother. That's just who the fuck she is. I know that from living with her. My father sat down and told me shit. I found out the first time they met each other, how he fell in love with her. Where she was. She was in the middle of the hood. Herb in here, no. My mother was in North Richmond, dude. My father was from North Richmond. My mother showed up from North Richmond and she stayed in Hilltop. Fuck she doing down there? Fuck she doing down there? She in the hood, nigga. It'd be the equivalent of some chick in New York staying uptown and coming down to the fucking projects hanging out. Fuck you doing down here? You ain't supposed to be down here. That's how he fell in love with her and met her. But what he did was try to lead her in a direction and she didn't want to be led by anybody. Why? Because she's coming out of this divorced home. And now she's in a home where there's chaos, people fighting and arguing and drinking and all the rest of that shit. She wasn't into that. So she's stubborn as fuck. I say, well, shit. Yeah, that tracks. I grew up with her. Yeah, she's stubborn as hell. She's still stubborn to this day. She still ain't married. She don't want no man telling her what to do. None. So they had a falling out, especially when it came down to a kid. And what was I? Being left with people while mama ran the streets. With people that my father knew from the streets was like, them ain't some savory characters. Nah, you need to stay away from him. Don't be having my son around him. You can't tell me what to do. I'm like, I already got it, Pops. I got it. I'm going through that with my son and his mama right now. Totally understand. Then we was cool. My mother was still pissed off because she was worried some of these secrets was going to come out. You know, the shit she don't want to say. That's why she know all my hood family, but she don't take me around none of my hood family. But she know all of them because they looked at her like, "Oh, you that rich girl." Dumb. It's just shit. It's just shit that happens, and you have to look past people through their titles sometimes and understand who they are. The only way you get that is by hearing both sides of the story. That's where I got that shit from being understanding that I'm the father on the other side. All the shit that this woman is feeding into my kid, if they never talk to me, they never know if it's true or not, because I'm the only one that gets shut down with telling my side of the story on anything. And it's usually the women who click up to make sure that story is suppressed. Because don't talk to your father because you know he crazy. Your father ain't fucking crazy. Your father know the truth. And he ain't got a problem telling your ass that shit. If your father was a scumblerbum, some ne'er-do-well, they wouldn't give a fuck about letting you talk to him because he don't know shit. That's how women operate. They run from the truth. They ostracize the people who are really good to focus on the people who are not, because that enforces their control over the child. And the only thing they do nowadays is try to extend it past the 18 years. That's it. Because they can continue being a cash cow for them. Mama's little moneymaker. What up, Sportaholic? Came through dropping some bread. Appreciate you, man. The stream does appreciate that. Or the channel does appreciate that. He said, good afternoon, everyone. Artisan, you always get an A+ rating. I apologize for my lateness. Passed out in the car from tailgating. Look, I was late. The teacher was late. Okay? I was late for my own show because I was in here passed out trying to catch up on some sleep or something. I don't know what the hell. I had a shitty night of sleep. I woke up talking, eyes open, out the bed, still talking my dream out. Fucking crazy night, dude. This is weird as shit. So appreciate you, Sportaholic. I will give you my appreciation and give you that guts and butts. Appreciate it.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
Appreciate you on that. If you guys want to come up, you can. Support the stream if you feel so inclined. Banner is rolling across the bottom of the screen. There's the link. It's open. The chat is open. So you got something you want to talk about? Come up and throw it on the Barbie. I do I am waiting for Rainfire to show up because Rainfire did go see the Beetlejuice movie. And he told me on Instagram that he saw it, and I said, okay, I want to hear what you think tomorrow, man. I want to hear it. I want to hear what you thought because I enjoyed it. Get some sleep and salute to you. Yeah, Sportaholic. Appreciate it here. What you talking about, Trust? You ain't going to use the whole word? You the grammar goddess, man. You can't come in here that broken grammar and shit like that. What's wrong with you? Let me down. What up, Ray Hama and the Hama Force? So yeah, that was my experience. I learned a lot from being single father, single non-custodial father at that. I learned a lot from that situation going through these 90s and 2000s. And I usually sense that shit in a lot of ways.
We're gonna have to screenshot this. Toya didn't use proper grammar there.
That's what I told her. That's what I told her. I saw that shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is that? You my grammar goddess. What is you doing? Okay, she cleaned it up. Like, she want to laugh first. Now she's gonna say, "I appreciate it here, artisan. Thank you." That's my expectation.
It's too late, Toya. The damage is done.
She's trying to be too down, right? She's trying to be too cool. What up, Rainfire? Look, somebody said Beetlejuice twice.
That's right. That's right.
It was good, Ray.
Yeah, I was trying to make. I was gonna try to get out the house because usually I got a bad signal, but I guess it's fate today.
It's fate today. Got the fated signal today.
Mm-hmm.
Andre, you said something to piss off Toya, so she's like, Andre, checking you, boy. She got a ruler out. So what you got, Ray? You went and saw the same movie I did, man. What did you think?
Well, I mean, I liked it. You know, it wasn't the first one. There were differences, but you know, it was what it was. You know, Keaton, you can't go too wrong with Keaton. And like you were saying in your reaction to some of the stuff, you know, the music was it was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, that's one of my things. Like I just grew up watching a lot of movies, a lot of old movies, and just surrounded by music. So sometimes, you know, I'll go through and I hear something I hadn't heard before. So now I gotta go, since we have lovely YouTube, and go back and check out what is this song? What did I hear?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, that's one of the fun little parts of it. But because I don't know how heavy we can be on spoilers today. So
it doesn't seem like anybody in here has actually seen the damn movie. Doesn't seem like it, but you can run a poll, y'all. Put a 1 in here if you've seen Beetlejuice. And
to be honest, I didn't know that it was coming out. Like I seen it, I was looking at like on the app, like all the movies coming out, but like it was saying like advanced tickets, but I didn't know it was coming out this soon.
Yeah, it's already out. Yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you have seen Beetlejuice. Put a 2 if you plan to see it. So you can skirt around spoilers if you don't give up the main story beats, but you can say some of the stuff you've seen. I mean, it's not like it's a movie that's interlocking to some other greater movies and something bigger down the road. I mean, you're not really ruining much. You know, what do you basically know? You know Beetlejuice is in it, and you know Winona Ryder is in it. Do you think it's going to be over from there? Maybe they make a sequel, maybe they don't. It's fine. Okay, so most people want to see it, but they haven't seen it. It is what it is. Ray Holland said he didn't know it was out. Ray, I'm going to tell you something right now, because you put this damn comment in there about Rings of Power 2 is way better than the first season. Man, shut the hell up. You crawl from the bottom of the turd to the top of it. I don't want to hear that shit. I'm not watching that show. I'm not watching that fucking show.
Artisan, I'm happy that you checked him on that shit, because that's wild that he said season 2.
He must be trying to be funny. Ray trying to be funny.
I just ignored it. I ignored the comment. I was like, you
Yeah,
lying.
he must be trying to be funny. He trolling like a that show is not good, bro. That show is not good.
Isn't the viewership worse than season 1?
Yes. Look, dude, I got it on good authority. That show is trash. Trash. They put the book in a blender and started mixing, my dude. No. Yeah, if you just in the visuals, it probably is really, really stunning visually. It probably really is. Story-wise, it is mangled shit. No, I'm not watching that show. I told you, I'm in rehab. No. No.
Would you say that show was stunning and brave?
I wouldn't call it brave. Brave to put that shit out there as a show. Maybe that, but no. It's stunning, all right, and not in a good way. Like shocked horror, like you about to get ran over. Like, oh my god, they did this. I can't believe it. That's what happens when you truck drivers. You ain't shit. Didn't know it was out. Yeah, so you must be trolling. You must be trolling.
Well, Detroit was 313 was saying that he just seen Deadpool 3.
Yeah, I saw Detroit said he saw Deadpool 3, and I was going to correct him on that and tell him there is no Deadpool 3. There's Deadpool and Wolverine, but Deadpool 3 hasn't come out yet.
Yeah,
That's
they were talking about like
that's a loophole in that. This third Deadpool movie that we will call it Deadpool 3 is not considered Deadpool 3. It's considered Deadpool and Wolverine. That the Deadpool 3 movie will come after. Because then it'll just be focused on Deadpool. But that's taking the lesson from learning the lesson from that man shit. That you never got a Man of Steel 2 because they did Superman and Batman, right? Batman versus Superman. That was not Man of Steel 2. It was Batman and Superman. That's why you still never have a Man of Steel 2.
Mm-hmm.
Since you brought it up, what was your thoughts on that movie, Batman versus Superman?
Well documented, but it was all right in some points. I didn't mind Jesse Eisenberg, Lex Luthor. I thought that was a scarier Lex Luthor to me, being one of these new age millennial rich kids. Yeah, I'd buy him as a fucking criminal genius, unhinged, don't like to be touched, off his Ritalin. Yeah, I'd buy that. Sorry, I didn't mind that one so much. But some points in the movie were stupid. It's just what it was. But there are no perfect movies. I mean, I didn't like Doomsday looking like a Ninja Turtle. I did like Wonder Woman out there, throwing down with him and using her lasso and shit like that. I did like that. Batman taking it to him. I don't like the overly bulky mech suit Batman, the Rocksteady Batman. I don't like that shit because he doesn't look sleek. He doesn't look like he can hide anywhere because he's too goddamn bulky. But I do like Batfleck because Batfleck was brutal. He was kind of like we were talking about the old man. Like, I ain't got time to be out here all night with you motherfuckers. I'm gonna break this leg, I'm gonna break this arm, and if you die when you fall off the roof, then you die. Whatever. Just don't beat the hell out of you.
We didn't get we didn't get Man of Steel 2, but we also didn't really get Batman 1.
No, we didn't.
In the universe.
No, we didn't. Not in the Snyderverse. No, not in the Snyderverse. We didn't.
The only thing we got was our moms have the same first name. I was like, what the?
Yeah, which is the interesting thing because they kind of do.
Yeah,
so I didn't get pissed over that. It just the way it was delivered in the movie was kind of silly.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like a random article that I read about like Batman versus Superman, like maybe a week or two ago. He was saying that apparently Ben Affleck, like he had to like not be on social media and like he had a voice changer because he was saying his voice was too high pitched to play Batman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fucking Ben Affleck fell off the wagon on that movie. So I would say, but you have to remember Ben Affleck has already played Daredevil too. So he has a pretty. If he gave up acting and didn't want to do directing, he could probably do some voice acting. He could probably do some voice acting because you'd recognize his voice. You'd recognize his voice. But I don't shit on Affleck at all. He's a geek, and as far as I know, he has gotten to play two of his favorite characters, Deadpool. I mean, not Deadpool, but Daredevil and Batman. So, like, nigga, you pulling a geek hat trick right now. So that's good for you. I mean, I don't know if I ever play Spawn. It might be fun, but I don't think I'll ever do it. You got to play both his favorite characters. Awesome, cool for you. So I never had any hate for Batfleck. I thought it was actually decent casting. What else?
I did at first, and then I thought about it.
What was that? Oh, you didn't like him?
Well, because I really wasn't really a fan of his Daredevil. But then again, I didn't think we didn't get a sequel, so I didn't really see how far it would go that character. But I still kind of gave it a chance. I was like, you know what? He's a geek because that I got reminded of that, and that's what made me was like, let me go ahead and give it to him.
Yeah, his Daredevil was fine. The movie was shit. It's just what it was. Daredevil body is just in a shit movie, but the geek stamp on that movie is if you want to like that original Daredevil movie, you have to watch the director's cut, because the director's cut is, shout out to my boy Zach, and Herb knows this. The director's cut is where all the plot is. They cut it out of the theatrical release. They cut out all the plots. So if you want to know why Coolio show up in the movie, you got to watch the director's cut of Daredevil. You have to, because now you'll understand why his character was even there, what his point in that was, and how these things led together to end up having Daredevil in the same room with the Kingpin, knowing who the Kingpin was. The director's cut is a lot better movie, and it's a vehicle to show you how studios get involved in the creative process and fuck things up, especially if you hadn't seen the Acolyte yet. You understand how studios fuck movies up. Warner Brothers does it all the time. All the damn time. That's like stock and trade for them. Sony does it too. Like that goofy ass Amazing Spider-Man 2 with the fucking robotic rhino. They can't help it. They can't help it. Studio heads are not creative. What's that?
I'll say it. Andrew Garfield, I wasn't a fan of him.
I was a fan of Andrew Garfield. I thought he worked perfect as Peter Parker. He looks like fucking Peter Parker. He has the quips. He has the quips and the jokiness down. He was a good Peter Parker. He was in some shit movies, and it proved it when you got him into No Way Home, where you see him as Peter in there. And one of the highest moments in that movie is him playing Peter, playing Spider-Man, being able to catch Mary Jane. And breaking down and crying about that shit. That was an awesome scene, dude. I was clapping. Clapping.
That's a great point to make. I did like him in No Way Home.
Yeah, he was fun. He was the better parts of No Way Home. That's why they were trying to talk about how to bring him back and give him another movie, because he deserved a third movie. Yeah, he deserved a good movie. He did.
The reason I had a problem with the Andrew Garfield was I just was like, I wish they would have closed out Toby's thing, really. To me, I felt like they left it open, and so that's why I was like, I still watch the Amazing Spider movies, and it has its moments, but I just felt like, man, y'all should have closed out Toby stuff, and then we could have did something with Andrew, and give Andrew his third movie as well.
Yeah, it was kind of closed because they did a third movie for the original Spider-Man movies. Toby had his time, and frankly, Spider-Man 3 was kind of shit. Okay, Spider-Man 3 was shit. The best one in that Tobey Maguire series was Spider-Man 2. That was the best one. Number 3, they went off the fucking rails with trying to jam Venom in there, and that shit was not working for me. That was not working for me.
I've never heard of Spider-Man 3. Where did you see this?
The dumpster. It's called the dumpster. The dumpster fire of geek properties. I go there often and warm my feet. Shit. Yeah, Spider-Man 3 was kind of shit. There's a lot of characters in there that I like Sandman and shit like that. I like some of those characters, but that shit did not. That came together like mixed goat shit. No. So they couldn't go back and close that out. They weren't creative enough to figure out how to do that. That's why they just moved on to a new Spider-Man, which was fine. I liked Andrew Garfield. I thought he would be a perfect lot for Peter Parker, and I liked the first movie. Second movie kind of went off the rails because they turned that into Batman. What was that one Joel Schumacher did where they had the Riddler in it with Jim Carrey? Was it Batman Forever? That's what they turned that Spider-Man movie into. They turned it into Batman Forever because the Electro had the same goddamn story as the Jim Carrey Riddler. It was the same fucking character. I'm like, oh my God, why are you copying bad shit? Ugh. And then the final insult was the Rhino at the end. You got Paul Giamatti, who's a good actor, good comedic actor too, and you put him in a robot suit and say, this is the Rhino. I was done. I was like, get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm not watching this shit. And they never made one, and that's good.
Well, they tried to do that in the comic too with the robotic Rhino, and they had to have the original Rhino come back and compete with him for his spot, and they made like a whole issue with that, like because he was out of the suit. You know,
that's people trying to understand how to reach that younger audience at them. Oh, kids like robots, right? Well, we need one that's a robot because Transformers is a thing. Rhino's not a robot. Okay,
he's not a Rhino. He's a Gundam. That's what it is.
Exactly, that's a Gundam.
One thing I didn't like as well either. I didn't like that they killed Gwen Stacy. So in the second film, I was like, y'all couldn't give her a third film and maybe introduce. I was like, what? Okay, we just
because Gwen has to die. Gwen always has to die. Like, what are you talking about? Gwen always got to die. Sorry, I was pissed off in the original Spider-Man movies that they didn't have him messing with Jonah's secretary, Betty Brant. They didn't have him messing with her because that's one of Spider-Man's little ex-girlfriends. They didn't have him messing with her, and that was Elizabeth Banks. She was cool. But,
well, hey, at least they didn't throw in Green Goblin knocking up Gwen Stacy before she died. I mean, we didn't get that one yet.
Well, that's the thing when they do these movies. They have so much canon to pull on. They don't necessarily go in order. So that's why for Tobey Maguire, you have organic webbing and the choice between the Goblin making him choose, but it's Mary Jane instead of Gwen Stacy. They keep mangling all this shit together because they're just pulling from everywhere and not putting it in any kind of continuity. So when you do successive movies, it just gets more and more convoluted and screwed up. That's what the X-Men franchise was. They're just pulling shit from all over the place, putting it together in one goddamn movie.
Yeah.
Anybody who read the comics understand, man, this don't happen to Way at this point. You over here and here. It's like, oh my God, it's a tossed salad.
That was like one of the great parts of like No Way Home when like they were having a conversation. It's like it just comes out of you naturally like that. And it's like, yeah, it's not for you guys.
Yeah, y'all don't do that. No, weirdo. Like, no. Does it come out of everywhere?
It didn't come out your butt. Wait a minute.
Yeah, no. That's a different.
No web weaver here.
What up, Rodney? Abuki Cabal. What's good, my man? I ain't seen you in a minute. He said he was liking the Venom War. Yeah, from what I heard from Rob, that Venom War shit is sounding pretty good. That's something I'm gonna have to buy in a trade just to read for myself. But Rob does good reviews of comics because he regularly buys comics and reads them. So I appreciate that because I am not in the comic book mecca anymore. So I barely pass comic books nowadays, which is unfortunate. But that's what happens. You lose things as you get older. So the Venom War shit is sounding good. It's sounding like it's stretching it, but for one of the things I'm seeing from some of those reviews that he's done is that Marvel, I think he keeps missing it. Is that Marvel keeps putting X-Men and Spider-Man and whatever, they keep putting these new characters in there that are overly powerful and they're always women. I'm really finding that interesting to see what Marvel is doing in that sense. Every uberly powerful character is always a woman now.
Weird. I have a question for the panel. Like I did see like
Are you
apparently,
about to try to divert again? Because we got completely off of Beetlejuice on the Batman, on the Superman, and now you're trying to twist the stream somewhere else. Where is this going?
I think you guys would like. I think you guys would really like this one. Apparently, Leslie Headland, she wants to direct the next Bond movie.
Yeah, I heard about that, but whatever. Look, they already sinking James Bond with the woman that they got over there running James Bond, because that's where Phoebe Waller-Bridge was responsible for that destruction of James Bond already. So she want to follow behind her ass? Knock yourself out. She already killed, Indiana Jones, thinking she was going to be the Miss Indiana. No. So you two failed fucking Disney Kathleen Kennedy plants want to go somewhere together? Fine, go do it. You want to fuck up James Bond? That's good. I got like damn near 30 years of Bond. That's awesome. I can stop watching that shit now. I can.
Yeah,
Knock yourself out.
Like for the most part, I agree with like what I was seeing like in the comments and stuff. Is like basically James Bond is already done. So knock yourself out. But some people were saying that James Bond was like as soon as Daniel Craig got involved, like it was done after that. And I don't necessarily agree with that.
Because I don't agree, because there were some good movies with Daniel Craig, right? But I know that there were more females in the writing room, and they were trying to twist Bond in a different way, because Bond has always been that traditional masculine man. He's always been that masculine icon, right? Shaken, not stirred, fast cars, spy women. You could smack a bitch, you could shoot a dude. That was James Bond for a time, right? James Bond has been that suave icon. I mean, you can't go into a casino and have your suit on or whatever and not be in there like, I'm about to get my shit shaken, not stirred. Where's my martini? Where that Baccarat table at, man? Let me get on this Baccarat and spend some of this money, man. I'm on Her Majesty's Secret Service. You can't not feel, that James Bond like that when you in settings like that. It's just
well, like that line "shaken not stirred" is like the ultimate like boss line.
Yeah, because that's how you like his shit. Like Eddie Griffin made that joke. He's like, no, it's not Eddie Griffin's joke. It's Cat Williams' joke about how Daddy like his drink. His birthday, Jesus' birthday, Hennessy. You know what his drink is. You know what James Bond drink is. That's how much you knew that character. I've actually read Ian Fleming's James Bond books. That motherfucker is cool as shit. Cool as shit. That's what any man would want to be. So understanding how this modern age of writers and feminism is, if men really like it, we want to be there so we can fuck it up for them. We don't want them to really like that anymore. We want that. We want that too. We want that too. It's like your little sister, and every time you pick something that you want, and the parents gonna buy one, I want that too. You don't want it? No, I want one too. Kids, pick whatever you want. I want the pink Barbie. Okay, I want the G.I. Joe. I want the G.I. Joe too. No, you ain't like G.I. Joe. No, I want that one too. That's all it is, man. It's all it is.
Ortega, what she said when they were interviewing her about the Beetlejuice movie, said what she said. Yo, give the women some of their own stuff. Stop trying to.
She's on point. She's on point.
It made me forgive her for this Borderlands movie that I had to sit through. I was like, okay, I give you.
Was she in Borderlands?
You redeemed yourself.
Was Jenna Ortega even in Borderlands?
Yeah, she was Tiny Tina.
Oh.
The goofy little rabbit girl.
Oh shit! I didn't watch that shit.
Nobody forced you to watch.
No, that wasn't Jenna Ortega. That was the chick from.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. She wouldn't be a cameo. She's a big enough star where she stars by herself.
Like she's the leading actress.
Yeah, she's a lead. She's a lead. She wouldn't be just playing some Tiny Tina role. That wasn't her.
Okay, I thought maybe it just looked similar to me. I don't know. I know they were both young, and I don't know.
She's like,
I can tell you why. Because she was in that Disney Channel show with Jenna Ortega as her little sister.
Yeah, that wasn't her. That's Ariana Greenblatt.
Latino family.
Ariana Greenblatt.
Like to Rainfire, I wanted to give Borderlands a chance. Like I think Kevin Hart was in the movie, and it's like Kevin Hart is like fuck, man. Like he's not a good actor. I've been saying this for a while. Like as much as I want to give him like, I want to give him a chance. I'm like, I want to watch a movie with a black dude in it, but it's just
He
coincidentally,
might
it's
be
like all the
decent.
movies he's in, it's never any good. I'm just saying.
So here you go, Rainfire. This is Tiny Tina right here, Ariana Greenblatt. So
Okay,
you
yeah,
mixing up your
that's
Latina
okay.
girls. You mixing up your Latinas.
Yeah.
You don't like
Yeah.
that. You get stabbed like that.
they both jailbait anyway, so I'm not really paying too much attention.
Like I wouldn't pay that much attention. She can get me caught up.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine. It's fine.
But
It's fine.
But as far as what Andre, I'm gonna just go back a little bit. What he was talking about, as far as everybody was like, "Well, we wanted another Toby on the Spider-Man." He was having back problems, so that's what kind of threw him out of that. Like I can't do
I don't
these
want another
stunts no more.
Toby.
My back.
No, I don't want another Toby. I was happy with what I saw of Toby. Toby coming back and being that elder Spider in No Way Home was fine. I like that perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to give Andrew Garfield a third movie, cool. Give him a third movie. That'd be cool. Yeah. But I'm fine where we at right now. I'm Tom Holland has grown on me as a Spider-Man, and it was good to see him with two other Spider-Men who actually had their intelligence and were making their own things, where this one was not. So he would hopefully them retooling Tobey Maguire, not Toby, but Tom Holland Spider-Man would get him to making his own shit again and not relying on, Civil War Tony Stark to make his armor and make his toys for him. Yeah.
Mr. Stark. Running behind Mr. Stark. And we got the classic Spider-Man suit, by the way, at the end of that movie.
Yes, he did. Okay. He got the classic. So he can go to picking up what his brothers have done, which is making their own gear. And he can start doing that himself.
Well, the best thing about like the Tony Stark like Spider-Man suit was the instant kill. I think they should have ran with that.
No, the only reason that suit was cool is that if you read the Civil War comic books when Tony Stark gave it to him and Spider-Man unmasked himself, that was it. They just wanted to put that shit in there. It was just for the toys. It's just a toy thing. I never liked the fact that Tony Stark was giving him all his shit. Understanding where the MCU was and getting Spider-Man into that universe, that was the way to do it. But I didn't like it because I know that's not how that shit works. You take away all Peter's agency. You do. You don't, at that point, you don't get him to the point where you understand that Peter is one of these smart people in the Marvel universe too. And once he grows up, if one of these motherfuckers die off, he'll be one of these 5 people that's the smartest people in the universe. But this is the MCU universe and not the Marvel universe 616 as it was originally known universe, to where this Peter is a little behind, which would be the ultimate Peter. He's a little behind where the original Peter Parker is.
Well, that's why it was a great conversation when all of the Spider-Mans were together and like, they were there like doing their science and all this kind of shit. And, like he was keeping up with them, but they weren't showing that in the previous movies.
Well, there was nothing to bounce it off of because Tony Stark wasn't there. If the smartest person he knows is Tony Stark and Tony Stark is not in the goddamn movie, you don't get to see his intelligence bounced off of anybody except for Ned and MJ. And they're not supposed to be as smart as him. So there's no one to bounce that shit off of. You just get to bounce the teen angst off of them. Yeah, he is a teen, but he's sharp. He's pretty smart. So I don't know. It was a way to go. It's not the way I would have went, but it was a way to go. It was. Like I said, none of these movies are actually perfect. There are points that you could make changes and make them better, but you're not in the process of creating and writing this shit initially. So you can only judge it on what's out, what they actually put out.
I think that was really interesting.
But there was tweaks I would have made personally.
I think it was really interesting what you said on like one of your last streams. We were talking about you were talking about like one of the comments where Dr. Doom he ended up taking over fucking Spider-Man and he made him better than what he was and what he should be. Yeah,
superior Spider-Man. That was Dr. Octopus. Doom wouldn't have took over Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah, I messed it up.
Yeah, Dr. Octopus, superior Spider-Man. I would like to get to a point where we see a superior Spider-Man on the screen. Closest we'll probably get will be that next Miles Morales movie. Maybe then you'll see a Superior Spider-Man, because Superior Spider-Man was integral in that whole Spider-Verse story in the comic books. Now, this is not exactly it in the movies, but it's a fun story. So I'm just waiting to see a Superior Spider-Man cameo. Since they already pulled Miguel O'Hara in, they just got to pull the next one in. They have to pull Superior Spider-Man in. If they don't, they fucked up with me. This next movie comes out and he ain't in it, and fucked up. Fucked up now, man. You gotta have Superior Spider-Man in this shit.
Since you acknowledge they all exist and know each other now.
You had every other version of Spider-Man in that last movie. If you don't throw Superior Spider-Man in this third one, you have fucked up. That you missing a big piece of the puzzle right there, especially for that whole Spider-Verse story. What did Detroit say? He didn't like the way Peter exposed himself and was yeah, I didn't like that. Nobody liked that shit. When that came out in the comic books and he did this shit, nobody liked that. He wouldn't have did that. He would not have done that. No.
Yeah, even the other villains in that Spider-Man story were like, "What did you do?
Yeah, that was dumb
You
as
fucked
fuck.
up the game we were playing." It's like,
that's who you are. Oh, that's who you are. I'm going to your house right now, motherfucker.
I was getting my ass kicked by a teenager all those years. Oh, this is some bull.
Oh, hell no,
and then to undo it, they had to have him make a deal with the devil. It's like, what the fuck?
Nobody liked that one more day shit. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
I remember having this conversation in the shop. We were laughing about this shit because I think it was Zach was saying that shit. Like, Aunt May lived her life. Let her die. Like, God.
Yeah. They're like, she's like 90. Let her go. Let her go. Her. You know, just go ahead, kill Kingpin, and then just bury Aunt May. Just gone, man. You
don't take the character
and lost your daughter.
A cold winter to finish her off. Like, fuck that.
Thank you.
I mean, Aunt May can't be around forever. We got to take the character into a new direction. Peter got to go up a little bit more. I mean, what is the problem that we have with comic books now? They're always resetting some shit and trying to go back. Like, move the fucking story forward.
They're afraid to move forward. I've been saying that shit for forever, at least 2 years with all of this stuff. Just move it forward. But the fact that you don't want to move it forward means that you ain't creative, because you can't think of anything forward. You can't move it forward any. You can only play around in what somebody has already created for you and screw that shit up. So you can't move. You can't move forward on anything.
Well, artisan.
They were talking about 1 second. They're talking about the whole Venom War stuff. The Venom War is actually moving shit forward, but in the same time, they move shit backwards because they put the symbiote back on Spider-Man.
Shit.
It's like, okay, so where's it going? I don't know. Tom Holland at the end of the movie was the start of him being his own man. That's the ending of his arc in his hero's journey. Yeah, that's him starting his actual hero's journey under his control, under his steam. That's what the back to basics uniform is. That's him becoming the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man and not being Tony Stark's little bitch boy. Little kid that he used.
Yeah.
Well, artisan.
Look at her.
Like Miguel.
Don't mention one more day. See, Herb was there for that conversation in the shop. Herb hate that shit. We had many conversations in the shop about that damn Spider-Man and one more day shit. We did not like that shit, dude.
Well, like when you guys were bringing up the Spider-Verse, like, I'm assuming like you meant what's going on in like movies, but you probably mean comics stuff beforehand, right? But like in terms of like the movie sense, I did like Miguel because I think Miguel was like, he's black cold as hell.
That Miguel in the Spider-Verse movie, sort of. Yeah, I could say that. Miguel as a character himself is not, but the Miguel in that movie, he can. But look, I wouldn't really call him black pill as much as he tried to do the blue pill thing and it fucked up, and now he's in red pill rage.
Oh,
is what it is. is because
Rewatch.
remember he went to his universe, died eventually, right? And he went to another universe and then tried to live out that Spider-Man's life, and then it died too, and so he was angry. And so since he was so angry, he went back through the multiverse and started, stopping all these events and shit like that. I wouldn't call that truly black pill. I would call him a red pill rage because he tried to live out that blue pill fantasy and fucked it up in somebody else's universe too. So he bitter, he upset, hurt a little bit.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that, but like
He raging. And you see it in that movie when he's going after Miles, he's just angry. That's all it is. Everybody else is scared of his ass, not because he's super right and totally detached, because he's fucking emotional.
Well, even look at like his Spider-Man was like pretty much a fucking vampire. Like
he's not a vampire. It's just because that everybody says that he's not a vampire. Miguel O'Hara had working at Alchemax in 2099. He worked his experiment. How he got his powers was working with genes and DNA. And he has so much spider DNA grafted into him that he does have fangs.
Yeah.
And he can give you a paralytic like bite, right? He's not sucking blood. He's not a fucking vampire, but he has light sensitivity in his eyes, which is why he always wears glasses if he doesn't have his mask on. He has fucking fangs that can paralyze you. He has talons in his fingertips, claws, which he can slash and cut your ass with, that helps him climb. And he doesn't really, and he has organic webbing because his genetics, his genes have been modified. His DNA has been modified with a spider. So he produces his own webbing in his forearms. Like these are his web sacks. That's why he spits his webs the way he spits them. Right. It's not like Spider-Man like this. It's all out the top because he has the web sacks there.
Artisan, I love when people forget that spiders have fangs too. Can bite the shit.
Yeah.
He's a vampire. So you do forget spiders can bite people too, right?
Yeah.
Know that ever.
Yeah.
Said any fly that's been caught by a spider, like, oh fuck. What are you gonna do? You gonna bite you, nigga, and eat?
Snack, homie.
My snack. Look at Sheila. Where was Ray at? He was up there mentioning that damn Rings of Power bullshit. What did Shelob do? Stick you, wrap you up, and stuck a straw in your ass.
So they wanted to be like the killer clown from outer space.
Ray definitely had to
use a straw.
Ray definitely had to be trolling when he was talking about Rings of Power, because like what I was seeing from that was I could save Sauron, he's not that bad of a guy, and
but I wouldn't say he's black pill. I would say he's red pill raging. We'll see where he gets to after that. But I did like seeing Miguel O'Hara on screen because I've liked that character since I first read him in comics. I was waiting for him to get his due. And when he got his due in that Spider-Man game, was it Shattered Empire, Shattered Dreams, whatever the fuck it was? Shattered Dimension. I thought that was cool because that's that character getting some play, and seeing him finally in a movie was cool because I like the Miguel O'Hara Spider-Man. It's one of my favorite Spider-Man. So I was fine with that. Him being black pill, he never was. Not in the comic. So that's what I always relate shit to, the origins of it, not just what they threw up on the fucking screen. Because if I related everything to what they threw up on the screen, I wouldn't know what the hell I was talking about to somebody who actually read the material.
Like, I brought up Miguel because like he's a cool character, but like I'm gonna be in my daddy daughter sim bag, and I'll say that like that Spider-Man that came through. You know which Spider-Man I'm talking about?
Which one? Old Peter?
Old Peter. Because like he was giving me like the Wolverine and Deadpool vibes, where it's just like he's just beating the fuck down and
but that's good to see with Peter. It's good to see with Spider-Man because in the comics they keep him regressed in age in a sense. So you don't get a lot of stories of him being that older guy who's actually been through some shit. That's what I want to see, right? I like Spider-Man since I was a little kid, since I was wearing my little Spider-Man robe and throwing the belt on the popcorn, ceiling, right? Thinking I'm spinning webs. I've liked Spider-Man since I was a very young kid, and Spider-Man has always been the same age the whole time I've grown up. Pretty much always the same age, and I want to see that character grow, because when they tell stories about Peter as an adult or married to Mary Jane or having kids and stuff like that, that's always more interesting to me, because I want this character to grow up a little bit, at least to grow with me, right? And it's not that I dislike him being young, but he can't be young like that for fucking ever. It's not an interesting story in that sense. I mean, even Reed still got to have fucking kids. Like, Jesus, dude.
Look, that's why I like the Spider-Girl series, because it shows Peter grow up, and he's hard on Mayday, and it takes Mary Jane explaining to him. He said, "You got to understand what your father's been through. That's why he's so hard on you about you putting on that suit and taking up the mantle of of the Spider-Man being a Spider-Girl. He's gonna be hard on you, and he eventually to where he accepts it and starts training her."
Yeah, Mayday Parker. Yeah, but that's what I like, because then you get that father-daughter story, right? You get Peter sharing his experience with somebody of everything that he's been through. That there's a character that's taking stock of all of that shit and not just laughing it off like this is just this week. No, I want to see that. That's why I like him being with Miguel, because it puts him in a position of sharing knowledge now and growing up a bit, and there still being a younger Spider-Man there, right? You can always have a younger Spider-Man. Batman ain't always year one, okay? He has a succession of Robins that can be the new person starting out. But Batman has already progressed.
Shit, we even get Terry at one point.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was saying, is like, in comparison of like that Spider-Man in that movie versus like the fucking Wolverine and Deadpool and Wolverine, is like, basically these are like dudes that like been through some shit, and like they're, I mean, they don't want to get involved, but then when they do get involved, like low key trying to share wisdom kind of stuff. But
yeah,
like,
I mean,
you guys can explain it better than I can.
This is why the Old Man Logan character is so interesting to people, because it's Wolverine after he's been through all of this shit. And he doesn't want to pop his claws. He lets people talk all kind of crazy to him and doesn't really do anything, because he's been through a lot of shit. And when it comes out, you understand how much this man has actually been through. It makes the character more fascinating in that sense, as opposed to just being the weapon. Here's a man with all his memories and knows all the shit that he's done. And the final thing that he's done that he will not pop his claws for. Why he won't pop his claws? That he will get abused before he start popping his claws and trying to go after somebody. That is not that man anymore. And he refuses. He refuses. And when you know the reason, it's like fucking heartbreaking. Like, Jesus Christ, dude, this is a good story. Like, bruh. Ugh. Like, you go back to back with that. If you read Wolverine Origin, the original 6-issue book, and then you read Old Man Logan, you read the two of those back to back, you can fill in the blanks in the middle of what happened with Wolverine, but you get his origin and you get where he is later in time, you'll feel something for that character. You'll have a love for that character like you didn't know before, when he was just running around with the X-Men and being a dangerous furball.
Well, without knowing this stuff, like I've always said, Wolverine has been my favorite character out of the X-Men. He's always been my favorite character.
He's more complex. He's a more complex character for who he is.
Well, him and Gambit, and also Professor X.
Yeah, him, Gambit, Magneto, Sinister for a little bit of his time. I do like Apocalypse. His story is kind of twisted, just because it keeps going through time. I mean, you had to think about the fact that this motherfucker is damn near immortal, and he failed every time, but he's always looking for the strongest. So he has to come back like Lestat the vampire every couple hundred years and see what the hell is going on up here. Like, these motherfuckers ain't getting it yet. They're really not getting it yet. I like those characters that have been around a long time, and it's just like tired of people because it gives you the understanding of if you were somebody who was basically immortal and you've had to live through all these dark eras of human beings and humankind and deal with so many people over this lifespan, you would be kind of jaded too. That's the downside to immortality. The downside to immortality is just like we talk about seeing things in our regular lives. Like, yeah, I've seen this a couple of times before. This experience, after a couple hundred times, yeah, you'd be done with that shit. You'd be way past being entertained, giving it any time, any shine. You'd be bored as fuck. You'd be bored as hell, dude.
Same stupid people making the same
like they don't make
mistake.
any smarter ones of you. You might know the family line, like y'all ain't got no smarter. In 200 years, your family has not gotten smarter. I should just wipe y'all out completely.
Well,
hey,
brought that up. Okay, fam.
Go ahead,
hey,
Ryan.
Andre, hold on. I tell you, if you like that, a good series to go back and get is the Dracula versus Apocalypse story, because Dracula gave Apocalypse a whole problem.
Dracula and
I
Marvel
don't like the fact they kind of put in kind of like that Apocalypse was responsible kind of for making Dracula, so Dracula was on like a whole revenge thing. But it was just funny how Apocalypse was just like, yeah, I can do whatever, I'm seeing whatever, I got my whole little mob family, and Dracula was like, yeah, I got something for you. It was just a whole different problem for him. He was like, look, I'm Apocalypse, how he doing?
Well, Rainfire, since you brought up Dracula, like I did really enjoy that Castlevania show. I didn't play the games, but I enjoyed the shows.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some episodes of that, but I'm just talking about now. This is in the comic though, and it's just like yeah, I guess Dracula could be a problem for a lot of people that usually don't have a problem, and Apocalypse was one of them. And it was just like I was like, this is actually a good series. I was like, hold on, wait a minute, this is fun. Because just as much.
Well, like in terms of like Dracula, for guys that don't know, in the Castlevania shows, like there's a main black character, and like he's one of the baddest motherfuckers on the show.
Yeah, it's a different universe though. Different version of Dracula.
Yeah.
Different version of Dracula. But that's aside. What did I miss? Hold on a second. There's a comment that I missed because Andre wanted to get out everything. Go back to Demetrius's comment right here. Sean Connery is that dude. You goddamn right. That is James Bond.
Yeah.
That is Sean Connery is my favorite Bond. It's just what it is, man.
Yeah.
Because Sean Connery would get it in, and I may not approve of this, but I understood why he was doing it. Yeah, he'll smack a bitch. That James Bond went hard on everybody, man. If you was in
James Bond
mission,
good on that in real life interviews. It's like sometimes you gotta hit a woman, you know.
Man, you got that information. You got that information. She sent here to try to kill me. Oh hell no, bitch! You got that gun out? What's wrong with you? Whack whack. Oh, smell kind of nice though.
Yeah.
The Spy Who Loved Me. Yeah, that Sean Connery was that dude. He was that James Bond. But so if they want to fuck that up, Sean Connery did. Knock yourself out. I can watch some Daniel Craig movies.
Yeah, but now they just it was just a slap in the face though, because they wanted to do the DEI stuff and get the black female James Bond in when Idris could fill that role rather nicely.
He could have fulfilled it. I like Lashana Lynch, but I'm not seeing her as no James Bond. I didn't like her that much in the movie. She wasn't as annoying as she could have been, but that is the Phoebe Waller-Bridge insertion of women into that shit. There's a new 007. Well, yeah, there could always be a new 007. We've seen that in other movies. It's a designation. It's not the person. But James Bond is always going to be that James Bond. You can have a
Oh,
007. I mean,
like
many a stories that started off. Look, 009 got killed. Well, they ain't as good as 7, apparently. Like,
well,
dude, they
well, this
always
is
be-
why I agreed with like some of the people talking about like her you know like Leslie Headland potentially taking over James Bond. Is like James Bond is already done because that last James Bond movie, like fuck, I was so disappointed and I was actually pissed off because I was like, because I paid to watch this shit at home. I paid like fucking $30. I watched this shit at home and I'm like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Yeah, I watched it. I went and saw
I
that
was
last
fucking
one.
so
I
mad.
went and saw that last one in the theater. I think I did a review on it as well. I didn't like it, but that was the Phoebe Waller-Bridge involved in that James Bond shit. She's the one who decided to kill him off like that. I'm like, this is so fucking dumb.
Well, and
You know,
on top of that
it's
too, they
dumb.
had that black chick in there that was like, yeah, I'm the boss, and why are you
That's
fucking
that was,
talking down to me? And
that's Lashana. That's Lashana Lynch. That was the new 007 because he had left. Because Bond had left, she became the new 007, which you can have because 007 is a designation inside MI6. So you can have a different 007, but you can't have two James Bonds. She wasn't Jamie Bond. She was a different character, but she had the designation of 007.
well,
Okay.
it's
Yeah, it's
kind of
his
like
license to kill number.
well, it's kind of like what Wesley Snipes said. It's like, there's only one Blade, like there's only one James Bond. Like, stop the shit.
Mhm.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
like not literally, but just like you're not gonna replace him with the chick. Like, you're not gonna do that, especially if you're gonna
No.
you're gonna go down the DEI route. Like,
It won't play the same way because this is why I wasn't, even though I thought Idris Elba could kill it as James Bond. I wouldn't want to see a black dude play James Bond because certain places, like if you go back in James Bond, certain places he was going, he would stick out like a sore fucking thumb. Everybody be paying attention to the black dude walking around with the British accent.
Well, yeah.
Other places, let me finish, Andre. You keep talking over everybody, dude.
Sorry.
James Bond is usually in some other third world or Eastern Bloc countries where it's mostly white folks. It makes more sense that the spy who can go into these places and infiltrate into these places looks like the people that are there. It wouldn't make any sense for a black dude to do that. People pay too much attention to black dudes wherever the fuck they are. So James Bond should be a white dude because he's not sneaking into Russia and getting by the KGB or whatever it was in his time frame. If he's a black dude, he'd look like Nick Fury in that Secret Invasion movie running around in Russia. 6-foot black dude walking around in Russia. Yeah, that's going to catch some eyes. So, no, I don't need my James Bond to be a black dude. It's okay. Give me Passenger 57. Give me that Wesley Snipes spy dude. And that'll work.
Give me what they tried to do with this fucking new Rebel Ridge movie on Netflix.
Yeah, well, that's the me and Malika. Dr. Tiasan told me about that movie. I watched the trailer, and it just came out Friday, so I got to watch it today. I watched the trailer, and I knew what it was, and then I told Malika about it, and told Malika to watch the trailer. And I said, "What did you think it was? What did you think of that movie? What did it bring up for you?" And he said the same thing I did. I said, "Exactly. I'm watching that shit." Exactly. I'm watching that.
Artisan. Hopefully you like it.
We'll see. I liked Rambo First Blood, so I could watch a black dude being Rambo. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not?
Uh-oh.
There's black soldiers all over the place. Yeah. So I'll watch that. They got Don Johnson in it being the racist cop too. Oh yeah, I like seeing Don Johnson get fucked up. Nobody bought more bags.
Look, I watched the Artisan. I'm just gonna tell you.
Okay.
You know what? I ain't gonna spoil shit. I was let. I'm gonna tell you right now. I was let the fuck down.
Okay. That's fine.
Go ahead, watch. Go ahead, watch that.
Were you let? Did you see No Remorse with Michael B. Jordan?
Mm-hmm.
Were you let down by that movie?
No, that was way better than this shit. That was way better.
Okay, because I heard that movie was garbage. So
I have No Remorse downloaded, but I haven't watched it
Okay, I was. Okay,
Well,
so I'll still check it out because I want to see how close they are to actually being Rambo. Because the First Blood movie is one of those cultural icon movies for a Gen Xer that you just love off the bat and understand what was happening with these soldiers that were coming back from Vietnam and how little shit town cop was treating them. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit at all. So if they're gonna throw a black dude into that position and see how it turns out, well, we'll see. We'll see how it works. And Ghostman Kang, you ain't shit for saying a black James Bond can only accept missions in Africa or Cuba. I mean, James Bond went to Cuba a bunch of times. Like he had a reoccurring ticket to go to Cuba. all over the Caribbean and shit like that. He can go to some of them places, but them Eastern Bloc countries, Russia, Ukraine, something like that, sneaking in and out of Korea, he ain't doing that shit. You paying too much goddamn.
Yeah, like
we got that with that Wesley movie where he was stuck over there hiding for most of the movie because he was too easy to find. It's just like, yes, we put out a search for this person, and he like the only black person in the whole region. And so a little blonde girl had to hide him for half of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like to what Ghostman said, like I was a little bit mad that he said that, but like I can't disagree with what he said. He's right.
Yeah, there's no disagreement for that. Like there's a Netflix show called Queen of Sono or whatever, and she's a spy. It's a black woman spy. She's in Africa. They ain't got sending her all over the place. She's doing spy work in Africa because the Brits like to fuck around down there. So that's what she's doing. But that's where it works. It doesn't really work anywhere. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't want my James Bond to be a black dude. Give me something else other than James Bond where this black man can move around in this world and do this spy stuff and it not be an issue.
Well, like it's not even just the fact that he's black. It's just it's partially the fact that he's black. It's like how many black dudes do you know that drink martinis? I'm just saying.
I drink a martini. It's just vodka, man. Look, I might like brown liquor more than I like clear liquor, but liquor is liquor. I know Negroes drink liquor.
Okay? But you ain't going to the bar saying shaken, not stirred.
Why the hell not? Do you know the difference between having it shaken or having it stirred? Tastes different. I mean, it's a vodka martini. Go order a vodka martini. Go to your local bar, ask them to make you a vodka martini, one shaken and one stirred, and then taste the difference. That's how you do that shit. It's just alcohol. That's not that big of a deal. It's more of a big of a deal when it's tied to James Bond because that is his drink. That's what he always orders. It's always orders. You never see him drinking anything else. It'd be no different than watching NWA somewhere and saying, Eazy-E's still alive. What do you want to drink? He wanted 8-ball, nigga.
What are you driving? A 6-4.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Certain things are icons for those characters. Like James Bond has a number of icons. One is the martini. It's his drink. What's his gun? Walter PPK. That's his gun. What's his car? What's his car? Aston Martins. What does he wear? Suits.
Yes.
Or tuxedo, because he's usually going out to some, black tie affairs and shit like that. These are all things about James Bond that are iconic for him. I've owned a Walther PPK. Not that model, but I had the P98, excuse me, that I loved. I've had martinis. I do own a suit. I like Aston Martins because they always look cool. That's all from James Bond shit, dude. That's all it is. But most characters nowadays, they don't have shit like that. You don't know characters like that. You barely recognize a character standing next to another one if they have different faces. You barely do because there's nothing that stands out about them as being individuals and not being a carbon copy stamped out of a mold and thrown in another movie. Like Ghostman is saying, Agent 47. What do you know about Agent 47? He got them ballers. What are the ballers? 245s with silencers. chrome 45s with silencers. Specific. And he wears a black suit and a red tie and black gloves. Bald head. Those are icons for those characters. A lot of characters nowadays don't have that shit. They don't. They know how to take those things from characters sometimes, but they don't know how to give it to them. Like, we go back to the Acolyte. Yeah, Jedis wear robes and they have lightsabers. Did what you see on the screen mark them as any Jedi you have ever seen before? No. Because they're dumb. They're dumb as fuck. They're not even smart. And they're supposed to be in a monastery learning, in a sense. At least the temple learning. They ain't learning shit. They're dumb as fuck. Barely know how to lightsaber fight. Yep, and a barcode on the back of the neck. Yeah. Part of the program. And emotionless. And can blend in anywhere. That's why he was the silent assassin. Because Agent 47 get into all kinds of places and take clothes and costumes or whatever. And don't forget, Ghost Man, gotta have that fiber cord, man. Gotta have that fiber cord. I remember playing that once when my son's grandmother dropped him off. Not my mother, his mother's dropped him off, and she came in the house and I was playing that shit, and I had just grabbed some dude and was choking his ass out. She said, "What the heck is this?" I said, "Oh, this is Hitman." So my favorite game. Oh man, let me get out of here. Yeah, get the fuck out of here so I can get back to my game.
Shout out to Ghostman, because he just reminded me of like I've been like watching that show The Continental recently. I still got like half an episode because it was only fucking
the John Wick show, the John Wick spinoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not sure if you commented on it before. Sorry if you did.
No, I didn't watch The Continental. I haven't watched any of the John Wick spinoffs because I'm just really not that interested in them enough, especially when they come out proprietary on another service. I'm not up for buying another service, right? I just watched this Emperor of Ocean Park because they gave me a free trial to watch the shit. So that's why I binged it all in one day and did my reviews in one day because I didn't want to keep this shit a week. I don't want another streaming service. I got enough. I don't need to pay cable prices for streaming. That's not why I got streaming to begin with. I got streaming services to get away from paying cable prices, which was hundreds of dollars a month for shows I'm not fucking watching. I don't need to do that again. So I don't believe in every damn studio with three things I like having their own streaming service, and now I need to pay them upwards of $20 a month to not watch this shit. To watch one show? Fuck you. No, bro. Look, Disney is on thin ice with me already because there ain't shit worth watching right now. Netflix will get my money because Netflix puts out more stuff that I want to see from all over the world and not just one type of fucking content. Not one kick in the face after the next one. Amazon, they got a bunch of old shit on there. I saw Coolie High on Amazon. You didn't think I watched that shit? Yeah, I'll give them $3 to watch Coolie High. Fucking hell, dude. Love shit like that. I can find my old flicks on there. I've bought movies on there that I still have. Like I have Tap from Gregory Hines on Amazon Prime because I bought it. Because I remember seeing that movie in the theaters, and I like Gregory Hines. I like tap dancing. I like dancing in general. Love that movie. Got it on there. Why? So I can watch whenever the fuck I feel like it.
Like the
some of them other shows, some of them other streaming services, they don't do that. They don't. It's not worth paying for to have all of that shit. It's not. I got Max right now to watch House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon ain't on right now. I ain't watching Max.
Well, the thing is, like with these streaming services, is like I mainly pay for them. At least like I was, because I'm like running out on like the last ones that I had. I mainly paid for them because it's a lot easier to just continue where I left off in the show, opposed to like taking a screenshot of like where I finished the show at, and it's like, I'll be falling asleep while I'm watching shit, and like I don't like having to scroll back and like trying to find my place. Like it's a waste of time, etc.
Well, you didn't live through the 80s and 90s where you watching a videotape and you fall asleep and that motherfucker has rewound back to the beginning. You gotta fast forward and get back to your spot.
Automatic rewind, bro.
Automatic rewind.
I mean,
where did I fall asleep? Shit, I don't remember. Let me go back.
Turn that shit, or you had to fast forward to get back to the part. Bro, I used to hate the automatic rewind shit.
Yeah, turn on the counter. You have to turn on the counter and get back to that number mark, like 1 hour 15.36. I think this is where I fell asleep.
Well, I used to play with that. My mom would be like, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, I'm trying to get back to the part where I was in this movie.
Well, like if you guys are gonna say that, like I did have to record over a lot of like Disney movies, like your Bambis and your fucking Snow Whites and shit.
And
I had to record Dragon Ball Z. I had to record Dragon Ball Z over all that stuff.
Now your daughter will never know the joy of Bambi or Snow White.
Why? Hold up, whoa, Andre. Why? You couldn't get
Dragon Ball Z.
Well, I'm saying they had blank cassette tapes, VHS tapes. You couldn't get none. We had a bunch of them in our house.
I never knew blank cassette tapes was a thing. I never knew that.
Yeah, they were. VHS was a thing. And when they got cheap enough, you could have two, and that's how you started doing some of your video editing. That's what I did. You start burning movies and stuff. That's why you start learning that all them buttons on a fucking controller are for something. They mean something. And what's the counter? Oh, this is the counter. Oh, it gives me the count. Okay. Can I reset it to a certain spot so I can start recording at that? Yeah. Aquatechy remembers the blockbuster motto: be kind and rewind.
Yeah.
And how many people actually followed that damn motto? You got the tape.
I would. I hated going to Blockbuster that wasn't even rewound. Like, God damn, dude! Now I gotta wait 20 minutes. Rewind this shit. It's very simple. You gonna drop it off late? It's fine. Rewind it first. Just watch it to the end and throw it in the box. What's wrong with you? It's savage.
Exactly, because like you pop that shit in, like you start the movie, and like now you got a spoiler.
Yeah, thanks. Now I ruined it for me. Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, you ruined the whole movie. It's like, bro,
now I gotta waste my time to rewind it.
Rewind this.
Yeah, please be kind and rewind. Yeah. Let's say. And what's up, JT? I see you popped up in here. You watched the Rebel Moon director's cut. You hated Rebel Moon. Why the fuck you watched the director's cut? To get an hour's worth more of hate? Come on, man. Come on. Why'd you? I saw that was coming out. I didn't ask you about it because I know you didn't like Zack Snyder the first run. I wasn't going to expect you to watch 3 hours of it.
Oh, he didn't like it.
I still ain't went back and watched the 3 hour cut. Like, come on, man. Stop fucking me. Come on, bro.
I think he was hoping that the director's cut would like be a little bit better than the original show.
Well, that's the whole point of the director's cut, that it should be better than the theatrical release. That's the whole point of it. To see what the director had in mind. As the whole reason for a director's cut is that you understand the studio always comes in and changes shit in the movie that you put out in the theater. Because this stuff that they want to put in there that they want to sell. If it doesn't do well, you can possibly have an option of going back and making the director's cut to see what the director originally had planned before the studio got involved and start chopping and screwing the shit. The director's cut is usually better because he's the one making the goddamn movie. The studio cut is the one that the producers like the KKs and stuff, what they want to throw in there. Oh, we need Basil. Fuck that beaver. Like, they didn't need that shit at all. My God, you dumbass. Like shit like that. The director cuts that out and just gives you the story.
it definitely depends on the movie because like I
It
did
does.
actually just
It
watch.
depends on the director, not
'Cause
necessarily the movie.
did
It's
just
the director.
'cause I did just watch like the director's cut of No Way Home, and like it was much better than the original movie.
Really? Oh, I ain't did
Well,
that.
at
There's
the
a
end of it,
director's
like
cut of No Way Home.
Yeah.
yeah, they added a little bit extra, like they were giving context, like about
Oh,
like
there
the
was
other Spider-Man.
that's they added 15 minutes. I remember that. They added 15 minutes. That
Oh, I
was
ain't watched.
Marvel doing that shit. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a director's cut. It's the extended edition where they went
Yeah,
back and
extended.
some stuff that they had taken out, they put back into the movie and put it out. So that's Marvel doing that shit. That's Kevin Feige going back in and throwing this extra 15 minutes back in there. I didn't think it was worth watching again for 15 minutes. I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Well, at the time, I had
Just
nothing
put
better
that
to
shit
do,
on the
so I
blue.
watched
Just put
it.
that shit on the Blu-ray as a bonus feature, and then I'll watch it.
Like how they used to do.
Yeah, that's the point of CDs and Blu-rays. That was the selling point for me to buy DVDs and Blu-rays. That they had all that extra information, these deleted scenes and shit like that. Because
Well,
I hated it when it got cheap to where you would get a Blu-ray or a DVD and it'd just be the movie and no bonus features. So I'm like, bonus features was the trailer. Motherfucker, I don't need a bonus feature to see the trailer. That's not a bonus.
well,
Everyone.
what I really liked about that like extra little bit of like the extra little bit of time was like it was like the Spider-Mans all talking to each other and like you know because when I was watching the original movie I was like why didn't they give them more time to talk?
Because they usually cut it out because it's taken away from some other scene that they really want in there. JT said his cut should have been the one released. That's usually the case. It's streaming. It's not theatrical. Who cares about runtime? He got 4 damn director cuts now. Yeah, exactly. Who cares about runtime? It's a streaming show. You breaking it up into parts anyway. I think they only care about that because that's what they're paying for. They're paying for certain length, right? It's like construction when you're doing target hours. If you have 200 hours to get this job done in, you got to get it done in 200 hours. They don't really want to pay you more than that. They're not 201 hours. You got to do 200 hours or less. If you do less, that's when you're making the money. If you want to go back and put some flourishes on the house after that, then that's for the new owners to hire your ass and let you do some extensions and shit. But you're not doing it on our money. Nah. Steampunk starships. I didn't give a shit about that really, Aquatechy. Like Elongo, what's good, Elongo? He said like coal burning starships. I don't know how the shit works either, but I'm not one of these people who's sitting there judging him up to this needs to look like Star Wars. I'm not. Yeah, this was a script he said he had made up for Star Wars that they didn't want. Fine. They didn't want the shit. You see what they did not having it. They ain't did much better. So I'm more apt to go into a new world with new rules that works a different way and see the motherfucker shoveling coal into a ship and not trip off of it so much than I am to go into an established world and somebody put coal burning ships in the Star Wars universe. I was mad about the whole gas thing in that fucking the Last Jedi bullshit. Oh, we're running out of fuel. We got a slow speed chase. Huh? The fuck are you talking about? Oh no. That
I'm
was
still
more,
trying to figure out when the fuck did the starships run on gas?
that's what I started wondering. When I saw the movie, it's like, when did they start running out of gas? All of a sudden. These motherfuckers light speeding across universes? And all of a sudden, oh, there's a gas crisis. Huh? How does that work? I don't get that. How does that work? Huh, stupid. So I'm not worried about that because it was a new world. It was a new universe. He can do whatever the fuck he wants to. Fine. I'm for people giving me their vision of a new science fiction world and it not working in some parts and working in some parts because that's how you actually feel this shit out and that's how you make it better. Because trust and believe, there's some shit in the first Star Wars movie that don't work. Doesn't. But over time, they developed it and they dropped out those parts that didn't work or fixed them and focused on the things that did work and made it better. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with things finding their legs and not totally working on the first go, because that's how things are. That is the journey. The journey is not about you getting it 100% right the first time you fucking try it. No, the journey is about maybe I got it 35% right. You know what? I'm going to come back again and maybe I'll get it 50% right. That's what the journey is. Getting better by progression, not automatic. It's right because I stamped it out yesterday. No, I'm fine with that. He could do 5 Rebel Moon movies. I wouldn't give a shit, because by each time it should get better. Should get better by each time. He'll be far away from the Seven Samurai story, which I think is an awesome story regardless of what format it's in. But then he'll get into just being creative on his own. Because I didn't mind his, what was it, Army of the Dead movie? I didn't mind that shit at all. With them zombies and shit, I would like to see another one of those. I would. Because I didn't mind it. I thought it was cool. Zombies had emotions and shit and was having babies. Nigga, what? We got to go back here because I don't think we killed them all.
Well, our Army of the Dead, I did like that movie. I did like that series.
Yeah, so I don't. That's why I don't shit on Zack Snyder. I damn sure don't shit on Zack Snyder for his fan base, because dumbass fans exist everywhere. There's weird people everywhere. So what am I surprised for, that they liked a certain thing? I'm blaming the person who created it for that shit. Whatever. You have to understand, Hollywood hates independent voices. They hate independent voices. They hated George Lucas until they can get control of Star Wars, and now they got control of Star Wars. They still hate George Lucas, and you see what they thought of Star Wars. They hate that shit too, because it ain't making no money right now for that reason. Didn't like Doctor Who, kind of independent. They fucked that up. Didn't like James Bond. They fucked that up too. Every
Like
franchise that was started by somebody with an independent voice is being ruined. Star Trek is being ruined. Talk to AB.
Army of the Dead was a great example, because initially it started like, I think that was like the present when they started it, and then they went past and future with that show, with that movie, and like, yeah, I really like that movie. I think it, like, what's his name, fucking Batista was in that movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Batista was in it. Yeah, Longo said he liked Army of the Dead. I like Army of the Dead too. I mean, I really like that scene where dude got ripped up by that zombie tiger in Vegas. I'm like, boy, that's one of them Siegfried and Roy tigers. Boy, you been watching yourself.
Well, even that one character in that movie, like, what was the name, like Dieter or some shit? Like, well, not his real name, but like the name that he wanted as like his hero name. Like, the story of how he got to that hero name was like,
yeah, that was in a separate movie. Yeah, but he's a little pencil neck dude. He wasn't even a soldier. Wasn't even a soldier. He was kind of the hero of that shit. So Tiger went Tiger. It damn sure did. It was fucking that dude up. Look, I don't mind people having an independent vision outside of Hollywood and doing shit that doesn't necessarily resonate right now. Doesn't. And most people want to jeer them for having their ideas and doing the things that they do. I don't necessarily mind that at all, because I know Hollywood, for the most part, is too much of a damn echo chamber. You don't get any original ideas coming from inside of that damn group. They always have to be on the outside. So I'm willing to give somebody some time, some money to listen to their original idea or thought on a show that doesn't destroy anything else that's already been created, but actually adds into this tapestry of all these other things. I'm for that. That was George Lucas at a time. Could be Zack Snyder at a time. He just, either he's creative enough to dream it up and forceful enough to get it done, or he's just annoying and a plagiarist. I don't think he's just a plagiarist. I think he's creative enough to get shit done. And he'll do like Robert Rodriguez and try to get that shit done on the cheap. If he got to film it in his own fucking driveway, he'll do it. I admire that kind of spirit in getting things done and creating, this art form. That's what it should be. as opposed to, well, we had this focus group and we all sat down and talked about it, and this is what we think needs to happen with this male character. And you watch it, and it's like shit. It's like the group of you guys are no good at creating a damn thing. Like Rings of Power season 1 and 2, you motherfuckers are no good at none of this. I might add House of the Dragon to that when I see what the third season is going to be, because that last episode gave me like, oh shit, man took a turn. Who's in charge now? Who's in charge? The inmates running the asylum.
What was the season where they all was at that? What was that damn place? And it was Daenerys, the Theon's sister, the two chicks from that was Pedro Pascal's people. I was like,
yeah, the queen in every corner. Yeah,
this whole table. Yeah, the whole table is nothing but women running shit, and all the dudes is sitting there taking orders. I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Yep, they pivoted that shit. Yep, there was a queen in every corner. I was like, what the fuck, dude? What is this shit?
And the villain was Cersei.
Yeah.
They all teamed up. I was like, God damn.
They stealthed that shit in there. That's when that show started dying. When people wasn't liking that shit.
Yeah.
They started trying to do that with House of the Dragon this last season. We had a whole episode which was supposed to be the lead up to some war and shit, and that's all you got. You got a bunch of fucking chicks sitting around talking about some shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why is this bitch even here? She shouldn't be here. What's going on? And then you watch the behind the scenes stuff that happens, the house that Dragons built that happens right after the episode dropped. This one drops. And you see who was in charge of it. I'm like, oh shit, this looked like the bitch from fucking I'm Not Starfire. What the fuck?
Well,
we just wanted to do something fun. And shut the fuck! I don't want no fun shit. I want dragons burning people.
If we're talking about House of the Dragon, my biggest disappointment was fucking Daemon, man. Because like Daemon had a lot of shit going on, and he was raising an army, and then all of a sudden, fucking,
that's not really the blame of the people, doing the show. That is how, from what my understanding, that's how it was in the book. Daemon wasn't there for a long stretch of time, and so it puts them into a position where you have a popular show. His character is really popular. You can't just drop him out of that whole season with the most popular character on the show not being there. You can't do that. So you have to keep having him there and show something that was going on with him to let people know he's still on the show. He's still on the show. That's the draw for you to see the show. He's still there. But story-wise, from the original material, he was out of there for a while. You didn't see what the fuck he was doing. So it's kind of a contrast. That's why I didn't worry about that part so much. Like, I just wanted it to be going somewhere to see what was happening with his character. But the way his character came back and just straight up bent the knee and started licking her ass, I'm like, oh, hell no. What is that shit? No, we should all follow her now. I was like, oh, no, that is not that character, bro. That's not that character.
As soon as he bent the knee, I was like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, what the fuck? That's not right. That does not seem right at all. And then the final episode, the season finale, which should be leading you into something else, we got a hug out ceremony, the chick emotion ceremony. It's like, so what is this? That's why the season finale was disappointing to me. It was disappointing. It was a fucking letdown. I'm like, what is this shit? They really thought they did something. They was really happy about that shit. The director, the chick, the writer, the chick was like, y'all bitches, who put y'all in charge? Who put you in charge? Oh, yeah, no.
Our artist, and what you said earlier was like, you wanted to see some dragons burning shit. Like, that's what I was waiting for.
That's what everybody was there for. I'm not the only one. It's called House of the Dragon. Why did you get a finale where the dragons didn't kill anybody?
Yeah, the Targaryen Civil War, which led to the reason why they didn't have as much power. Like by episode
the whole fucking 4, story. The whole
episode
story about dragons.
Episode 4 on should have been just straight out fighting.
Should have been fire. It should have been fire flying, man. It should have been rain fire.
Well, yes. Malika made a comment, and I'm going to block Malika for this. He said the house of estrogen. I'm going to block him for this. Like estrogen. Look, they did. That season finale was shit.
I wouldn't call it dog shit, but it was a type of shit that like not really feeling that one. Not really feeling that. It was a letdown. That's basically what I felt from that season. It was a letdown. So you haven't heard me talk about it too much. I was really liking that season, and then it got to that finale, and that was not a finale to me. That was boring. That was a letdown. It's like, you didn't give me a oomph. You took me right back to where I started this season from, which is I'm supposed to be seeing somebody charged up and ready to fight, and that's not what I got. And then you end on this same kind of low ass. Oh, we feel better about this season. You see where man, fuck all that shit. I'm not watching that show. That's not the show I'm watching. Like, fucking hell, dude. No, I want to see a dragon burning somebody, eating some shit. Because that was the high points in that season. If you watch it, that's the high points. The shit's involving the dragons. Cool. That's what the show is about, right? I can get all the family infighting and shit, but I don't need these two girls trying to hug out. Maybe you can save my son. Fuck your son. Your son killed my boy. And the other one sitting on the throne usurping me. Yeah, he might be my little brother, but fuck him too. No, bitch, why you here? Well, save my son. Okay, well, maybe just save my daughter. Man, fuck your kids. No.
Well,
You ain't supposed to be here. You are not supposed to be here. You a prisoner. Somebody get her ass to one of these cells.
Mm-hmm. You got the one bug-eyed girl chasing a fucking dragon, shirking her responsibilities. I'm like, can't you supposed to be watching the kids and the 3 dragon eggs? What we doing here?
Yeah, somebody else who didn't have no fucking story in the book. They just go make up some shit for the season to do. Like, this bitch is just abandoning these kids. She's supposed to be watching mom's Mabley ass watching the little white kids. And gonna be just running through the hills and the dales looking for a dragon. What? These people live in the area. They ain't looking for that fucking dragon. Like, come on, man.
Well, like Artisan, you did make a great argument because you were just like how come she was able to come into this fucking fortress and nobody stopped her, and then like even that one dude that was talking to fucking Rhaenyra or whatever fuck her name was, I'm like, which is like, yeah, you have a visitor, but they're not telling her who the visitor was. I'm like,
that is no security. That shit like that is written by people who don't understand that. That is not security. That's not a man's security. That's not men running security doing no shit like that. Oh, there's somebody who wants to talk to you. They're in the library. Who the fuck is who? I'm in charge. You're supposed to be telling me who this is. That motherfucker should still be outside the gate talking about they want to talk. The fuck you brought them all the way into the castle and bringing me? No, man, no.
No, this is how that was supposed to go, artist.
You'd be outside of that shit. Yelling.
This is how that was supposed to go. My lady, we've captured a prisoner for you. We brought her
exactly. Exactly.
Sit down, you treacherous snake.
They wanted to get in.
Straight up to me.
well, in like even the argument that she was bringing with, like she was coming with, it was just like she was trying to make peace, and it was basically yeah, maybe you could kill this one that did all this stuff, but like, can you please spare this other one? And it's like, what mother would ever do that? What mother would ever agree to like
pick between their children?
Yeah, like no mom is gonna ever agree to do that shit. So it's like, come on, man. Like
feminist mamas do. They always want to save the girls, don't they? But fuck, they gonna perpetuate. No, they all gotta die. As far as I understand in the books, y'all dead anyway. So let's make with the fire. let's make with the barbecue. Like, I'm not overly attached to any of these motherfuckers because I know they all die. So let's just get on with it.
Because even the one son, like the one that got burnt up, is like, like, yeah, you might feel a little bit of sympathy for him, but like, look at the time that he was actually in power. Like he was like turning into a psychopath.
Yeah, he's an ass. He's a little ass. He was an ass before he even got power. He was sitting up there graping chicks and stuff like that, chambermaids and stuff like that, impregnating folks. Like, he was a whole asshole. He didn't get better sitting on the throne, and I ain't got no sympathy for him because he got burnt up. No, he got burnt up by his brother, who he was humiliating his whole life. That's why I knew it was coming. Your last humiliation of your brother was him in that brothel with that chick, and you brought your boys in there and start talking shit about your brother. Your ass was dead that day. For him, your ass was dead that day. You just lucky you survived. You was supposed to be dead. He didn't give a fuck. You earned that. I wasn't mad at his brother for doing it. No, you earned it, homie. Power went to your head. Okay, well, power burns.
And his brother was in there talking shit too, like, "Oh, you loving this chick?" Like, I was too. Like,
he could have had that conversation. Could have went completely different if his homeboys wasn't there. Could have went completely different. But because he did that in front of his homeboys and tried to just rank on his brother like that, oh no, okay, we're gonna fix you. He was dead from that moment for me. I knew he was dead. I was like, yeah, you don't do that to that dude. That motherfucker got a grudge against his fucking cousin for an eyeball. You think he about to take that? No, dude, he waiting to kill you. He waiting.
He went out his way to catch the oldest and most dangerous dragon that existed, that was there since the time of Aegon the Conqueror. Like, are you kidding me? He's ready.
Yeah, that y'all fucked up with him being able to get that dragon. Y'all fucked up, and that's all it did. It empowered him. It gave him a reason to strike back at these people who was giving him shit the whole time. Because remember, they gave his ass a pig with wings on him before because he didn't have a dragon. They was talking all kind of shit to him. That's why I understand it a little bit with the character, and the character is good enough. And this is Aemon we're talking about. Aemon is good enough to where, as a character, you will hear him check people in his life about how they treated him. He checked his mama in this shit in the council room when he kicked her ass off the council. He told her flat out what it was. He had been sitting on that shit for a while. And this is why I say this same reason why Aemon is interesting to me is why Jesse Eisenberg Lex Luthor was interesting to me. Because they did shit to Lex Luthor that he didn't like. He didn't do anything right at that moment. But when the motherfuckers got to the Capitol and was sitting down having that little hearing, and she saw that peach tea sitting on her DS, she knew what the fuck was up. It was over. He got your ass. That was the same thing that happened to Aegon when he was riding that dragon. He saw his brother coming. Oh yeah, you fucked up. Now you know.
Our artisan, like, fucking Aemon is goofy as fuck for choosing fucking like cripply, like the crippled motherfucker, like, as his head of the king. It's like, come on, bro. You really chose this guy, like.
Aegon fucked up by trusting him. Aemon didn't. Aemon told him what it was right from the get-go. He knew what it was with him. Nah, I ain't fucking with you.
Well, Aegon
told him flat out.
Like, Aegon had like the leader of the fucking fuck, I can't remember his name, but like the leader of the Knights, pretty much.
Yeah, look.
He had that motherfucker, like that was his hand. But Aemon, like, he chose that one motherfucker, like the snake motherfucker that was always in the background, fucking scheming, like pretty much like the little finger of that era. Like that.
Yeah, Aemon did not choose Lord Larys. He didn't choose Larys. He told Larys that he wouldn't choose him, and that's why Lord Larys started fucking with Aegon and trying to get him up on his feet to start walking and shit like that again, because he's trying to get himself a position, because he know Aemon gonna kill his ass. Soon as he find out something he doing, he gonna kill his ass. He didn't trust him, and he told him to his face he didn't trust him. What's my favorite word from that shit now? Lick spittle. That's what he called his ass. He had no time for lick spittles. Basically calling him a cocksucker. He didn't have time for that shit. Because he was watching. He didn't have to say much, but he was watching. Even with one eyeball. He knew that motherfucker was up to no good. And he didn't want no parts of him. Wasn't getting him nowhere close to power. And that's why Lord Larys did what he did. He started fucking with Aegon, trying to get him up and moving and stuff like, no, I'm your friend. We can sneak you out of the. He trying to secure himself some position of power because he know he ain't got one with Aemon. Aemon will kill his.
And did you see the shit that he was saying? Like, after he got burnt up, he was like, "You see me? Like, yeah, they have no faith in us with disabilities." Like, that's pretty much what he was saying. He's trying to make an inroad with Aegon to show that they are the same and try to teach him. So Aegon relies on him, and he's telling Aegon that your brother will try to kill you again.
because he's in charge. He's just the Lord Regent right now because the king is, infirmed a little bit. So he's trying to fake his pledge of loyalty to Aegon being the king against Aemon and get him away from Aemon so he can be close to power. That's all it is. But Aemon already told him what it was. He would not trust that dude. He ain't got a reason to kill his ass yet, but he will. Because he already went after his brother. And he already threatened his brother too when he saw his ass was awake and gave him his ball from the council and crushed it in his fucking head and let him know, you get well, brother. Stay your ass in this bed. You get out this bed, it's gonna be an issue. No, that's why I didn't like that turn that they took with Aemon in that shit. They had him acting like he was just completely out of control when he has been very controlled the whole show. Season 1, season 2, he's been very controlled and calculating and smart. And they had him acting like a rational little bitch, an emotional little girl with some of the rest of the shit he was doing.
Well, like
season of I didn't like that shit. That's not even right for that character.
So what Ghostman said, like he's not doing it for a woman. Like he
no, he's not.
He killed his own brother. You don't remember when he burned the shit out of that fucking city?
But you're jumping around. That's Lord Larys who killed his brother. Lord Larys did that shit for power. He did do it in a sense for a woman because he did it for Alicent. To try to gain him some position with Alicent. That's what he did. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's not the one who has Otto Hightower captured. Wouldn't be surprised.
Well, in general, I meant he was trying to do that for power. It wasn't for a woman. He was doing it for power.
It was to gain him a position of power. But by him doing that shit, he put it at Alicent's feet. That's why she was letting him look at her feet. Because she kind of owed his ass now. He's doing the same shit if you're watching the show, Emperor of Ocean Park. He's doing the same shit that Jack Ziegler is doing right now. He did you a favor. And now that he's done you a favor, you owe him. And he's coming to you and asking you for all kinds of favors in return that you are obliged to give him because the shit that he's done for you is so fucking horrendous. You cannot take the backlash of turning this motherfucker down.
Exactly. And Lord Larys was smart about that because he was like, I'm going to do this dirt. Well, he went and did this dirt and he was just like, yeah, I did all of this stuff because I didn't think that you would be able to make this decision, so I made it for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did some horrendous shit that was over and beyond what needed to be done. But but I did it for you. And that's why they sitting there looking shocked like this motherfucker will kill his own family. Holy shit. Who am I dealing with? Who am I? He killed his brother and his daddy. Holy shit. This nigga crazy. Who am I in bed with now? I want to see your feet. Okay.
Honestly,
she couldn't do nothing but say yes.
Lord Larys, I hate him, man. I hope they take him out.
He got to get taken out. He ain't gonna live forever.
I hope they take him out.
But yeah, he is a sneaky little bastard. But as far as why Aemon does what he does, I get it. You get the motherfuckers back. Whatever. It is what it is. Motherfucker. You're lucky you didn't die on that dragon. It would have been better if you did, but okay. Aegon took a tumble and he survived. Sucks for you, homie.
Well, I looked it up. Apparently, Aegon was supposed to survive, and
he does survive. He does survive in the books. He was supposed to survive. What I'm saying is, story wise, in the book, he does survive. In this show wise, it'd have been better if he died. Just as a person watching this shit, it would have been better if he died because his brother ain't giving up that power. Aemon is not giving that shit up. He's not. If Aegon ever speaks that he might have known that what really happened, that he knows what really happened, that Aemon tried to kill him, that motherfucker be dead that night. Aegon will be dead that night for sure.
Well, they
Because he
showed
knows
it
his brother will kill him. He knows his brother will kill him.
Well, they showed it in the show when they were like questioning Aegon, like about like if he knows anything about what happened. Like, and he took a long pause, and it was quite obvious
He's
that
like,
like
no.
he remembered what happened, but he didn't want to say it.
Yeah, he know what happened. That motherfucker flew up on that dragon and blasted me and my dragon and the Prince Rhaenyra. Or Rhaenys, excuse me, Rhaenys. Yeah, he blasted both of us. He didn't hold back at all. No, he didn't give a fuck. It was collateral damage. Like, oh, well, you know, wrong place, wrong time. You should have stayed your ass in the castle.
Like I've been saying this. I knew Aemon was gonna be on some bullshit when like the whole fight was going down. Aemon was just there chilling and like fucking who was that knight? Like the leader of the fucking it's like Black Cloaks or whatever the
Christian Cole. Christian Cole.
Yeah. Like the leader was like aren't you gonna get involved? And he's just like in a second.
Yeah.
I'm
no,
like,
he
yeah,
had a plan. And that's why I didn't like how they turned him towards the end. He was just being emotional. You see, Aemon had a plan when they were at that Rook's Rest shit, right? He had a plan. He's patient. He's calculating. It makes no sense to do an episode or two later, and now this motherfucker just irrational, running around like an emotional bitch. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, off the hinges. No, you just gonna get out there and ride your dragon. Man, shut the fuck up. You sound like a whole bitch right now. What happened? That was when the new chicks in charge start directing the show. Now he acting like an emotional bitch. No, he's not emotional like that. The part that makes that motherfucker so scary is he is not emotional. In situations where you think he should be emotional and lashing out, he's not. He's fucking calm. He's calculating. When his brother was embarrassing him in the brothel, he didn't start lashing out. Oh, fuck you. He didn't start doing that shit. He got up and walked away butt naked like it wasn't shit. But you knew he should have been emotional. He just walked out. He was fucking stoic. That's the scary part. Like, oh,
like I think Ray got the story a little bit like twisted because the usurper didn't get burned because at least at this point, like the real usurper is Aemon. He never got burned. It was Aegon that got burned, and like Aegon got burned.
You got it twisted. Aegon is the usurper because Aegon is not supposed to be on the throne. Rhaenyra is.
Well, they're both usurpers, but like Aegon never went out of his way to try to usurp. It was his mom that was telling him like, because like they had to go like get him, and like fucking pretty much like.
Yes,
you know, like remember his
but
mom had to go,
still make him a
usurper. Propped up or not, he is still the usurper. It is not his throne he's supposed to be sitting on. He is the usurper. Aemon doing something to become the regent. Aemon ain't being called the king. He's the regent. That means his brother is still the king. He's still the usurper. Aemon is not the usurper. Aemon just saw a situation where his brother wasn't supposed to be in and just fucking took it. Like, oh, well, fuck it then. He ain't supposed to be here. But he showed up. You get the same shit this bitch is getting.
Because he still set his ass on the throne, even if other people was encouraging it. If he would have said no, my sister is supposed to, then he wouldn't be. But he's still a usurper.
He's still a usurper. By definition.
The reason why I said that is it's like that conversation that like Rhaenyra had with her father when she was talking about like Aegon the Conqueror, and she was talking about like, you know, she was telling the history and stuff, right? And like that's what he also told fucking Alicent was that Aegon is supposed to like take over again.
That's not what he meant. You got to go back and watch that show. He wasn't talking about that shit. He was talking about what had happened in the past because he's relating a Song of Ice and Fire to her. But what Alicent heard, Alicent does not know the Song of Ice and Fire, so she took it as meaning their son Aegon.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Is Alicent didn't know anything about this. Is why she took this to mean like it was talking about her son, but it wasn't her son.
No, it wasn't. That was the good scene in this season that they had where she got to sit there with Rhaenyra and find out you got the wrong information. You misunderstood what you were hearing because you didn't know this part of the story.
Well, the thing that I didn't like about that scene is that Rhaenyra didn't actually say that, like, he was talking about Aegon the Conqueror and not your son. She didn't directly say this.
She did, because that's why Allison said that there was nothing she could do. It's already done now. There's nothing she could, because she really, once Rhaenyra told her that shit, she thought about it and said, well, there's nothing that can be done. Because the die is already cast. We're already down this road now. I can't change this now. Yeah, I fucked up, but I can't change this now. That's what her realization is in that moment.
That's why it was bullshit in the final episode for her to come back. I was like, nah, bitch, when we tried to make peace, you didn't want it.
When I came to you didn't want no peace.
It was too late and all this. He didn't misspoke. I'm like, nah, bitch, it's game time at this point.
Yeah.
Blood has already been shed. Family members have already been killed. Dragons have already been slain. No, it's game time, baby.
Yep.
That's what pissed me off about this last episode. I'm like, nigga, I wanted to see fire and motherfuckers on fire. We should have had at least 4 episodes of motherfuckers getting torched to death. Fuck all that. That's why I'm like, bro, I do not want to tune in to season 3 if it's not a first episode. It better be a battle. I'm gonna tell you right now, Artisan, if there is not first episode 1 of season 3 is not a epic fight scene, I'm not watching the rest of the season.
I give them 2 because you gotta bring along the uninitiated in the first episode of season 3.
Okay.
Episode 2, I need to see some people getting burnt. I'm sorry, something got to do.
I give them 2 episodes. You made an excellent point. I'll give them 2. I don't see no fighting from episode 3 on. It's over. I'm like, I'm done. I'm done.
Done. I agree. We together on that. We on the record for that one. You got like 2 to 3 episodes. I ain't seeing nobody getting burnt in 3 episodes. You fucked up this season for me.
So HBO, George R.R. Martin, and everybody involved with this shit. I'm telling you now, and everybody that want to soundbite this, because I know you copycats on YouTube like to do the same shit. Saying it now, you heard it here first. They got 2 episodes on season 3 to give us some fighting. If episode 3, it don't, and from then on, that how many episodes they have? 8 episodes, 8 episodes. From episode 3 to episode 8. If we don't see swords clashing and heads getting chopped off and people getting set on fire, we're not watching the rest of the season. Done.
Well, Beastly, we really got to talk about that one episode where the 2 brothers had to fight. And like,
that's the most action you got that whole damn series. Besides that, episode 4.
It was a great episode and everything, but I'm just like, fuck, man. I hated to see it.
But it was going to happen because if you read the book, it happens in the book the same fucking way.
It's the same thing that happens in the book. It's just to show that how tough this fight is going to be between these 2 sides, because you have to remember this is not 2 different warring factions. This is one family. This is all within this family. It's all within the same family. These are nieces, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, cousins. This is all within the family. That's all it is.
What really disappointed me about that fight was that, like, I thought, like, the one that was like fighting for Rhaenyra was going to lose the fight initially. I did think he was going to lose, but he ended up winning the fight, and then he ended up taking himself out after the fight.
Yeah,
like, fuck, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
because he still had love for his brother.
Yeah, and that's a crime.
That's why it fucked me up.
Yeah, it was still a crime, and he felt that bad about it. He killed his twin brother. I understood it, and I thought it was really tragic, but it lets you know how personal this fight is between these two camps. It's coming down to blood against blood, family, brothers against brothers. That shit's fucked up, because you think about it this way: Rhaenyra and Aegon are brother and sister, even from different mamas. They got the same daddy. They brother and sister. Yeah, even Aemon is her brother. Yeah. So she's fighting against her own siblings.
And
Aemon killed his nephew. He killed his fucking nephew. His sister's boy. He killed her. Don't give a shit.
Well, remember, they actually took revenge on. They actually took revenge on one of the officers.
Yeah, and if you read the book, it goes into detail more why she is so hesitant to actually even fight them, because kinslaying, she believes it's a curse.
Yeah, it's a
And
curse.
so if you kill your own family member, it's gonna bring a curse upon your family. So even in the book, that's why she's trying so hard to stop it, because she doesn't believe, she doesn't want to kill her family members.
Right. And that's why
well,
that's why the twin killed himself. He killed his kin.
Mm-hmm.
He killed his own kin, his brother at that. No, that's not what you do.
and that also wasn't the intention of Damon, because like he was like take out the son, but
Nah,
yeah,
Aemon was fucking around, and that dragon was, believe it or not, that dragon is a little bit too much for him to control, because the dragon is a lot older than him, and sometimes he listens and sometimes he does what the fuck he wanted to. And when that little baby dragon threw that fire on his ass, he was done with that little baby dragon shit. We ain't playing this hide and go seek bullshit.
Well, I was talking about like with Damon, like I was talking about like with Damon when he was telling them like, yo, like you got to go take out this kid, and then he took out the wrong one, like up there in King's Landing.
That was Daemon.
Oh, you're talking about
did that?
Sorry, Damon. Yeah, my bad. That's
what Damon did that, and Damon didn't. I don't know why they always send the dumbest people to do these fucking important missions, dude. It's like, god damn it, y'all need to give them some fucking real decent directions, because they couldn't find one, so they just took the. What the fuck?
Oh, you talking about blood and cheese?
Yeah, blood and cheese. They should have been strung up. Yeah, they should have been strung up. These are some of the dumbest dudes. That's why I was mad at Damon. Like, you sent the two dumbest motherfuckers in the world to go do this shit, right? Oh my god, dude, this couldn't.
Yeah, like
you couldn't find the faceless men, because I know they was around at this time. You couldn't go get one of them motherfuckers.
You find no faceless men. There ain't no faceless people around. Shit.
Well, at the time, like in the show, they were just like, yeah, we can't find our target, so let's just get him instead. I'm just like, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah, they fucked it up. Let's see, if they die into the mystic art of the young queen who gave up her child, I can't wait for the battles. Yeah, and I think Ghostman is right. The next season is going to be more women sneaking around and less dragon breath. Yeah, less women sneaking around, more dragon breath is what I'm campaigning for. Sorry.
Oh, wait, don't forget women hunching each other, because we got that in the fucking show too.
I might be down with some lesbian shit, but I don't need it everywhere, and I don't need that to be the main story. If I wanted to watch that shit, I'd watch lesbian porn. Look, I'm looking for dragons and some other shit. I don't give a fuck about that part. And the HBO formula is always to bait you with sex in the first season and then gradually get to telling you just a real story and dropping the sex out of it altogether. So I understand that tactic in doing that for a show. We too far along now for you to be trying to dive into this. Oh, she's possibly a lesbian. Man, get the fuck out of there with this shit. Just move on with the damn story. I know y'all want this titillation, but make another show that's all medieval and it's all women in charge and they can all fall down on each other and be up under each other's skirts the whole fucking season. Go do it over there. Just finish the fucking story as it is written with minor changes. Just do that. Just do that. I don't need you filling in the blanks. Well, this woman never really had this much of a story because it probably wasn't fucking interesting. Move on. She don't need one now just because you looking at the show. No.
Look, George R. Martin knew what the fuck he was doing. Quit trying to change his work.
Yeah, no shit. He's still alive.
Well, that's
right.
The thing. Like,
McShay said Game of Thrones is tits and dragons. That's what it is. Game of Thrones was tits, dicks, and dragons.
Well, that's the whole thing with like House of Dragon for me. It's like I thought we're going back like fucking 1,000 or hundreds of years before Game of Thrones, right? You would think that like the primary thing involved in the show is going to be dragons burning the fuck up out of people.
But that's the thing because because of how it is written, there's some characters in there that you don't see for a while, and George R. R. Martin doesn't go into what they were doing. What these people are doing is coming in, and those little side stories and shit, they want to flush out because it involves a female character. So they want to fill that out and try to put it into some kind of showcase in the episode, even though you're not supposed to give a fuck about what's going on with this character. You're not even supposed to know. They want to fill it out because they think they're reaching women with that shit. You're not reaching women with that shit because nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's just boring to the women too. It's only interesting to the people trying to fill it out.
Like even in Game of Thrones, like I think the biggest dragon was one of these House of the Dragon dragons, and like I can't remember the name, but like I believe it started with a V. I could be wrong, but like I believe one of the biggest dragons. Yeah, I believe one of the biggest dragons was they mentioned House of the Dragon, but they had like the skull in Game of Thrones, so it's like you know, like to remember the throughout history.
That's a different. Yeah, that's a different dragon.
Burning the fuck up.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, that's Aegon's. That was Aegon the Conqueror's dragon. His head, that dragon head. What you're talking about?
I'm tripping. Vagar was one of the big three that they had that was still alive.
Yeah.
But Aegon the Conqueror had the biggest dragon.
Right. And that's his dragon's head that you see in House of the Dragon. That's what that is. So, and Ray said, I'm not surprised about the rainbow activity after Damon slept with his niece. That's not even rainbow activity. That's incest. That's Appalachic. It's actually Appalachic wife. Like that's country shit as far as I'm concerned. That's just country shit.
That's ancient royal family type stuff. Like it's normal, bro.
It's not even royal family shit. You can see that shit happening right now today in the real world. If you here in the US, you know some of them the middle states up in the woods and stuff like that. That's how the fuck they get down.
Them really small towns.
Look, 10,000 people, 2 last names. Like what? Yeah. No, that's how they get down. So I'm not surprised. It comes from that medieval time shit, but that shit happens even today. So I'm not surprised about that shit. I don't even consider that rainbow activity. That's just some alternative lifestyle shit.
Well, I mean, the Hatfields and the McCoys, them two country families, them motherfuckers are actually related.
Yeah.
Well, watching the Game of Thrones.
Well, if you guys are going to talk about that, like I did, like actually speak to a doctor before, and he's telling me that there's actually a family that lives in the U.S. that specifically that this is the only family in the world that have this blood type. It's called Type X. If you ever heard of it, but Type X is basically it's a blood type that's been interbreeded for so long that they created their own blood type.
Damn.
They're mutant.
Yeah.
That might be the British royal family, right? Just saying, that's how you keep that shit. Ghostman said he talking about the love triangle between Rhaenyra, Alicent, and Mysaria. Yeah, Mysaria ain't even supposed to be there doing shit with the queen, and that's like that makes Rhaenyra seem like the dumbest, most needy bitch in the world. That the one chick that she gonna start messing around with while her uncle husband is gone, is the one brothel owning hoe bitch that he was fucking with. Like, talk about sloppy 7,000s. Yuck.
Fucking with your husband's side bitch. Like, how's that work?
His ex side bitch. He ain't even fucking with her no more. And she was mad about that. Oh hell no! Now you want to be no? She needs to be
side bitch times 2, artisan. She's a side bitch.
She was a whole hoe. She was a whole hoe. She's the paternal side. She's the perpetual side bitch. Like, what are you talking about? No.
So are we talking about her Ungspin or her husband, like husband or whatever you call it?
Her uncle husband.
Yeah, uncle husband.
Uncle husband. That's it. You are fucking trick, Uncle fucker. That doesn't even make any sense to me. But that's women writing the shit wanting to see that together. Like, oh, let's ship these two characters together. Man, fuck her. She shouldn't be even fucking with that bitch. She should be the most disgusting woman she's ever seen. Mysaria needs to have her ass on a cart somewhere with Lord Larys. There's 2 people who about to get their ass done in. Now, I didn't read the book, but I'm saying that's what should be happening with these characters from what I'm watching. These are 2 of the most untrustworthy motherfuckers you could be dealing with.
I'm
And the
waiting for
characters
some
in the show
treachery.
acting stupid as shit. Like, yes, I will trust you. And oh, my husband is gone. Damon's gone. You know what that dick is like, right? Shut the fuck up. That's
So you
that's
need to
so
bump
fucking
uglies that bad? I was like,
oh my
damn, you
Well,
got
I've said this from the very beginning when you were talking about the show that like Lord Laris gives me Littlefinger vibes, and I couldn't stand Littlefinger.
well, that's kind of what he's supposed to hearken on. He's supposed to hearken on Lord Baelish in the future time in Game of Thrones. But Loras is doing what he can to actually manipulate power. That's all he's doing. That's just what he is. That's why I love that word lickspittle. That's what he's doing. He's just trying to maneuver his way into being in positions of power. What was the point of Damon's daughter chasing the dragon in the Vale, leaving her family unattended? Yeah, because from what I understand, they took a character out of the book. There was a character in the book that actually has that dragon. They left that character out. So to
yeah.
still have that dragon turn up, they used another female character that didn't have much story going on with her at this point in time and put her ass in there. That's why. A little bug-eyed, looking like a runaway slave chick.
Some girl power shit, basically.
Oh, scared face ass. I can't stand that shit, dude. I'm always putting them bug-eyed black folks on the screen like that and have them doing some dumb shit.
And not pretty.
She might be pretty, but that bug-eyed look, that's that runaway
No.
slave look. I don't like that.
No, not pretty, Artisan. They always get the most unattractive black chick to play them goofy ass roles.
True.
Like there ain't no attractive sisters out there. I'm like,
Yeah, he's fucking killing me.
Okay, I'll say this. What really pissed me off about that last episode is that she never actually got to ride the fucking dragon. I'm like, what was the point for all this buildup?
So she can ride a dragon next season, so they can show you that this is where we're going away from the book, and we're going to move this character into a position of having a dragon where this character never did.
Because she wants to fight. Remember?
Yeah, whatever the fuck. A lot of people want to fight, and a lot of people are garbage at it. Was there a warning in the beginning of the House of the Dragons will destroy itself? Yeah, they will, because that's how that ends. Kill each other. Laura Laris and Damon's ex-wife were basically in the boat. Yes, both. They both the same fucking character. They're not both in the same boat together, but they basically the same character. They're doing the same shit, manipulating their way closer to power and who they see as being the potential king and victor in that situation, and trying to make sure they're as close to power as they can be. And where Laris couldn't give Aegon no dick, Mysaria can get her little lick on Rhaenyra.
She's a munch.
Use sex. Yeah. She can use sex to get what she wants. Lord Laris ain't using sex to get shit. Okay. Unless he's gonna turn
Maybe
into
a foot fetish.
Broke back dragon in this bitch. I snuck you away, so you owe me. Your
Lord
mother didn't
Aegon,
wanna-
I can't quit
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Oh, God. You owe me, Lord.
Well,
My Lord. Your mother only let me see her feet. You're gonna show me a lot more. You can't run. You can't run. I give you my milk of the poppy.
And HBO, don't be stealing shit, you sick bastards, because I know you probably. That's a great plot. No, it ain't.
Yeah, that'll be your season opener. Fucking Lord
That's
Larry
actually
King Aegon and wearing his ass out.
That's actually a great
With the
point.
braces on his legs.
Yo, they open with that shit. I'm done. So.
I might watch that shit for entertainment purposes. It turned into a comedy now. It just turned into a comedy show. Fuck it. The two cripples got together.
He in a dark ass cave with the firewood. He in terror. He screaming in horror. No.
What are you doing?
Well,
The same thing you done to the chambermaids.
Well, like
that's some irony, like a motherfucker.
Right.
Well,
That one of the chambermaids just happened to be related to Lord. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well,
I knew what you did.
to what Ray said, Like Ray
He's
was
gonna
talking
call the
about like
show
Damon.
Spartacus and get it over with.
Like just quickly responding to what Ray said, like talking about like Damon's ex-wife. Which ex-wife are you talking about? Are you talking about the first wife that he deleted, or are you talking about the second wife that self-deleted?
Yeah, because both of Damon's ex-wives are dead. Masseria wasn't his wife. Masseria was his mistress. Because Masseria, the white worm, she owned the brothel. She was the madam of the brothel. So that wasn't his ex-wife. That was his ex-bitch, his ex-side bitch. But both of Damon's ex-wives is dead. Okay.
Well, the second one, I thought she was Corliss's daughter. Maybe I fucked that up.
The second one was Corliss's daughter, but she dead too. She's the one who had Vagar. She dead. Vagar killed her.
That's what I'm saying. Like, wasn't he married to Corliss's daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
He was.
Like after the fact? Like after
But you can't be married to Ash. I'm sorry. She is definitely gone. Okay, we saw that. She is definitely gone.
He wasn't actually married to the chick that was like fucking with Rhaenyra. He wasn't actually married. It was a fake marriage. You remember that? Like it was a fake marriage.
No,
like,
it was a political marriage to unite. I know what you're talking about. It was
you guys mixing it up. Andre is jumping around, so he's talking about two separate things. He's talking about when Daemon showed up at Dragonstone with Masseria, claiming she was pregnant. She was never pregnant. And they weren't really married. Okay, this is the problem with jumping all over the place and not using names and being specific. He was married to Corliss's daughter. She died. He was married to the other chick in, I think it was the Vale. She died too because she hit her head on a rock, and he went and finished her ass off because she was talking shit to him. So he has two exes in the ground. Masseria was never his actual wife. Never. They faked that shit just to piss off his brother. She was never pregnant. She was never his wife. She was his mistress, a brothel owner. Plain and simple. So her fucking around with Rhaenyra knows she was a brothel owner because when Daemon took Rhaenyra to the brothel to get a little randy with her, she was there. Masseria was there. That's how she knows her. So they ain't never been.
Well, Artisan, please delete his comment. Broke back dragons, because we're gonna have this in like a year or two.
No, I'm not deleting that shit because I said it. I like that one. It's funny. Brokeback Dragons is funny. I'm not deleting that comment. Fuck that shit.
I'm willing to bet we're gonna have a show like this in like.
We do need a Brokeback House of the Brokeback Dragon. We need that. Larry's got to get his due somewhere, right? He got to find some power somewhere. Do something with his club foot. Okay, yeah. Yeah, who's screwing Rhaenyra? Yeah, she ain't screwing her. She giving her the tongue tornado, but I wouldn't necessarily call that screwing.
She's a munch, man. I just told you.
She's a muncher. She's a muncher, Joey. She just likes to munch. Rhaenyra's son Laenor faked his death and traveled west to create the first gay club in Westeros, called the Brokeback Dragon.
Damn.
Technically, though, they say Laenor is dead because Sea Smoke found another rider. That Sea Smoke would not have found another rider if Laenor was still alive. So technically, that's what they're saying. That Laenor is actually, even though you didn't see it.
If a show comes out called Brokeback Dragon, I'm blaming all of you guys here. Right now.
I'll take the blame for that shit. I'll take the blame for that, and I'll laugh. I will laugh. House of the Brokeback Dragon. I will laugh my ass off for that. That's what I said. That is when the show will deviate from being a serious show to just being a comedy, and then I'll just watch it to laugh.
It'll be funny as hell.
It'll be funny as hell.
Man, look, I'm telling you, they already had one of those. It was called Spartacus. And that was like one of the main drawbacks to this show. They already had it.
Bro, as much as I like that show, that shit killed I was like, fam, I could have went the whole season without seeing somebody getting pumped in the ass. I was like, yo, fam. I remember I was talking to my teacher in high school my senior year. She was like, I said, man, excuse my language, but I could have went the whole season without seeing that shit. She said, why not? I said, I did not want to see another grown ass man in a cell getting taken advantage of. That was not cool. I was like, oh fuck,
Yeah,
man. Now I gotta
look, when people sit up there and really get into the Romans and Greeks and really praise them, that's what they got down on. That's what they fucking did. Like, so if you want to make it historically accurate,
yeah.
well, there's your accuracy.
And what threw me off, I said, the dude, I was like, yo, ain't he the red Power Ranger from one of the damn Power Ranger seasons? I said, oh damn, it made it even worse. I was like, no. That's why I was like, he just now started doing the cons again. I said, because your ass couldn't come around when we first started this shit.
Ranger danger.
You had to go do Jessica Jones and get that stick off you.
Great part. You can say what you want to say, but you got to leave Spartacus out of this.
Why not?
Yeah, the Spartan. Look, but see, in 300 Ghost Man, Leonidas told them what was up when he was talking about them different versions of them different Greeks and why they wouldn't come to battle. He called them by name. He said they was boy lovers.
The Athenians.
Yeah, he told them what the fuck it was. That was what was going on back then. That's why you read your history to understand who these people are that you always supposed to be, you know, aspiring to be and holding up as your things. You understand how fucked up some of these things were. Like you call the West like the New Age Rome. Well, Romans wasn't all that damn good. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that Colosseum is a nice looking structure, but you know why that was there, right? For all the political shit that was going on, ruining your fucking society with all this depravity and everything else. So yeah, you want to aspire to be the Roman Empire? Where are they now? They gone. You can join them. You can join them.
Apparently, Athena was into some weird stuff as well.
Yeah, Athenians
or Athens or whatever. Right?
The Catamites is what they called them. Was the pedos of that time.
Yep.
Which like today, a lot of people wasn't cool with that shit either.
Tried to get wifey to watch season 1. She tapped out now called Spartacus. The show. The show. Look, Spartacus is only going to appeal to you if you've ever seen the original Spartacus and give a shit about gladiators. All the rest of that shit they threw in there for that modern audience was that sex shit, because that's what was working with Game of Thrones. That's what worked to get over. So
that actually was pissing me off a little bit, because I was like, God damn, every episode somebody gotta get fucked. I was like, what's going on here?
Well, I mean,
look at JT and say, "Damn, Beastly, you that you?"
Yeah.
I mean, Spartacus mostly was mainly on that bullshit.
Blood and sand. Blood and sand and booty holes.
Well, like the main thing I liked about that show is like that was at the time, like after like, you know, like the whole like Naruto, Bleach, like kind of stuff, like the anime that was going out was pretty much it was a dude that was getting fucked up and about to die, and like when he gets to that point where he just like starts fucking shit up. That's what I liked about the show.
Look, Ghost Man, he said most of the gods in Olympus was doing freaky shit. Who is Zeus's wife? His sister.
Yeah. Yep.
His sister. And what is his sister all jealous of? Zeus going down there and fucking mortals. Why is she jealous of that shit? She likes Cersei and Jamie. Like, Jesus Christ, calm down. Bruh. Yeah, look, that whole thing, and even if you take the gods in Greek mythology as being metaphors, right? Even if you take them that way, this shit in their society was kind of twisted. A lot of weird shit was okay with them. A lot of it was. And we emulate that shit these days. We try to emulate that shit. And it's like, well, if you didn't think it was right then, what makes you think it's right now? That's why I can sit there and say comfortably that, yeah, I'm sure gay people or whatever, have been around for all of human society, right? But their numbers ain't never been real big. Never. Couldn't have been. It just couldn't have been.
Well, like back to what the brother was saying, it's like even that movie, The 300, when I actually looked into it deeper, it was like, yeah, there was a reason why they were so like why they were like highly trained in battle and stuff, right? Because there was a lot of weird stuff going on with them. I'm just saying,
Of
look it
course,
up.
of course. You know about the Battle of Thermopylae in the comic? Because of the comic, it was written. Frank Miller wrote that shit off of that story. You go back and do your research. I'm sorry, I got something flying around in here that's bothering the fuck out of me. I always want my windows open, but then shit come in the window, and I'm like, oh, damn it, I gotta kill you, bitch. Matt, sorry. Being a fan of Hercules and Xena as a kid, it was a great seeing Lucy Lawless in Spartacus. I like Lucy Lawless.
Yeah,
I liked her.
yeah.
I liked her Xena character, even though I was seeing it as a ripoff of Red Sonja. But I did like Lucy Lawless. Lucy Lawless got a good personality, which makes watching her not. I know feminists and lesbians love Xena because of that, but it was a good show. It was a decent enough show.
I'm actually glad that you brought it up because like I actually like that show. I actually did watch Cena. I'm not gonna front. I actually did watch that show. I actually did like it.
Watched, but you understand why that show was good too, right? Because they took most of everybody that worked on the Hercules show and they went to Xena. Yeah. That's why Kevin Sorbo was kind of salty with her for all these years. Because I said your show was only good because you took half of my production team and they all went to your show.
Well, that means that production team was good, and that means whatever show they were working on was going to be good. Because if they left and you were still on your show would have still been awesome too.
Mm-hmm.
That means it wasn't you, motherfucker.
Yeah,
like I didn't know why I liked the show, but I did know that I liked it.
Well, that's how you get into following certain teams of people when you find out who the showrunner is, who wrote the show and stuff like that. That's when you start finding that shit out because you can see it on a serialized show. You can see it clearer. Put it that way. In a movie, you only get 2 hours. You might not know the next project that this same screenwriter or whatever does, right? You might not know. But if it's on a series, people usually come in and direct different episodes, right?
Mm-hmm.
People come in and write different episodes, and then you can see the flavor of what's going on with each one of these writers or directors. You can pick out their style if you see it enough times. So after that, you get connected to people like, oh, okay, this person did these episodes on this show, but they're doing this show now. I'll go watch that now because now I know what I'm going to get from them. Like finding out X-Men 97 was so good because Bo DeMeo script wrote it would make me want to go back and watch The Witcher now, which I really had no interest in watching outside of Henry Cavill. But now
wait, hold on. Did you seriously never watch The Witcher?
Like I just said, I never watched The Witcher, and I would only watch it for Henry Cavill. But knowing how Bo DeMeo writes now, and knowing he was writing on this show, I would be more apt to go back and watch it now because I understand how he writes. It might be more interesting to me now.
Well, Artisan, I beg of you, please go watch that show, please.
I never played the games and I didn't read the book, so I wasn't that interested in The Witcher. My only interest was Henry Cavill, but that wasn't enough of a reason for me to watch it. And every time somebody told me about it, the fight scenes with this and that, it was like, I don't watch movies just for fight scenes.
Well
I watch martial arts fight scenes, but that's because I don't speak the language.
Like me either. I never played the Witcher games. I never watched, like, I never read the books, but I watched the show, and that was based off of like dudes in like the MGTOW space that were talking about the Witcher, and I checked it out. I'm like, now I see what they're talking about. Like, definitely you need to go watch it, but like after season 2, watch at your own risk. That's all I'm saying. Season 3 is like,
hold up. Which season did Bo DeMeo write? Did he write the first? Because if he wrote the first season is awesome.
I understand he was on the first 2 seasons. He was there on the show. He was there until Cavill left. right? So
Okay. That makes sense. Okay.
got my brother Malika Me Bain on the show. What's good, Malika? And let me give you your props because I see somebody did donate to the stream. I wasn't even looking at that shit. Let me give you your props because I do appreciate it. So shout out to Malika Me Bain coming on the stream and supporting the stream, saying salutations to you and the Geek Elite. I will give you. Next one goes out to Joe Herb. Appreciate you, Joe Herb. And Herbert Stay said his weekly tithe. Appreciate you, good church boy. Appreciate you. I will give you power.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
And shout out to Aquateki. No message at all. He just donated. Appreciate you, Aquateki. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lie. Run it up. Never let a hard time on
All right. What you got, Malika? You off work? Free and clear?
What we talking about, guys? I just popped in. I just heard y'all talking about Golden Mail. That's it.
We shoot this share here.
We were just talking in general about writing. At this point, it was just talking about writing and mentioning next season, the House of the Dragon is going to be called the House of Brokeback Dragon. And we will be waiting on Lord Larys to have King Aegon bent over somewhere with his crippled legs not being able to push out and giving him some Pulp Fiction.
He's going to be
He's going to get some recompense.
Another version of Ramsay Bolton, just in a different.
You're going to get a Bolton, all right. Look, Larry's got a cane too. You gonna wrap that shit around his head?
Shit.
I think I had that boy begging for him.
50 Shades of Larry. 50 Shades of Larry.
Yeah, you leave through chicks that writing and shit. That's where it's gonna go. Trust me.
My God! Please
that last episode, man. That season finale.
Sure, they got
people got some ideas.
Like shout out to Malika for pulling up. I think he called it the House of Estrogen. And like I said, I'm gonna have to block you for saying that. Even though I got love for you, but I have to block you for saying that.
You ain't gonna like me for this next one. They got a new song called out.
What's that?
House of Ice Inside of Me.
Jesus Christ. Bro, HBO, if you're watching, please don't take none of these fucking ideas.
The House of Incest Inside of Me. That's what
you sick bastards would that's writing this shit. You would do this shit. Oh my God. This would be Spartacus all over again.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to see the show go that way, but I'm not in control of this shit. So I'm along for the ride. I'm just got to see where they're going with it.
No Diddy.
The main name Cisco. Like, yeah, whatever. Fuck.
Unleash the dragon.
We could say no dragon.
No dragon.
No dragon. No dragon.
No dragon, man. No Aegon. Seeker had a lot of potential. They went way far deviated from the books. Fractured Legend of the Seeker. I don't know. That must be about the Witcher stuff. Because I didn't the Witcher stuff.
Longo just made it to my block list with his comment he just said.
He said it's better to invest in the time in the game. It's like 3 of them motherfuckers. I don't have that much time to play.
You mentioned about writing. Remember, I had texted you earlier this week about what's the name of Ripley. I had watched the show this past week. I don't know if any of the brothers on the chat has seen it. It was a modern rendition of
Talented Mr. Ripley.
Talented Mr. Ripley. And it was written well. 8 episodes. It's on Netflix. Very noirish. Very, when you have modern adaptations or certain adaptations, and when you put a new spin on it, well, and it was very well done. I The guy that played Andrew Scott, the one who played Moriarty
And Sherlock.
he was
He's
great.
good. He's a great actor. That's what made me want to watch the show.
Yeah.
And right before you had sent me the text about the show, I was on Netflix putting stuff, in my wish list, taking stuff off that I've already watched. And I saw that Ripley was out, and I made sure it was on my list, because when I first saw it, it hadn't even been announced yet. So it wasn't on there to select, right? It's just a trailer. But I already like Andrew Scott. His performance as Moriarty killed it for me. The motherfucker's awesome. Some of the other stuff I've seen him in, he's really good. And when I saw the trailer for that, I was like, I'm into this. Is this the talented Mr. Ripley? It's like, yeah, I'll watch this. Because he just get over, man. He just get over. I want to see this shit. And it says it's a thriller. I love thrillers.
Yes. FYI, Elliot Sumner. Guess whose son that is?
Elliot Sumner?
Yep.
Whose son is that?
Sting.
Is that Sting's son?
Well, Sting's
the singer. Yeah,
Sting's non-binary son.
Oh, that's Sting's real name. That's Sumner. I didn't know that.
Sumner.
Huh. I'm looking at it. I'm really looking hard at his face and like, do I see Sting in there? Yeah, I guess.
I can see the ears and the eyes and the nose. I'm like, okay. Because that's him and Trudy's youngest, child, second youngest child, I should say.
Man, Ray, you got to stop trolling in this bitch. You got to quit. You got to quit, man. You got to quit.
Ray smoking something.
No, Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock was not the best version. Yeah, it could be the best. I can see that part you said to me. Okay, to you.
Okay.
No,
it was. I like
Benedict Cumberbatch. Benedict Cumberbatch is Sherlock. I've seen a lot of Sherlock Holmes, different versions of him. That one I really liked. I like Robert Downey Jr.'s too, but it's Robert Downey Jr. again.
Yeah,
it's Robert Downey Jr.
Just
being
with
Robert
a British
Downey
accent. With a British accent.
With a sometimes British accent. Like, come on, man. But it was a guy. Was Guy Ritchie?
Yeah,
Matthew Vaughn. That was more the selling point to me than Robert Downey Jr. being Sherlock, because that wasn't a lock for me. But Benedict Cumberbatch, that Sherlock show was awesome, motherfucker. Smart, clever, asshole-ish in some senses. Could be funny, but he playing it really, really sick. Like, I'm not antisocial, I'm anti-idiot. Oh my God.
He had some serious antisocial personality disorders. I was like, okay.
Yes, that motherfucker was sharp. Even his brother,
Mycroft.
Yeah, Mycroft. Even his Mycroft was really good.
Yeah.
The actor has been in some other shit that's actually good too.
And you can see Mycroft, he had some psychological issues too. So it wasn't just him.
No, the family that Sherlock, as brilliant as he was, they rooted it in something real, which is he has a mental disorder.
Yes.
He's kind of a mental case. He's like Asperger's in a sense. That's why he's so good at this shit. And why, when he didn't have anything to do, he'd be going crazy and doing drugs and shit. It played into
we gotta talk about like what Ray said earlier, since Malika just got through here. Ray was saying that season 2 of Rings of Power was the best season.
Oh, I heard that when I was at work. I heard you talking about that at work.
Yeah.
And that's why I typed in. That's when I typed in. What's the name? That's when I typed in that little smart quip though. I was like, oh God.
Look, what Ray can do for me, because I know Ray will like this. Ray, go to the movie theaters, or how you do, surfing the high seas, and then down when you do, watch that War of the Rohirrim, and tell me what you think of that shit. Because I've heard that is a departure. They doing the same thing in that they were doing in House of the Dragon, where they're filling out a story with a character that didn't have nothing to do with what was going on, and they putting the character in there because it's a female. So I just saw the trailer yesterday watching Beetlejuice. The trailer looks good. It's going to be on the big screen, which is like I want to watch anime, and I got something else on that. But it looks like it might be entertaining for the most part. Bob Schultz, I don't know who you are, so you backstage so I can see you. If you cam up, I can see who you are, and then I'll put you on.
What was really interesting to me about like what Ray said when he said like House of the Dragon season 2 was like better than season 1. Like there's been a lot of people that were saying that like they released the first couple episodes, so you haven't actually watched the whole season. So how can you say it's better?
Okay, that's a damn troll. That fucking Eggman picture. Must be some of Andre's friends.
Nah, don't
I will say this. If you guys where are the anime fans at in here? There got to be some outside of Ray and myself, and maybe
it's like me. I'm one of them.
Okay, so here's the thing: how many of you know that Ninja Scroll is at its 30-year anniversary or something like that?
Yeah, they put it out.
And because of that, they're releasing it in theaters this month. Who got their ticket already?
I didn't get it.
Oh man, probably not even gonna come to my area.
When the fuck did that memo go out?
They did that. They've been talking about it for a minute because they said that it's coming out in theaters.
One at a time, Andre. Let Malika talk, and then you can talk. Okay.
No, they were. Here was the funny thing, though, Beastly. A lot of millennial and a lot of zennial anime heads have not heard of Ninja Scroll. And they were talking about it, and other people were like, oh, what is up with Ninja Scroll? And they were checking it out. And Gen X people like us, we were like, y'all you hear about Ninja Scroll? No, I heard about it. My dad or my uncle talked about it. And it was like, but then they say, well, it's the 30th anniversary coming up. And I was like, damn, it's 30 years. And they were putting it in theaters. They started it putting in theaters in your area, Artisan, and also in New York and other areas.
Oh no, I got my ticket already. I saw the advertisement on Instagram, Beastly. I saw the advertisement there. I watched it, and then I looked it up on Fandango to see where it was coming close to me. It's coming out. I think it's on the 30th or something like that. I already bought my ticket. I'm going to see that shit in the theater because that's the only way I've never seen it. I've never seen it in the theater, but I own that movie. I own that movie on VHS and DVD. I'll go see it in the theater.
Like when I was looking up, like I was just looking up movies to watch, and I did see Ninja Scroll was up there, but it was talking about like 25, 30 year type anniversary stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's boomer anime to me. I don't know.
She said boomer anime.
Did you just say boomer anime? Are
you
you
shut the fuck up?
Like I
boomer anime.
I forgot about Ninja Scroll. My uncle watched Ninja Scroll. I think that
you are an asshole, sir.
I was like, what the hell? I didn't even know. I'm looking for showtimes now. Is it not showing in Houston anytime soon? Like, what are we doing?
Movie time starts September 11th. My ticket is for September the 11th.
Hold on.
Anniversary for the fall of the towers, man.
So from the 11th through whatever is when it's coming out. I'm going to see Ninja Scroll in the theaters. I'm going to see Ninja Scroll in the theater. And this screen that I'm seeing it on, hopefully it's the IMAX screen. No, it's not. I wished it was on the IMAX screen. I'm seeing that shit on the biggest screen I can. I was waiting to ask you pseudo geeks online who was actually knowing about Ninja Scroll to go see it in the theater, because I was using this like as my litmus test. If you ain't never seen Ninja Scroll, how do you call yourself an anime fan? Where did you get on to anime with? Because there's certain movies you have to actually see.
Akira,
Ninja Scroll, Vampire Hunter D, maybe some of that black magic shit way back in the day.
Ninja Scroll was before my time. That's why I call it boomer anime, and I was just fucking with y'all.
Ninja Scroll There's other movies that were before my time. I still went back and watched them, like Fist of the North Star.
Exactly.
Bro,
Still go
Akira
back
came
and
out
watch
in the 80s. I wasn't even born until 91. What are you talking about?
He keep talking about boom. Ninja Scroll came out in the 90s, bro.
It came
This
out
is
93.
come on, man.
93. So, and JT, no, that's not what it is, JT. I did want to go see it with you, but I'm going to see it right after work. The closest theater to me was way up in Fairfield. So I'm going to see it right after work. I'm getting
I
off of
found
work.
it is playing here, Artisan. It is. I found all the theaters that are showing this one day at one damn time in particular.
Yep. It has one showing on September 11th, and that's the day I'm gonna go see this shit. So that's the time in the theater near me that's showing it. So it ain't that, JT. You know goddamn well if you an anime dude, if that shit was playing somewhere close, we'd have been there in that motherfucker watching popcorn together. But now you get to go watch it in San Francisco somewhere. It should be somewhere in Frisco.
And may I say the sequel sucked.
Yeah, we ain't talking about that
Ninja
shit.
Scroll 2.
The sequel in the series was bullshit, but this original Ninja Scroll, look, I'm trying to get BGS to go see that shit. Like, they got to be somewhere down in his area to see this because he don't know anime, right? But you want to see anime, this is one to watch and watch it the way most people saw it initially, at least in Japan, on the big screen. Like, you're supposed to be watching this shit. That's an awesome experience.
This is a classic.
And this is a classic. And I bet money you'll see that the animation still holds up to this day.
You know, when I first saw this is back in the 90s where we didn't have all access to anime. You had a tape from a tape, but tape from somebody where you had bootlegs from it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you had, and this is when we were talking about VHSs earlier, when you had to really put the tracking to try to read the subtitles because it was a tape of a tape of a tape of a tape.
Yeah, no shit.
And you were looking at like, could they? And this was like PG-13 or rated R because they're doing some
damn near R. It was damn near R.
Like they're doing some X-rated stuff up in this. I'm like, oh, what the heck?
Oh, JT. It's playing at the Metreon. It's playing at the Metreon, 7:30 p.m. on the 11th, September 11th, 7:30 p.m. at the Metreon.
I found it on Fandango.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Fandango. And this motherfucker is sold out. Boy, you got to sit under the screen to see this shit.
Wow.
That's
what I figured was gonna happen.
Let me look at the tickets now. Fuck, hold up. I thought I was going to get some time to.
Yeah, San Francisco. Yeah. 30th anniversary at 7:30 p.m. They only got seats under the screen. You sitting right in front of the handicapped people. That's the only way you seeing the shit.
I mean, if you're sitting in front of the handicapped people, like, you might as well stay at home.
Shit, I don't know. I'd still sit there. Depends on the movie. They're showing it in Daly City though too. Yep, the Daly City 20 EXD 7:30. Oh, they got plenty of seats. They got plenty of seats at the Daly City one.
So it's showing. And here it's saying it's showing 4 days. They're gonna have it showing the 11th through the 16th.
Yeah, that's the days it's supposed to be showing. But I'm looking at this first day. So 11th through the 16th, you can catch Ninja Scroll at the theater on the big screen. If you're an anime fan, you can claim you're an anime fan, and you ain't never seen Ninja Scroll. Shut your fucking face and go to the movie and just say you bought a ticket. Stop telling people you're an anime fan.
I'm trying to decide should I see it on the 11th or the 12th. The 12th is my Friday at work. I mean, I don't got to come back the next day.
You can see it on the 12th because last time I saw an anime movie on the big screen was Ghost in the Shell Innocence, and I saw it in Berkeley because that was like one of the only places you could see it outside of San Francisco, and the only times they show it was like midnight showings. Mm-hmm. So I went to that shit at midnight in Berkeley with my friends from the shop, my boy Jeff and them. I think Herb might have been there, and we went to go see Ghost in the Shell in the theater, and that shit was slow because it's the director Oni. He does some really cerebral shit. And it gets really slow in places where it's just singing.
This stuff, yeah.
Puts you to sleep. But you'll actually sleep. But the movie was awesome. It's one of my favorite Ghost in the Shell movies. And that was the experience of going to see it live on a big screen, on a theater screen, how they would watch it in Japan, because they take it a little bit more seriously. Like, come on, man, you gotta love Jubei. Gotta love Jubei.
When did that come out?
Which one?
Ghost in the Shell Innocence came out in the 90s, late 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's the sequel to the original Ghost in the Shell.
Mm-hmm.
And it focuses more so on Bato and Section 9 after the Major has gone.
Mm-hmm.
But the Major does show up, so to speak. But it's a little different. It's a little different story.
And like how you said, if you're looking for a Ghost in the Shell like you were seeing before, you're going to be sadly mistaken, because, like you said, this one is more cerebral and it's dealing with a whole lot of different stuff. Because, like you, brother, I was falling asleep because I had
because that's the director. Oni does that, man. It's like, I think I'm saying his name right. That it's the guy who directed it was Oni, something Oni, and he does cerebral shit, and it's very beautiful, and it's very artistic, and it's very slow at some points. He's the same guy, I think, that did Jinro, Wolf Brigade. Same thing. It'll get really slow in parts. It'll get really fucking slow. Beautiful, but slow as shit.
I couldn't make it through Jinro. I'm sorry.
That's probably why.
I'm just
Jinro,
saying.
go ahead.
I was saying you gave me shit one time when I said that. Like, I fell asleep watching Dragon Ball Superhero.
No, I didn't, because I'm not that big of a Dragon Ball fan. I respect Dragon Ball for what it is, but that's not usually my mainstay. Let's see. Make sure I got the director right, because I hate getting shit like that wrong. And since I'm older now, I have to rely on certain things, like reading glasses. Sent my daughter a picture of reading glasses. Shout out to the baby girl. She's going to Germany and Croatia next week.
Wow, that's what's up.
Right. And I sent her a picture of my reading glasses, so I was trying to read her itinerary, and I told her my eyes was going, and all she told me was, she kind of laughed and told me, welcome to the club. I'm like, what the fuck? My kids ain't shit. Yeah, not shit. Welcome to the club. Now you get what we get. Like, yeah, I know. All right.
Welcome to the club.
Oshi. Moramusa. No. Mamura Oshi. Oshi is the one I kept saying Oni. It's Oshi. Oshi is the one who actually will make a movie really slow and boring in the middle parts.
Did you do Paprika?
I don't know. I didn't see Paprika. So, God damn it. Decide.
Well, Artisan, I'm happy that you finally got on Squid Games, that you said you watched it. It's like season 2 was coming out at the end of this year. Same with
okay.
Part
yeah,
2.
So he did the first Ghost in the Shell. He did Ghost in the Shell 2. He did Pat Labor, Angel Egg, Pat Labor 2. Urisa Yakasura. He did Jinro. I knew it. Sky Crawlers. I didn't see Sky Crawlers, but I knew that was the one with CG. Red Spectacles. Yeah, he did a bunch of those. And as soon as you see the ones he did, you understand, like, oh yeah, I understand these had these slow parts in it. That's his style. I have this
one of anime.
He did Assault Girls. Assault Girls is cool as shit. It's cool as shit. We got my little hot Asian chick in there who don't say shit much of nothing. She was in a bunch of other movies, but she just dance around all the time in the damn show. Assault Girls is fun. It's a crew of girls, and what you watch is that they're in a video game.
Okay.
right? So you're in the video game with them. So they do goofy shit, and it's a guy in there that's pretty fucking funny, right? You run around with a baseball bat and shit like that, and you get killed, you lose all your stuff. And this chick keep killing his ass. She keep killing his ass, and he pissed off. He keep getting killed. He respawn. Bow. She capped him again. He's like, God damn it, stop! Stop doing it. But one of the girls in here is the character's name is Lucifer, and she just be dancing around the whole time. And I'm forgetting who is it. Who's the character? She's an Asian actress. She's been in a bunch of other stuff, but she's pretty as hell. But yeah, these are all of his movies. Like this shit right here, Beautiful Dreamer, man, that's an old anime. 84. Psst. Pat Labor. Yeah. So yeah, 73 years old. I wonder if he did yet. Probably not. But yeah, he'll make some slow shit. He'll make some slow shit. At some parts, it'll be slow as fuck, but it's still beautiful. It's nice to look at. The music is good, but that middle section in Innocence was a yawn. It was a yawn. Didn't take away from the movie because right after that they got to some action, and the action was awesome. Because I like my Section 9 dudes. I like my Section 9. With or without the major, Section 9 is a problem, dude. My boy Bato over there is gonna be trouble, dude. Gonna be some trouble.
And I'm kind of glad in the movie, one with that they did with the actress that played Black Widow,
Scarlett Johansson. Yeah.
When they showed the people from Section 9, I said, there you go. That's a nice crack team where you got a bunch of dudes chasing after some cyber psychos and stuff like that.
That's a squad.
Yeah.
I actually liked that movie. I didn't like it as much the first time going, but I liked the movie because I actually own that movie on Amazon. It actually integrated the original movie, the anime, the second gig, right, the standalone complex stuff. It actually integrated all that stuff as well as it could have. Could have been better. I didn't worry about the ethnicity swap shit. Like, look, man, it just needs to be a chick. If you know she's a robot, what difference does it make? You know, Japanese people in some ways like that white skin, so it's not that big of a deal.
Are you talking about the Black Widow movie?
No, I'm talking about Ghost in the Shell.
The Ghost in the Shell movie, the live action movie.
Well, sorry, I heard Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, she played the main character in the live action flick.
Yep, 2017, and she looked nice in this little skin tight suit. Here you go. I'll help you out for the slow kids. I'm joking with you. You're not the slow kid, Andre. Here we go. There you go. There you go. She looked like the major to me. She looked like the major. Movie could have been better, but had a good soundtrack, and it hit on some of those beats that were brought up in the anime and the original movie, the OVA. So I liked it. I was like, okay, this is cool. Kuze and her could have been, related because that's what they hinted at in the anime, second gig stuff, the standalone complex shit. So I'm fine with that. That was where it probably should have went, but it pulled a lot on the original movie and then pulled some stuff from the anime.
Damn, Martin, you brought up a show that I have not watched in a long time. I used to watch that shit religiously late night on Toonami. I mean, on Adult Swim and Toonami.
What's that?
Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, that's my shit, dude. I love Ghost in the Shell. When I try to get BGS to watching anime, I give him Ghost in the Shell. And the one I give him is the last Ghost in the Shell movie, not this new shit that they're doing, but the last Ghost in the Shell movie with the original Section 9, where it's the Solid State Society. I always give him that one to try to watch because it's a good mix of the political intrigue, the cyber stuff, and then how they mix in real world conflicts and stuff like that into that show. How they feel about older people and what they do, what the state does to keep the money from these older people is fucked up, dude. But then it also feeds into being a natural part 3 to the original 2 movies. It does. That's the original part 3. After that movie, they went and redid it and made her younger and shit like that, and I didn't like that shit too much. I refused to kind of watch it
because they were trying to appeal to a younger group.
Yeah, they started the shit over again. It's like, I don't need the Major being some young chick. What the fuck? No, she's supposed to have been a soldier at one point. Okay, so she don't need to be a young chick. That's my squad right there. Bato and the Major, man. Look. All of Section 9 is a squad. Anybody on Section 9 ain't a slouch.
It's a badass.
The leader of the Section 9 is a bad motherfucker, man.
Man, the old man, yeah, he's something else.
Oh yeah, when he got to get down, it's on.
But that's the depiction. And if you're watching the Emperor of Ocean Park, you'll see what I'm talking about. The leader of Section 9, the old man, I'm forgetting his name at the moment right now. It'll come to me. He is a genius. He is a genius strategist.
Okay.
He strategizes. That's all he do. He don't have to go out into the field, but he has spent his time in the field because he's an older soldier. He's just an old man. But what is sharp is his intellect. He is smart as fuck. He develops plans and stuff like that for them that are on point. That motherfucker is sharp. That is what I envision of. If you say you are a chess player, you should be making strategic moves. That's what I measured up to. He's not Uzumaki. What the Aramaki? That's his name. Aramaki. Mixing up my Japanese. Yeah, Aramaki is a motherfucker. That old man is a problem. That's why I thought in the movie it was perfect casting for the person that they picked.
Kentishi Beat.
Yeah, he looked like an old dude, but you don't want to be fucking with him. You don't want to be fucking with that old dude.
That's why I said, they picked the right dude for this.
They picked the right dude for him. He'll put some lead in you too. Not bullshit. That old man was a problem. Yeah, Aramaki is a dude. Saito is my dude. I like Saito the sniper. Saito is good. What's the other one? The computer dude. Ishikawa, boy, dude. He get info.
Yep.
He gets info. That's just what it is. He get info. And he'll get busy with you. And then Bato is my dude. He's like second in command. I even like Togusa. Togusa is cool. He got his own little grit to him. They really fleshed it out in the series, but Togusa got, that whole squad. Section 9 is a team, dude.
Because there's only like 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah, small unit. But they get it done.
Because in the manga, you see them, but they briefly show them bits and parts in the manga.
Mm-hmm.
But in the show, like how you said, later on in some of the not the new ones, but the older shows, when they showed Section 9, and I saw them, was like, oh, this is a badass team. I said, okay. And I was like, there's only like 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah.
And my boy said to me, they don't need no more, man.
They don't, because they handle their business. Here you go. That's the squad right there. So you got the Major right up front with the purple hair, right? You got Aramaki on the right with the white hair. Ishikawa is in the back right. That's the computer guy. Togusa is the old beat cop that got on the Section 9 that don't have a lot of cybernetics or anything like that, right? So he's the beat cop, right? It's Pazu. He works with Ishikawa. He's another tech guy. You got Bato next to him. They used to be Rangers. That's why they got their eyes altered so they can see in different spectrums and shit like that. Bato is an old soldier, like for real, old soldier. Saito right here with the patch on his eye is a sniper. He's your espionage dude. He'll hit anything from anywhere, right? And then I forget. That's Boma and that's Pazu. That's what that is. I'm forgetting his name. Little squinty-eyed dude. He ain't a slouch either. That motherfucker dangerous. These people, all these dudes are ex-military in some kind of way, and they all got their own little groups of people that they deal with too. Like they own little intel and stuff. These motherfuckers is a squad, bro. And that's the whole team. That's Section 9 right there. That's it.
They will always tease the beat cop because he's young and he doesn't have any or very little cybernetics, and he's never been at war. He's just been a cop, and they would tease him. But the old man will say he's useful to us because the beat cop could go into the city and he could blend in, and he had connections within the city.
Yep.
And that was the great part, where you have all these hardened. It's kind of like you got a bunch of cybernetic ex GI Joe soldiers with a young what's the character that Bruce Willis that played in Die Hard?
John McClane.
You got a young John McClane. When
Mhm.
John McClane is really getting up there to be the heart and beat cop, you know. But listen, the old man pulled him in. He was like, you need to come stay with me. I like your style. But the
Yep.
major was cool because she knew how to put everybody together, but she was the only one that had, because you're always
Full
seeing
cyber.
it from her perspective because she's the one that was the mysterious one.
Yeah. Yeah, she's the only one with the she's the full prosthetic body.
Yeah.
She is the ghost in the shell. And if you want to break down the show, the ghost is your spirit
Yeah.
in this robotic shell, right? That's all she is at this point. So a lot of this team is not all made up of fully cybernetic people, because some people like Bato have a lot of cybernetic parts. Some people like Togusa don't have any. Aramaki don't have any parts, right? They have these enhancements, which makes it cyberpunk, but there's only one person there that has a fully prosthetic body. She is not a spirit. She can get that body destroyed and get downloaded into another body, right? Which gets you into these ideas of what is humanity and understanding what's humanity, because a lot of stuff that they end up dealing with is cyber crimes and this political intrigue and all this shit. That's all it is. It's understanding that Aramaki putting Togusa on that team was making sure the team still had some humanity.
Yeah.
Because they can get removed from it. If you're not feeling pain like people, normal people, you're not having reactions like normal people. Some of these people can't even get fucking drunk, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you have? You have people that are detached from the human condition completely, but they're still dealing with human crimes, and they deal with some grisly shit. I'm serious. They deal with some grisly ass shit that they have to walk in on. And these motherfuckers is just unfazed sometimes about it. Or sometimes they are phased. You know? Great anime. One of my favorite animes of all time, straight up. And I liked it more. I liked it from the first movie, the Ghost in the Shell movie. I liked it when I watched Innocence. But the series, the standalone complex, let's put a whole nother layer on that, was so much better. So much better. They villains was smart, capable, bringing everything against these motherfuckers. Boy, turn the whole country against media campaigns, all kind of shit. Boy, they was having to do their due diligence on having to have some brain cells. It wasn't all about punching shit.
What a friend had to tell me, right? He told me about what they do with anime. He says they will have a movie based on the manga, but then they will have a series. And he says they might have bits and pieces from the series into the movie, or bits and pieces of the movie into the series. But he says Ghost in the Shell movie exists, but he said watch the shows, watch the series, and you have a better understanding of what everything is. And and he said the sequel to the Ghost in the Shell movie, he says it's going to make you get a little tired. It's a little long in the tooth. But he says, he told me to watch it and break it down in spurts. Did I do that? No, I tried to sit there and watch it. And what I did, I wound up falling asleep. And he said, I told you, you got to break it down because, you know, it's going to be certain. He says, not like the first movie. And he says, he said, did you go back and check it out? And I said, I checked some about it. And at the end, it was kind of more interesting. He says, yeah, all right.
It's hella interesting.
He said, did you understand it? I said, no. And he says, okay, I'm going to break it down for you. And he had to break it down for me. Then he said, all right, check out the series. And then I told him, I said, oh, the series is hype. He says, so yeah, I know you like the series is hype because he said that Section 9 is a motherfucker in it. And I said, yeah, they some bad motherfuckers.
The series will end up flushing out more than they can in a movie. But Ghost in the Shell 1 and Ghost in the Shell 2, Innocence, they play right after each other. And you have to really think because it's really intelligently done about what is happening with the character. That's why I tell people off the bat, Ghost in the Shell 2 is not about Major Kusanagi. She's not the main character in that one. It's Bato is the main character. And what you deal with a lot of with Bato is him trying to move on after she has left Section 9, because that was his reason, in a sense, for being there. And how this group carries on without her, somebody who's had such an impact on them. When you get into the series, you see how they took it is that she put these members of the team together in Section 9. She was the one who picked them. And that's what's stretched out in the series. The first standalone complex, the second gig, that's what she's doing. She's building Section 9. You see these relationships developing, right? So they all still fit together. You're just understanding a timeline where they fit together until they got past Solid State Society, and then they just redid the whole thing with this Arise shit. Like, they just redid the whole fucking thing, which I wasn't interested in. I wasn't interested in that whatsoever.
And there's great world building too, man, because you get an idea of how this world is. And it's not just your total cyberpunkish thing. I mean, it was dealing with that because it was very popular at the time. That was a popular trend. But like how you said, you're dealing with how the way society deals with elderly, the youth, a lot of political intrigue and social intrigue because it's in Japan, crowding, dealing with how are we going to handle
aging population.
Exactly, aging population.
One of the things BGS talk about often, declining birth rates.
Exactly.
In that aging population. How they deal with that. That movie came out in like 2017 or something like that, 2014. It was hitting on some shit like, whoa, bro.
Yeah. That was one of the first major animes as a kid that I watched that really made me think about stuff like that. Because it got you thinking. That's why I like that show.
Yeah, it's very cerebral. It's very cerebral. That's why I enjoyed it so much, that it was a good mix of the science fiction, the military stuff, the political intrigue, the behind the scenes dealing stuff, the social commentary in a smart way. It was all really intelligently done, and then still dealing with the human condition. Right? All of this stuff wrapped together. And I'll tell you guys quickly two of my favorite scenes. One of my favorite scenes from the anime series was when the Major recruited Saito. And they get down to a scene where Saito understands he's fighting something that is a prosthetic body in this war area, right? They're at war. And she pulls a gun on him and just stands there, and he's trying to figure out why she is not shooting. And he makes the assumption that, okay, this is one of these older models that has to uplink to a satellite to get this next targeting system, and it's damaged. So I need to take my shot now, whatever. And she blasts his ass. And then he understands she was faking. She faked his ass out. She wanted to know who he was. And so she didn't kill him. She wounded him, which ended up being the reason he got his little cybernetic eye. And she recruited him onto his team. She said, I want you on my team. She beat that boy at his own game doing sniper shit and then recruited him. And that's how he ended up on the squad. And that's why he has respect for her. Like, yeah, what the Major said. Because she earned it. It wasn't just a gimme. She earned that shit. It was at war, dude. He was trying to take her ass out for real.
And another thing for female characters, this wasn't a Mary Sue. This is
no Mary Sue.
This is any DIY stuff. I mean, not DIY, diversity.
DEI, yeah. No
DEI. This wasn't somebody. Yes, this wasn't a person trying to be better than the male. She was. Here's the funny thing. You knew that she was a female. You knew that she was cybernetic. But at the same time, when she did her job, it was respected. No, she did her job. And when the old man would check her sometimes, she would have to show that respect and understood that. And what I loved about it was that okay, she did her job, but when it showed her in her private time, she was still trying to wrestle with her being in this body, her
Mhm.
spirit being in this body.
She was still a woman.
Yeah.
She was still a woman, and what it meant to be a woman in this body, you know, at this time. This newer version, I didn't feel because she was just a little bit too young. That was not making any sense to me. And the part of the sexy attractiveness with the Major is that she's in a body, but she's a voluptuous grown ass woman. I'm not into young chicks, so I don't need everything to be some young ass boy body girl. No, that's not attractive to me at all in no kind of way. I'm not a pedophile. Okay. No, I really, really averse to that and get really questionable of people when that's what they put up there. Like, look, isn't she sexy? She looked like a little kid. No,
I have a theory on that, Artisan.
throw it out there.
And the reason why it's the same reason why some guys that go super young with the girls is because they didn't get it when they was at that age. That's why I tell people when people say, "Oh, well, what if you was?" I said, "No, because I already had 16-year-old box when I was 16, so I'm not interested in trying to get something that I already had."
Well, yeah, I'm not. I was having a conversation with my coworkers about this, and we were talking about what age we would want to go back to. And I told them I never want to go back to being a teenager. Oh, why? It was so much fun. You didn't have to pay bills. I was like, I never wanted to be a kid when I was a kid. I'm not going back to being a kid. Fuck that. I'll go back to maybe 21. But there's a lot of shit that I wanted to do that kids don't do. And it wasn't to be fucking around with young chicks. No, I always liked older women. Hell no. I'll go back to my 30s before I go back to my teens. Fuck you. That's not interested to me at all in the least bit. No.
If you want to go back to do that, that's a clear case of arrested development.
Yes. The person I was talking to wanted to go back to being a teenager where she could just go out and have parties and shit like that. And her parents took care of the bills and all that shit. And I say, that's arrested development. You're not a fucking grown up. I always wanted to be a grown up. I never wanted to be a kid. Kid time was fun for the time that it was, but I was always thinking further ahead of wanting to be grown and being able to do shit I wanted to. Like, I can jump on a plane and go somewhere else. Can't do that as a kid. You need somebody to sign off on that shit. I'm not looking for somebody to take all the responsibility from me.
I was just trying to get the fuck out of high school. I wasn't
trying Exactly. That's why I would never go back. I spent too much time trying to get out of high school to want to go back to that shit. No, it wasn't all terrible. I had some fun in high school, but I didn't want to be there. I knew that wasn't what the greatest part of my life was. Hell no.
Time to move
the greatest
on.
part of my life was being grown and do what the fuck I wanted to.
Yeah. Agreed. I was thinking about that when it's funny you mentioned that because I was thinking about like, nah, I wouldn't go back to I was a kid. I wanted to go back when I was like 20, when I was 23. 23,
good time, right?
That was a good time. But I was like 20, I was 23 because I was 23. Yeah, that was a good time because I was like, that was during the time when I was living in New York and I was working back and forth and I was working like in the heart of the city. I was working in Times Square at Virgin Mega Store.
There you go.
So yeah, that's a time I want to go back to. Man, that was a great time.
Yeah, my 20s were more, in retrospect, they were more fun in a sense because I had responsibility, but I also had money because I'm working construction. I'm making good money, even for that time, which was in the 90s. I'm making really good money. Yes, I had my son, but my son was young enough where I could have been traveling the whole fucking world if I wasn't dealing with all this bullshit with, child support and court and shit like that. I would have done a lot more.
Yeah, I think about the line GC said, truth be told, I had more fun when I was piss poor.
Yeah. You'd be surprised how that works.
Yeah. I had a lot more fun then because now I do have money. And I'm like,
I had more fun with my daughter when I was unemployed than I did when I was employed. I noticed that right at that time, right? that I had a better relationship with my daughter when I was unemployed and taking her to school and getting to meet her teachers and stuff like that and having fun after school doing homework and shit like that. I had more fun with her at that time than I did when I was working all the time.
I got you. I understand that. Yeah, I initially came up here because I heard you guys talking about Ghost in the Shell, and it's something I tried to watch. But yeah, I know. Because I heard y'all talking about it, then I started searching on Amazon. I was like, where the hell can I watch it? And I found
Amazon.
Yeah, I did. I found the movie, and it's which one's the better one to watch? It's saying the year 1996. Is that the one to watch? But
that's the original.
Okay.
The original Ghost in the Shell movie is like 96, right?
Yeah. I see 2.0 at the bottom. It says
fuck that 2.0 shit. 2.0 is a remastering of the original movie with little different voice actors and shit like that.
Okay.
Don't go
It's
for that
not as good. If you've seen the original, it'll kind of fuck you up because it doesn't sound right. And that's why I don't like the 2.0s and shit. It doesn't sound right to me because I know the original voice actors. I understand they went in and tried to redo the audio and stuff like that to put it up to these new Dolby standards at that time. I get it. I own it. I don't watch that version ever. I own that version. It's sitting in the living room right now. I never watched that version because it doesn't sound right to me after first time.
I found the original and I found it on Prime, and it's actually free. I was prepared to buy it. I was prepared to rent it if it was for rent, but it's here for free. I'm like, oh, it's for free. Sure, I'll watch it.
Yeah, the one you'll have a hard time finding is Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence. That's usually a harder find. But Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence is part 2 to that first Ghost in the Shell movie. And then if you skip over Standalone Complex, which is 2 seasons of an anime, which is like 50 episodes, you can go right into Ghost in the Shell Solid State Society, which is part 3 for the movie. It is part 3 for the movie.
So you're saying Ghost in the Shell, this, and then 2, which is Standalone Society?
No.
Solid State Society.
Solid State Society.
Yeah, Solid State Society is the third movie, which is the third part of the 3 movies. But Standalone Complex, the anime itself, runs for like 50 episodes, and it kind of gives you a different telling of the first movie or 2, but it ends up in the kind of the same place. So,
okay,
with JT, like I own Innocence and Solid State. Yeah, I own both of those. Those are awesome. Solid State is like my fucking favorite. I've watched it I don't know how many times.
Solid State.
Solid State Society. And
Standalone Complexes.
That's the anime. The anime is good too. Anime is real good.
Because I remember watching when I was younger, but I didn't get into it. But now that I'm older, because I that's one thing I didn't watch. But I love Cowboy Bebop. That's my favorite.
That's my shit too. Cowboy Bebop is my shit too. I was listening to jazz music on Friday, right? I got a little wave light generator or whatever. And I was listening to it in the jazz music, drinking my whiskey and relaxing. And the song Tank came up. I'm like, oh, this is Cowboy Bebop. I was like, yep. You liked, Mo. It was just random. It wasn't on the anime list. It was just people playing, jazz music. I was like, oh yeah, I love this song. Took me back to Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah. I have one of their songs. It's the songs when in the very first episode when he was chasing the couple out of the what's his name. I have that on my sound. I have that on one of my songs, Road to the West. That's
Cowboy Bebop that's one of my all-time favorites too, because it is so good. Netflix kind of fucked it up.
Yeah,
in some ways they were pretty accurate. They were accurate in some. They were really accurate in some ways.
Yeah, they were accurate. They were accurate with the costumes. They were accurate with the world. Like that's the one thing I will give them. Now they were accurate with the costumes. They were accurate with the world. I love who was playing. What's his name? Was playing the cop. I love the actor who was playing the cop. He was amazing.
I know you're talking about
John Cho. He tried. He tried.
He did. I was liking his spike.
I was
he
liking
wasn't one of the things I was disliking in that Netflix show. He wasn't one of the ones.
I don't blame the actor who was playing vicious. I think it was just the way he was written. It's the way they wrote him that was trash.
Oh, man, they fucked up Vicious.
They fucked up Vicious.
That is not anything vicious about that fucking character, dude.
No,
that
he
is a vicious lie. Yeah, that's a vicious lie.
There's nothing intimidating about this motherfucker.
No, this motherfucker. This whiny bitch, he could have been hanging out with Joffrey or some shit. No.
For real. Like between him and Joffrey, this was just a grown-up version of Joffrey. He really was.
Oh my God, he was terrible. If they replaced him with Aemon Targaryen, that would have been vicious.
Would have been vicious. Yeah,
that would have been vicious.
That's the thing. That's one thing I like. They actually, when you think about the show, because I had to sit through the first time. I mean, I was pissed off at the way it ended. I was so pissed off I didn't come back when they ended it on the Netflix show. I was like, "Are you fuck?" No, I was upset. I turned it off at the ending. I was upset, but when I came back and I looked at it again, I was like, "All right, okay."
So Ray, I'm gonna answer this for you, just for me. Okay, what do I think of the live action Ghost in the Shell movie? I liked the live action Ghost in the Shell movie for one reason. If you watch the original Ghost in the Shell movies and watch the Ghost in the Shell anime standalone complex, you can get what's happening in the movie, because they took the original movie and they mixed in stuff from the anime together into this one thing, right? So for me, it's consistent because it plays out some of the stories that were introduced in the anime that weren't in the original OVA, the original movie. Okay, it works. It may not work really well, but it does work. It's interesting. So if you saw the original animated movie, you would see those same beats in the live action movie, but it also has the input of the anime too. Some people didn't like that shit, but most people didn't like it for the same reason they didn't like Fan Forstick, because somebody was a different race than they wanted to see. I don't have a problem with seeing Scarlett Johansson and shit. I don't have a problem seeing Scarlett Johansson running around half naked. I don't give a shit. Was she not Japanese? You just saw the pictures of me pulling up a Ghost in the Shells. Did that bitch look Japanese to you? No. Japanese people always use white folks when they do their animated stuff. They make them look like white folks. So I'm not that upset about, oh, it wasn't a Japanese woman. There's a lot of Japanese actors. I don't give a fuck about that. Like that, not like that. She never looked Japanese fully. That's why she looks weird in her world. So I was fine with it. The movie was well enough. If you know the characters and know what's going on, and you can hold those two opposing ideas in your head and see how they're meshing together, the movie's fine. Like I said, I own the movie, but I am a fan of the Ghost in the Shell series. So yeah, I own that movie. And yeah, I thought it was decent enough. Should have got a sequel to finish that shit out a little bit better. But you know, some shit don't get renewed, thankfully. Acolyte.
Yeah. I found Standalone Complex. Yeah, I'm gonna buy it. I think
that's a fun watch. That's a fun watch. ScarJo movie wasn't bad. It made sense. It did make sense for the most part. For the most part, it did. The soundtrack was awesome too. I like that In the Silence, the Kai Theory Silence remake. That shit was awesome. Took a 80s song that was sped up and slowed it down real bit and gave us some little beats like, damn, this sounds like a whole different song. I've heard this somewhere before. Yeah. REM, motherfucker.
No. I miss your review.
He said he had I knew you would, JT. He said he had a bigger problem with the director, Rupert Sanders, failed upwards. Yeah, my word, failed upwards. He did. It's funny how they do that. But Leslie Hedlund failed upwards too. And now she wants to move on to James Bond. And now she wants to move on to James Bond.
Leave him alone.
I don't give a fuck what they do with James Bond. Yeah. I'm done watching James Bond right now. Especially since she said she want a part of it. Yeah, I'm done with it.
Nope.
You can have that shit. Have my leftovers.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I wanted to see a live sequel too, but they were all on that racial appropriation shit or racial culture vulture. Whitewashing. Thank you. That's what they were saying in that movie. It was whitewashed. That's why it had to go down. The movie wasn't bad. Wasn't that damn terrible. It looked awesome.
And she technically she was Japanese because when you saw her original form, it was a Japanese woman. So
Yeah.
fuck everybody was bitching about. I was like,
What you complaining about?
I said, did you watch the movie?
No. No. Absolutely not. I just want to complain about shit. I don't need to watch it. I don't need to watch it.
Why y'all didn't keep that same? Hold on, I said a question. I said, why y'all didn't keep that same energy when Dragon Ball Evolution came out? I didn't see nobody. I didn't hear nobody bitching then.
Movie sucked. I watched Dragon Ball Evolution. That movie sucked. But I'd say this: you could have picked some other Asian actor to play the Major in a live action movie. Who would have went and saw that shit? Scarlett Johansson looks like the Major to me.
Yeah,
she does.
And also, it's an American-made movie, so they're going to pick who's the most popular female out at the time, too.
Exactly. You didn't mind her in Lucy. The fuck you care about her in Ghost in the Shell? I'm like, come on, man. You liked her in Black Widow. That's a scene straight from the original anime. Straight from the anime. And she looked pretty dead on. They copied a lot of scenes like directly from the original anime into that live action movie. It was the same scene.
Well, her sneak suit.
Yeah. It's like, so I didn't give a shit. And I like the lesbian shit they was trying to throw in there. But that's just me because the character wasn't ever fucking lesbian.
She was kind of asexual because she was a
fucking prosthetic body. Yeah.
Yeah.
Prosthetic body. You think she give a fuck now? You want to talk about non-binary? There it is.
she ain't gonna feel nothing.
Yeah. And then this character is the one they were complaining about, Kuze. They just excuse me, they merged two characters together into this. Kuze comes out of the anime. Right. And then this other character that he's doing, which was in the movie, which would be considered the AI presence that kind of took her over in the first movie. They merged those two characters together. Excuse me. Which wasn't necessarily bad because it pays off what was happening in the anime, that they had a connection. Excuse me, I need a drink of water. Fucking popcorn's about to kill me.
Got you. I found it. I found all three. I found they got the original movie for free. They got Standalone Society, and they have Solid State Society.
Watch all them bitches.
Yeah, I am. They are on the watch. I already put them on the watch list. I'm
in a row.
I'm watch the 96 movie. I'm gonna watch that tonight because I was looking for something to watch. I'm like, shit, what the hell do I got to watch?
When you get to number 2, when you get to Innocence, start that shit early in the day. Just in case you fall asleep. If you're watching that shit when it's dark outside, I'm telling you, you're probably gonna fall asleep. It's okay. We've all done it. Just start it over again.
Innocence comes after Standalone Society?
Innocence comes after Ghost in the Shell. After the original Ghost in the Shell, Ghost in the Shell 2 is Innocence. It's called Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence. Then you watch Innocence. And then after you watch Innocence, you watch Solid State Society, which is the natural number 3. It's not labeled number 3, but story-wise, it is the third one.
Okay, so Ghost in the Shell, and Ghost in the Shell, Innocence, then Solid State Society. Yep. Okay. Well, I gotta find Innocence. I don't know if Innocence is here, but I found the other 3.
Yeah, Innocence is Ghost in the Shell 2. Innocence is always the harder find for some reason. I never understood why that was, unless it's a different director or something like that. But it's always the harder find, but it's the more interesting one.
Okay. Yeah, because I found all the other ones easy.
Yeah, well, all together. Yes, sir.
Speaking of ScarJo, you see these motherfuckers are doing a Jurassic World 4.
I heard about that. I heard that. HVAC Steven mentioned that shit to me. Like, you gonna go see the new Jurassic World movie? Like, what the fuck? They made another one? Oh my god!
Yeah, and actually, it's not even a sequel; it's a reboot.
Rebirth.
Wow.
Jurassic World Rebirth.
I thought it was a sequel. No, it's a reboot.
No, it's a reboot. I was like, you gotta be. I said, yo, at this point, Michael Crichton is rolling in his grave. Leave the shit. I'm sorry. You fucked it up with Dominion and Fallen Kingdom. You killed it. I was like, you had one job and y'all wanted to do all this extra shit. I don't want to see another Jurassic World movie. I'm done. The series is done. It's cool. You let the dinosaurs take over the fucking planet. You didn't listen to Dr. Malcolm. Malcolm told you, motherfuckers, for 3
Malcolm was
goddamn
right.
movies. He
Print
told
the
you
shirt.
for 3.
Dr. Malcolm was right.
Yeah.
Like he told you in 6 goddamn movies this was gonna happen. This was gonna happen. Life finds a way.
Right.
And guess what? It didn't found a way. I said, oh, how long before they start getting wiped out? Because you know these Tyrannosaurus Rexes and all these new shit that they keep creating, because that's another element. They keep genetically altering these damn dinosaurs. I said, everybody finna die like in the next 10 years. So I don't know what we're doing here.
You know what? Shout out to his character, Jeff Goldblum's character, and being so calm. And even though he was right the whole fucking time, he was just like, I know I'm right, but I'm gonna help you. I'll help you. I'll help you. I just need you to tell me I was right every now and again.
The only way that they can say this movie is if they actually do what they did in Lost World and introduce the DX virus. They got it where it kills off the dinosaurs. They got to introduce the DX virus. If they don't, I'm done with the series.
Probably not. They probably will wait to the sequel till after this one, if it makes it to a sequel.
Holy
Probably
shit.
not.
I just remembered another classic anime that you have to see if you want to consider if you want to consider yourself an anime head. Appleseed.
Yep.
Got to watch the original Appleseed.
Yep.
I was thinking about the Pat label. No,
the
Appleseed. You got to see Appleseed and Neon Genesis Evangelion. The first one's not that new shit they did, that 2.0 bullshit.
I don't appreciate you trying to pull my anime card over here, dog. I watched Afro Samurai, okay?
Afro Samurai is good. That's good. Yeah. You can go backwards too. You can go backwards.
Yeah,
I go backwards. I'll go backwards, but
I'm not trying to get you to watch MD Geist or anything like that, but for me,
maybe some Ronin Warriors. Some Ronin Warriors.
That was a series. I always go back to the OVAs. That's the original video animations, right? The one version.
Oh yeah,
2 hours and that was it, right? So you got to go back to the ones that they just did one movie of. It was just the movie. That was it. But it was awesome, right?
And the series, because
like
you said, the late 80s and the 90s. That's when you start seeing the OVAs, because they were distributing them across the sea. They were distributing
one
them here. They were trying to get the American audiences to watch them, and also the European audiences to watch them. Because like they started with Ghost in the Shell. What's the name? Fist of the North Star. We just said it. You just said it. What's the name? You just mentioned the damn show, Artisan.
Cowboy Bebop?
What are you doing?
Akira.
Well, Akira was just one. Akira wasn't an OVA. That was just a.
Ninja Scroll was an OVA. I'm looking at movies. I'm looking at shows that were just. They were just made for one time. They were just made one time. That means they were shown. If they are OVA, they were shown on the big screen. They're 2 hours and that's it. Yeah, they didn't. They may have came back later and tried to make a series of it when that shit got popular, but they were putting all their efforts into making that one time. That's why Akira stands out. But you ain't seen Akira the series, because Akira was a movie. It was put out and shown on the big screen. And that was it. Jinro, same way. Ninja Scroll, same way. Vampire Hunter D, same way. They don't have series for them because that was before that shit was getting serialized to where people was just trying to churn these motherfuckers out. And like, we can make hella money off of this shit now. No, most of them were all made as movies and put out, and that was it. It was one and done.
But they told us one thing about Akira. Before it became a movie, the manga was an award-winning manga.
No shit. Oh, they got Appleseed on YouTube for free. 88.
They got the Cowboy Bebop movie. I think it's still on there. The Cowboy Bebop movie was for free. I watched that a few months ago.
Yeah. That one's good. Knocking on Heaven's Door. That was good.
Yeah, that was good.
I cannot find Two Innocents. Yeah, I couldn't. I got everything else, but I cannot find Innocence on here.
Innocence, like I told you, Ghost in the Shell. Innocence is hard to find. Let's see.
Yeah.
I will show you a trailer for Ghost. I don't know why that is, but it's always harder to find.
Got you. I never got
I think I found it to watch on like Crunchyroll or some shit like that.
I have Crunchyroll. Bullshit is on Crunchyroll.
It's not?
He said bullshit is on Crunchyroll.
Okay, here, right here. Oh, they have a 4K restoration too.
On Crunchyroll?
Okay, hold on. I'll show you this. Fair use. I'll click this out later. Somebody staticky mic'd. Somebody got mic static. Okay, let's see this right now. Okay, this is fair use. This is the trailer for Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence.
Fill me in. The perpetrator killed the owner a few minutes ago at the first crime scene, then ran off. It was called in anonymously. At the second crime scene down that back alley, 2 cops were ambushed and killed. We'll storm in there in a couple of minutes.
Now, mind you, that's the scene that they put into the Ghost in the Shell live action movie.
Yep.
It's from the second movie. It's from the second animated movie, but they put it into the live action movie. So like I said, they mix some things up together. But you look at that animation right now, that came out in, what is it saying? 90 something? 04.
90.
What anime do you see right now that looks that damn good? Right now, even the popular anime, does it look that damn good? No. This is why I say modern anime right now is really simplified. It's really sloppy because they're just rushing that shit out. This is anime actually done for the screen, and I saw this the first time on the big screen. That's what it looked like. Like, holy shit, this looks awesome.
Not even Cyberpunk Edge Runner looks like this, and I enjoyed that.
See?
What do you know about all this? I know that Locus Solus invented some sort of gynoid that goes berserk and kills their owners, and that the company's recalling all the prototypes. Why Section 9 is involved in all of this?
Because terrorism is a possible motive in this case, we need to determine if Section 9 needs to get involved in it or not.
Help me. Please help me.
Humans are different than robots. But such a belief is nothing more than simply acknowledging that.
So, where should we start? She killed
Oh, that was
people.
I wonder why humans are so obsessed with creating robots that resemble them.
It's been a long time, Major.
Wait.
Let no one walk alone. Even no city with very few wishes.
See, told you the Major's not in it, but she shows up. She shows up, but she's not in it.
She modeled after the Major then.
No, what happened was, if you understand how the Major works after the first movie, you understand what she does in the second movie, how she shows up.
Don't tell me, man.
I'm not telling. I didn't tell him.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it. It's on the watch list. I'm gonna
just
watch.
just in case he can't find Innocence. That's why I showed it to him, so he knows what it looks like, so he doesn't get confused.
because I'm looking like Crunchyroll don't got nothing to do with don't have nothing on it.
It's on YouTube and Google Play Store. You have to buy it though.
Yeah, you always have to buy it. It's never for free. You always buy that bitch.
Did you Lion, did you see Ghost in the Shell, the live action with Scarlett Johansson?
No, I did not. Because like I said, I knew. Here's the thing: I knew it was based on an anime, but I don't watch live action movies that are based on animes I never watched.
Okay,
that's why I didn't watch it.
Because I was going to tell you, after looking at all the animes, look at the movie.
I'll consider it. I'll do that.
Because if you look at the movie, you're going to say, "Hey, I saw that from the movie.
Yeah,
hey, I
you'll
saw
see
that
where
from
they
that
pull.
movie."
You'll see where they pull pieces from.
Yep.
Got you. I'll wait till I watch all of them before I watch the movie, though.
Yeah, definitely. So you have that foundation in those. So when you watch something that they've done live action, you don't get thrown off by it, and you don't be that person sitting in the theater like, "Oh, Green Lantern was black."
Yeah, I got you. I don't want to skip Innocence, but damn, I really can't find the shit. I found all the other ones.
Yeah, you have to buy it somewhere. There's Paprika right there. Yeah, Innocence is the one that's the hardest one to find. I really don't remember why it's so hard to find, but it's always the harder one to find. Always a harder one to find.
It could be a licensing.
Probably a licensing.
That's what I'm thinking it is, because if you look at the style of that one, Innocence uses cell shading or cell animation, CG animation. You can see it in there, right? It looks really, really good, but it doesn't visually. It's the same world, but it looks different than the first movie and the third movie. It looks different. It stands out, and it's always a harder one to find. You had to buy it. You had to buy it to have it. Like they never really have it free somewhere to watch, which is just dumb. I can't remember where I found it last. Obviously, I just looked on Amazon. It wasn't on Amazon that I had it on. It's probably on one of these other fucking sites.
It's not even Hulu. Maybe Hulu.
I don't know. That's what I'm checking. Checking my Hulu right now. Like, was it on Hulu? I know I had this motherfucker.
Might be on Hulu.
Possibly. Let's see.
Yeah, I want to go with
either way.
Wow,
but no, those are one of my favorite animes. If you want to go back further to understand where this female badass robot chick archetype comes from, you go ahead and you watch well, I'm gonna forget her name right when I was about to say it. Fuck, Malika knows which one it is because we talked about it before.
What's that?
The other cybernetic chick that was running about the same time as Ghost in the Shell. Armitage the third.
Armitage was cool.
Yep.
Armitage was cool, but it didn't get as much love and play like Ghost in the Shell.
Right, because the same time Armitage was out, you had Ghost in the Shell out with Major Kusanagi, but you also had Battle Angel Alita too.
Now,
I was just going to say
that in and of itself, Ghost in the Shell, I guess it had more dramatic appeal, but Battle Angel Alita had more appeal to like the teens and
the younger audience
action. Yes. And that's where it had that appeal because
had that Pinocchio feel.
Exactly. You had the Gen Xers into it. Now, here's the funny thing.
Hey,
I saw
that's Armitage right there. Armitage the third right there.
Yeah. But see, you going back to Armitage, you got to bring up Queen Emeraldus too.
Yeah.
And Captain Harlock,
Yeah, well, I'll go back to the Star Blazers, man. I go way back with anime. I go back to Star Blazers in Robotech.
I go back.
Damn, Robotech.
I go black and white Astro Boy.
Yeah. See?
Oh,
yeah. We'll see.
I go back with the old cell of Battle of the Planets.
Here we G-Force.
Gotcha,
man. Gotcha,
G-Force. AKA another version of Power Rangers, by the way.
that was the proto Power Rangers. What the fuck you talking about? I was watching that shit as a kid.
With the first transgender villain.
Well, cause did you watch the live one too? The live got you.
Non-binary vendor. Non-binary vendor.
Non-binary.
Oh yeah.
Shit sounds so goofy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It just sounds goofy to me.
Because he was non-binary. Because they were, I should say, they were non-binary. Because because I'm a little kid, and he takes his mask off.
Mm-hmm. Got them lipstick lips on. Like, what the
I'm
fuck?
like,
All
what the
feminine
heck?
and shit.
What's going on here?
And then, like, when you're getting into anime, and your friends give you the actual series, because Mark in the actual series he just didn't use the like the eagle boomerang. He had a sword. And then I started looking at I forgot the name of the main villain. But then, like, you start noticing, like, what the heck? And me and my boys like, is he gay? Is it a woman? And they were like, no, but that's it. Oh, now it was really, that was a real non-binary. They really didn't tell you. It was like, what is he, androgynistic? And I think
Yep.
that's where they were going. I was like, what the
It was
heck?
androgynous. Yep. That's what it was.
Yeah.
As a kid,
just
like we like, 7 or 8. You don't understand no, asexual, none of that shit. You don't understand androgynous. You don't understand that shit. I just know this dude sounded very feminine and got lipstick on, but he doing shit like a guy. And he pull off his mask and look like a chick. Like, what the fuck is going on here with these Japanese people?
You ain't gotta be 7 or 8. Hell, I was in what, high school, college when Frieza came on the scene. I was like, wait, what the hell?
Oh, Frieza.
I was like, what is this? Is it a dude? Is it a woman? What the hell going on? We don't know.
Well, you
I
have
didn't
to
know that.
remember, like I told you guys, it's always about progression. This G-Force and the Galactor and stuff like that was back in the 80s and 70s.
Yeah.
Frieza didn't come along until the 80s, 90s. So by the time I'm seeing it for the second time with Frieza or something like that, it's no big deal to me. It's new for you, though. That's when your 7, 8 start. Like,
yeah. Because I was like, oh, but I was driving on the way to work, so I couldn't. I had to be silent. But the a-hole part of me got to remember what made what made Ghost in the Shell cool was the fact that movie had dudes quoting Bible verses that ain't ever cracked the Bible, sitting there using stuff from this movie to either get girls or win arguments with girls. Like the quote, like, when I was a child, I thought I was a child, I didn't, but now I'm a man. And like, because I had one homeboy, he had it real bad. He would straight up just be like ending arguments with that. Or he would lay it on like some simple-minded chicks and be like, and he'll get the number. They're like, oh, he's so deep. I'm like, this.
You want to be deep in you, but he ain't deep.
Exactly. Yeah, he gonna be deep, all right. Yeah. But
deep.
Then the other thing, you were talking about, you were like in the jazz and some of the animes. You check out what is Kids on the Block. And it's like it's got a lot of jazz in there, and it's like the school, like, classical music nerd gets with the school thug because they both like jazz and whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that one. Kids on the Block. Yeah, I remember seeing previews of that joint. Yeah. Okay.
I would check that out.
Yeah, it's nice
I was gonna say, while this was up on the screen, spend yourself your $20, save yourself from a shitty movie ticket, and go ahead and buy Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence, because you can buy it. Because JT was in here saying physical media ordered on Amazon, and I went and looked and said, yeah, it is available on Amazon, cheap, DVD and Blu-ray. Shit, if you got Prime, it'll get that to you tomorrow.
Yeah, I got Prime. I got Prime.
$22. Like, what's $22? Man, that ain't even a full tank of gas. That's like a gallon, right? In California, it's like 3 gallons. That ain't shit.
Nah, we still good in Mississippi. It ain't got that high yet.
No,
it's still hovering.
20.
Nah, I got Sam's. I'm on Sam's Club. And my car takes 93, so I pay $3.56. So it's not bad.
I got you beat. We run around by what, 270, 290.
Let me see. I'm about to pull the trigger on this because I don't have this on Blu-ray. And it's give me my movie. There we go. Sorry,
Bro, I just realized
I didn't have it on Blu-ray, so I just went ahead and got that shit. Like, wait a minute, I don't have that on Blu-ray, and this is cheap as shit. Let me get this right now.
I just realized this is the first time I'm buying a Blu-ray movie since The Dark Knight.
Yeah, I haven't bought Blu-rays in a while, just because. But I'm still, believe it or not, I'm still in the process of pulling stuff out of storage. And one thing I haven't pulled out of storage is all my anime.
Mm.
I want to watch Evangelion. I want to watch Evangelion. The movie version of it, I want to watch that again because I haven't seen it in a while, and I was thinking of it this past weekend of like just going through my rehab of watching good shit, or not Evangelion, Escaflowne, excuse me. I haven't watched any really good anime in a while, and so I want to watch some good anime, and I own some. But it's like, damn, all my anime is in storage. So let me go grab that shit out of storage and put it in here so I can watch that shit again.
Artisan, I was looking for that. Escaflowne.
Escaflowne is my shit. That's another one that's good. I did see the movie version. I saw in the theater in San Francisco, right on Van Ness. That shit was awesome. And the series, my boy Jeff gave me to watch, and then I ended up buying a box set from him, from the comic shop. But it was awesome. I was thinking of him, thinking of his brother, right? His brother looked badass with these black wings and shit like that. Like, yeah, only in anime you can have a really cool brother that looks cool. Maybe I want to hang out. Like shit with FD Steven, or not FD Steven, HVAC Steven, and we were talking about cool anime characters, and he made the relation to it was some live action movie, and he said, that character was really just Vegeta. I was like, yeah, it was. It was just. What movie were we talking about, dude? It was so fucking funny because we were sitting there having a beer, and we were laughing about that shit so hard. It's like, yeah, he's just Vegeta. Like, yeah, that's what I thought too. Like, no, it's totally Vegeta. The villain who ends up to be the good, he's actually a good guy, but he kind of an asshole sometimes. Yes, it's Vegeta. But then I was thinking about the other characters, and the other character I thought of was Lord Vaughn's brother, Vulcan.
This will put an end to it all.
There you go. This is Escaflowne, the
way
movie.
or another.
I guess I got to cut this out too.
What's the matter?
This has a cool soundtrack.
Someone's calling. Hey, Sleeping Beauty. You interrupted a dream. What about? Who are you?
Now, y'all see how good the animation looks? This movie was done in like 2000 or something. And it's just cell. It's just cell animation. That shit look crispy. Nice.
Something that happened.
It's funny as fuck that all the characters, if you've watched the original series of Escaflowne, you see all these characters, they're new remakes and redesigns. They look badass and they're a little different. Like Vaughn, he's not a pussy, but he's young in the series. In the movie, Vaughn is a dude. he is a whole dude here. Like, this motherfucker is really on this. I'm the king that was supposed to be here, and y'all was standing in my way. He was killing folks and really going in. And that whole thing with him running Escaflowne, which is like a big medieval battle suit, it's more painful. You see it takes something out of him to actually run that suit that everybody can't run it. When it says it runs on your blood, motherfucker, it runs on your blood. Your blood is the oil. It's like, it looks like, yeah, that's cool, but I wouldn't want to have to be in there, man. That's painful.
Blood contains magic. I want the power. Please, wing goddess.
Tell me.
Only the end of everything can cease all suffering. There is no sorrow that doesn't fade with time. That's what I want to believe, at least. We're from different worlds, but I think we're a lot alike. We're kindred spirits.
I own that motherfucker. What do they call it? Isekai? Because Hitomi is fucking suicidal as shit. These motherfuckers got twisted, dude. And all they did was just take the original story and tweak it a little bit. Just played them up a little bit more. And that shit was actually really good. And it was epic watching it in the theater. And I took my kids to see that one. That was fucking fun. Fuck on my face.
Listen, I'm about to get up out of here. Thank you for the references. I'm about to prep. I'm prepping this plate right now. I'm gonna walk this dog and I'm gonna watch this movie.
Yeah, and don't forget, you need to get you a ticket to go see Ninja Scroll.
I will. I saved it on my list through Fandango. It's playing. I'm like 5 minutes from the movie theater, and it's playing at that movie theater. So yeah, I'm gonna see it.
Yep. There you go. I'm going to see that shit. I'm not showing up with a katana blade, but I'm going to see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely go see it. All right, fellas, y'all be safe. All right.
Peace, Lion.
Peace out, homie.
Let's do this. I'll do this one time since I'm fucking promoting this shit. For everybody who don't know, I'll do this last one and then we can wrap this shit up and get out of here if y'all got other shit to do. Like I do. I'm talking about storage. I should have went there today. All right. So this is last trailer that I will cut out later on for copyright reasons. This is a Ninja Scroll. Oh, yeah. Man. 93.
Damn.
Good response. Like, damn. Like, if you didn't know that was an action movie, if that was a live action movie, you saw that action, your ass would be waiting at the theater for the movie to drop. Like, bro, what was that movie? I don't know, but I gotta go see that shit.
Hell happened to anime, man. What the fuck, dude? Like that.
I told you. This is what Gen Xers are coming out of from anime. This is our standards of anime. Ninja Scroll is one of those seminal animes that we like. You gotta watch this. This is how we got other people into our younger brothers and sisters into watching anime. Right? So when we see anime now, we look at it as like doesn't look as good. Story might be there, but the craft of actually doing this and hand drawing it and stuff like that is not there. It's not as good. It's too simplified. It's overly simplified just to turn it out quickly to turn into 400 episode series and shit. But what's the story? Might not be that good.
You know what the cool thing is? It's clean. This is what I'm saying. The anime that we grew up on, it's clean, it's nice, but also had a little balance of grittiness to it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I think the colors. Excuse me, the colors and the characters, and it wasn't. I would say this: it wasn't sexual for sexual sake. It fit the story. It fits the story. Like if you watched old school Wicked City, you knew what the fuck you were in for because it's Wicked City, right?
Yes, Wicked City, boy.
I'm watching that now.
Yeah. you in a really weird place. You're in a really weird place with demons and all kind of shit going on. Anime always had that little sexual tension there because they not really so uptight about some of this shit. So things happen. Man, things go down in there. But
Wicked City dude got trapped in a giant vagina.
Yep.
And the one thing that everybody remembers is, he almost got his Peter chewed off because there was some teeth down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happened when you start fucking demons.
But now the next day in the office, the women were making fun of him. Come on,
Yeah.
be a player.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, boy.
What was the movie where the guy cut off his junk, put on the demon penis, and he got all big and strong because he wanted to get with the
Hopefully,
chick?
they talk about some Legend of the Overfiend shit.
There you go. Gentlemen and
Oh my
ladies, if
God!
you
Don't
really want to see
stop
some
it!
crazy
Stop it!
anime,
Stop it! No, no,
no,
stop!
you gotta watch
Stop!
Legend of the Overfiend.
Stop it! No,
Oh
you
man,
don't. Look, there's some
fellas,
trauma people ain't ready for. Look, I'm trying to get
fellas,
them into watching
if you want a
anime, not
chick
to
to
be
look
so
at you kind
shocked
of
they don't go
crazy,
back.
take her on a date to see Legend of the Overfiend. There you go.
No, no, you can't. There is no date night for Legend of the Overfiend. You have to own that to watch it.
No.
Okay, here's Wicked
It's
City.
just
This
like back in the day, I couldn't even.
Can I tell you something? Wicked
Yeah,
City
back
is
in the day,
like
you could
nuts.
mention
It's
that
like
you watch
watching a
anime
3D
because of all the
cartoon.
tentacle sex.
Yeah, because the tentacle grape would happen. You know, people thought you was a pervert for that shit.
With the fate of the world lying in the balance, his
There you go.
task is
Wicked
simple: protect a man's life for 24 hours.
I'm putting you in charge of guarding him.
Who is this person?
Mr. Giuseppe Maillard. Guard him without fail, because as far as the radicals are concerned, if they can kill him, they'll control everything.
Thrust into a world of supernatural
No man
treachery,
was a
his
pervert.
only hope that his new partner is as good as she looks. Top agents from opposite worlds. They're the last defense against the anarchy of the black world.
For the life of me, I can't figure out why you're my partner.
What you mean is why your partner is a woman of the black world.
The twisted beings from the other side will do anything to stop them.
Nibbles. I gotta cut it out.
But again,
Bondage.
When desire turns deadly,
I
there's
remember
no
this.
place to hide. Wicked City.
I don't do a show for kids anyway, but I didn't know they was gonna show the boob.
You know what the funny thing is, man?
I didn't know they were
remember
gonna show the
seeing-
boob. I forgot about that. I forgot about the boob show because you know you get in trouble for that.
Remember when I said when you were watching anime when we would just get like snippets of it? I remember seeing this like on one of those 180-minute VHS tapes, and it had I had Wicked City, Cyber City Aido, Paddlebore, and there's a
Pat
bunch
Labor.
of others. Paddle Labor, I would call it Paddlebore. I'm sorry, Paddle Labor.
Paddleboard, Pat Labor. Yeah.
What was the police tank TV show? The kind of
Tank
action
Police.
kind of Tank Police.
New Dominion Tank Police.
There you go, New Dominion Tank Police. I remember
Yeah,
them.
that was cool as shit too.
Rama 1.5.
Yep, Rama 1/2.
And I remember and I remember like we just sitting when I was watching Wicked City, and me and my boy, it was like this a summer we were just binging on like anime. And we were like looking at like, what the hell? It was like, what the heck? But see, me and Artisan, did you see the really, really bad live action version of Wicked City?
No, I did not
All
watch
right,
that.
good.
That was before I was even giving them a chance to do live action. I saw the trailer when I pulled up the other Wicked City trailer. The trailer for it was there. I didn't want to watch that shit. You ain't gonna
If you
ruin.
just want to drink,
Ain't gonna ruin one of my favorites for me. Fuck that.
oh man, it was just funny. It was like the bad Fist of the North Star.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
The bad Z-Ram. Remember Ricky, the guy that was in prison? He had
Z-Ram?
no. Ricky, it It was like a one shot. It was this guy. He had martial arts powers. He was fighting guys in the prison.
Mhm.
Like he did that one force punch to the guy's face, but he didn't punch him. But he crushed his skull.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that one. I can't
Yeah,
think of that
but
one.
they did a live action version of that. It was funny, man. Like when they would do the live action versions of some of these flicks, man, and of these animes, I was like, oh my god, that's just bad.
Wrath of the Ninja was good. I own that one too. Another female protagonist movie. Another female
Angel
protagonist.
Cop. I was just looking at Angel
Angel
Cop.
Cop.
Angel Cop, yeah, I
Another one.
remember that one.
Another one. That's another one. What was the other one I was thinking of? Project Echo, because I know that's the one Charles loved. Charles loved Project Echo. Project Echo is the shit though.
Oh, God.
So much fun, dude. Oh my god.
Project Ego had some androgyny stuff too. Like all the women look like muscle men and shit.
But they acknowledged it. That was the funny part. They got
yeah. Yeah.
Like you kind of a big girl.
Oh
ain't
yeah,
you?
don't leave off Riggin and Princess Mononoke,
Yeah, all time favorite. That's my son's all time favorite, Princess Mononoke. His
know what my
whole wolf
favorite
theme
was?
between House of the Dragon and Princess Mononoke is why he loved wolves. Straight up. So I end up lumping all Studio Ghibli movies together because all of the movies are awesome. All of them are awesome. I've almost seen all of them. A couple of them I haven't seen. My daughter has seen because she likes The Cat Returns and shit like that. But hers was Howl's Moving Castle. Love that one too. I like Spirited Away. That's another one.
God damn, every chick I know that like anime love that damn House Moving Castle. And
Howl's Moving Castle was cool.
I watched it.
Look, this is who you have on the English cast. You have Christian Bale as Hal. I think it's Kate Blanchett as the girl. You got Jimmy Crystal as the fire demon, Calcifer. That shit is hilarious, dude. You got, I think you got Robin Williams in there somewhere else doing one of the other English voices too. Howl's Moving Castle is actually fun. It's actually a really fun movie. I really enjoyed that movie. That's why I watched it so many damn times.
But that's what got me to watch.
Always gets you. What's that?
It was the chicks that got me to watch. I said, let me go watch this damn movie. Y'all, oh my god, Howl's Moving Castle. I'm like, let me watch this shit because it was on HBO or Stars, one of the movie channels at the time. I said, let me sit down and watch that and Tales from Earthsea. Them two.
Tales from Earthsea. Look, I watched my first Studio Ghibli movie was what's the name? Kiki's Delivery Service. And it was on a sci-fi channel, like they was doing an anime Saturday or some shit like that, and they put that shit up there. I love Kiki's Delivery Service. Got into who made this movie, then I started watching the rest of the movies. All of those movies are good. All of them. On Walt Disney, Walt Disney used to be, just making some creative stories. They weren't connected. They were just making these stories. They were good. The later ones were like the only one I didn't really care for too much was Ponyo, but I didn't watch it too closely. My daughter watched it close. I didn't watch it that damn closely. And then Nausicaa Valley of the Wind or some shit. She really liked that one. Female protagonist. Anime has always been good for that because they seem to be more unbound in their storytelling, where they'll just tell a story in a strange world and make it up as they go in some senses. But you can see it planned out and really thoughtful what message they want to portray through this damn movie, right? A lot of this newer stuff ain't that, dude. It's just, can we get to a fight? Basilisk was good. Record of Lotus War is awesome, though. I'm just saying. Basilisk is good. Black Bane is a Basilisk pusher. He was pushing that shit. But yeah, and it's similar to the same level as Ninja Scroll. I think some of the people who worked on Ninja Scroll worked on Basilisk. That's why. But Basilisk is supposed to be a real story because Black Bane had me watching the live action version of that. And then they did the anime. And that's he's like, oh, you gotta watch this. Remember that anime? Remember that movie? This is the anime version. It's like, oh, okay, cool. This can't be an argument. It's the same level. Christian Bale is a good voice actor. That's why I'm mad my Christian Bale ain't on this Batman bucket. That's my Bale bat. What's up with that? His voice modulator wasn't working.
That's my Batman with the lisp.
Yeah. What I can do. Judge me on what I do. I need a throat lozenge. I'm the Batman without a lozenge.
That's who he looked like now. Somebody speaking of Batman, I was looking at Facebook. Somebody posted, you seen Dave Bautista lazy. He lost all that muscle mass. Somebody posted a picture. He looked like Hugo Strange. I said, that's who that motherfucker looked like. I said, he looked familiar. Like, who is? He looked like a whole supervillain. I said, somebody said Hugo
That's
Strange.
fucked up. It does look like Hugo Strange. That's fucked up.
He started eating vegetables, and I said, "Oh, this nigga went vegan." God damn.
He dropped a lot of weight. He dropped a lot of muscle weight. That's good. He was a big dude. He can't carry that shit forever.
I know. That's what he was saying. He said, plus he's taking that acting shit more seriously. Like, I'm trying to be taken more seriously as an actor.
I told you.
Drop all that muscle.
Well, it would have been better if you dropped all that muscle before you got all them goddamn tattoos, dude, because now you're going to constantly be covered up everywhere. You got to try to work that into the character, that kind of tight.
Yo, Beastly, I'm looking at a picture of him, man. He let his beard grow. He's got a pair of shades on. He looks good, but he could be a modern day Hugo Strange. He could. Oh, shit. I mean, he still looks fit, but he could be a modern day Hugo Strange.
James Gunn, ain't that your boy? What's up? What we doing? What we doing over here? You running shit at DC. Let's make some happen. He said he following you anyway. So what we doing over here?
Look, he look like
he shed about 50 pounds.
He get any thinner, he gonna look like a bobblehead. You're gonna have to put on some muscle mass to. There you go. There's Dave Bautista, because now his head just looked really big. Funny part is that's probably how he's naturally supposed to be.
Yeah.
Think about that shit. He's probably naturally supposed to be that big.
With all muscled up and stuff?
Well, not without all the muscle. That's what we would look like if he didn't work out, right? He'd just be a big head. Yeah. But yeah, I told you guys before. I think he's a better actor than The Rock.
Oh yeah.
Dave Bautista has impressed me with his acting. Yeah, he acted like a goof in the Guardians movie, but that's what they asked for him to do. And he's trying to get on. But acting wise, I've seen him in more roles and been a better actor than The Rock.
Him and Xena.
So I would actually look forward to his acting career blossoming more than just being the buff meathead.
What role do you think he would do good that really would like put him on like that acting radar for the rest of the world to kind of take him seriously?
Spider Jerusalem.
Well, he's already there. He's taken pretty seriously. I would be interested to see how many movies he's done so far and how close he is to how many movies The Rock has done so far.
It's about neck and neck at this point.
I would think so. And he started after The Rock. So he's getting, better roles because he's showcasing his acting skills and, like you said, taking it more seriously, which is good. But what role would break him out? I don't know. The current one I saw, that My Spy in the Vatican City or something like that, the current advertisement.
The kid movie.
Yeah, the kid movie. If he got away from kid movies, he would have to play a smart character.
Yeah.
He'd have to play a smart character.
See, I was thinking along the lines of either like a detective-esque character or maybe a serial killer-esque that's like trying to match the detective, like intellectually smart, like on some Zodiac killer type shit. Like, yeah, he make you.
That's what I thought first, but that's what I thought first. But it's too much of an easy jump because he was a big buff guy beforehand. So you already would buy him as somebody intimidating. So him being a killer or something like that is not too much of a stretch, really. But if you put him in the lead position and he's the one leading the movie, and he is the brains and not the brawn, it would be more of a stretch of his acting ability. You already seen him. I've already seen him emote on screen, so I know he can emote and cry and all that shit on screen. I've already seen him do it. If you see Knock at the Cabin, you'll see some of that in him, where he is just playing a calm character. He could pull that shit off. Let him wear his glasses and shit like that. He could probably turn in a role for you that you would be surprised about. Like, give him some Alex Cross shit or something like that. I bet you would believe him. I bet
And
you would.
also, here's another thing: what you need to give him that helps him. You have to give him the broken hero protagonist role. Give him something like, okay, if he's a guy, here's the thing where we can relate to him. Okay, he's lost all this weight. Dave Bautista's older. Keep him with the beard. Keep him, like you said, with the glasses, because the glasses, the beard, the less of the weight, he's not the intimidating. But also give him, if he's a guy that's he's a recovering alcoholic, or he is an alcoholic. He has kids, and he might not have seen his daughter, and his daughter is grown, and he has a grandchild, and he's
something with some emotional range. Yeah, something with some
range. Also,
like Mickey Rourke, the wrestler.
Yes, something that where that gravitas that we can relate to him, where it's like, damn, we never seen Dave Bautista like this. And it's like, okay. And
that would change him up. That would change him up, because it has to be something that's more internal going on, so you can see him go through those emotions.
Like,
see him
how about that with everything what you just said, Malika, but him playing an attorney?
That's cool. Here's the thing: it doesn't matter whatever the occupation is. Give him the occupation is what he does. How he deals with the situations around him is what we're really going to be drawn in. The case that he might be on, if he's an attorney or if he's a police officer, that's what the story is about. Okay, we understand it. That's the meat that we're going to follow along with the story. Why am I interested in this guy? Why are we invested in this guy? If we see Dave Bautista, that we're known, he's the big guy from the wrestler. He's played all these very big masculine macho roles. But now we see him that, okay, he's older. He's lost a lot of weight. He's fine. He looks good for a guy's age because he's in his 50s. But also with his dramatic physical change, how can we put him in a movie where, okay, we recognize him as a normal guy? Because like when The Rock did Snitch, that was a good movie for him because he played a normal guy and he lost a whole lot of weight. He wasn't as big as he was. And he was vulnerable too because he had a kid from a divorced relationship and he was trying to protect his son, but he wanted to tell his son to snitch on the guys that he got involved with. And also Rock gets beaten up by the guys that he was involved with because, damn, why is Rock getting beat up? We're like, oh, he's a normal guy, which he really is. But when you get drawn into a character, it's the normal stuff. If Dave Bautista shows vulnerability, if he's a guy that's an ex-drug addict or an alcoholic or a father that here's something that we got to realize. Maybe he was an ex-abusive husband. But then also we find out, we're like, oh, he's a piece of shit. But now he's really trying to redeem himself from what he did. That's where you get drawn in. That's why we get invested. But also we can see that.
Maybe I wouldn't see that for him because it will play too much into the stereotype of him being a big dude that used to beat up people. So I wouldn't go the abuser route with him, but I would take him in a way that his character would have to deal with something more emotional than physical. The alcoholism and stuff like that, that would work for him, especially being as small as he is right now. He could look like he was a fucking alcoholic. I hear that and I think Michael Keaton, Clean and Sober.
Yep.
Right. I'm looking at a role that can give him some darkness without it being based on his physicality. Like, who has seen Insomnia before with Al Pacino and Robin Williams? What was Robin Williams? Robin Williams was a fucking serial killer. He was a killer. Very dark. Completely devoid of that Robin Williams kookiness, no Mork and Mindy, no Mrs. Doubtfire shit. This motherfucker was cold. and it
Yeah,
will
no
leave you
emotion.
like, holy shit, this dude is off.
And also was it he in 24-hour photo. I didn't even know that was him when I saw like the box, the movie box.
Yep.
And if you see 24-hour photo, only until the end of the movie you see him emote.
Yeah. That's the type of role that you would want to put a Dave Bautista in to show his acting talent. You have to put him in a role where it's devoid of his physicality. You have to break that image of people knowing him being physical to buy him as an actor. The Rock hasn't done that yet. The Rock did goofy roles. He's supposedly gay roles, but he hasn't done a role where he is not physical. And
He's
you're not
totally
relying on his physicality to win the day or be the hero of the situation. If you put Dave Bautista into that role, since he's already smaller now, you're already kind of breaking that mold of this the big beast, right? And then you put him in a role where he's actually being intelligent, you buy it now. Now you're more invested in that character because it's a switch from what you know him as. And if he delivers on the performance, you're like, holy shit, that was awesome. That was awesome. That was Dave Bautista? Drax? The goofy motherfucker? No, that's not him anymore. That was one role he did. This is another one. Because you think of Christian Bale could have had a long career playing the pretty boy serial killer after American Psycho. He could have played that role forever, right? But one of the other movies he did, he shrunk up that what's the name of that movie? The Machinist, yeah, The Machinist, where he shrunk up, lost all that weight, and that was totally departed from who he was. You don't remember him in Reign of Fire all buffed up next to Matthew McConaughey, do you? No, completely different fucking role. Completely different
Because
role.
you
Where
know
he
what?
on
He
something
took the
different.
Machinist right after the Dark
Batman.
Knight.
Yep. Intentionally did it.
Because he
To
didn't
drop
want
all of
to
that weight he put on for Batman to get into something more serious. This character looked weak as shit.
Yep.
He looks sick.
That's what the director was saying that.
He did it again with The Fighter, where he played the crackhead brother that got him an Oscar.
Yep.
Because he's playing a lot of times against what his type would be, which would be the handsome leading man. He'd lead, but he ain't the handsome leading man, and he's not perfect. These people are fucked up. The Machine was a rough story, dude. That was rough.
The scene where him and Mark Wahlberg are on the couch in The Fighter, where you hear him talking, because that was ad-libbed. And Christian Slater's talking, and he starts crying. And Mark Wahlberg was like, wow. And they had to like you see him, he's crying, he's like talking about his brother, but Christian Slater, he really put himself into it.
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. I said Christian Slater. Christian Bale was like, wow.
Different actor.
Different acting range too. I
Mhm.
was like,
for sure.
And he's like, wow. And like they were saying, well, what happened? He said, I was just into it. And it was just cool. And like, it was like, wow, Christian Bale helped make that movie. And that helped push Mark Wahlberg's acting up another level. Because you felt sorry for Christian Bale's character because he was supposed to be the fighter. That was supposed to be him. And Artisan, that was a good fucking flick. That like you talking about all these flicks that we like people did that. No, that was one of Christian Bale's awesome movies right there.
I know of The Fighter. I don't think I've watched The Fighter. The one that keeps coming back to me is Out the Furnace, which I really liked.
Okay.
Which he's in that with Woody Harrelson and Thandie Newton. And Ben Affleck's brother, Casey Affleck.
Yeah.
That was a good ass movie. It's not an action movie, I can tell you that much. It's not an action movie. But the situation is there's a reason they call it Out the Furnace. Just put it that way. It's a good movie. But I haven't seen The Fighter, but I think it's on one of my Netflix or somebody else's list that it's on there to watch on my watch list. Because it's just one of the movies I haven't seen of his.
It's just showing Christian Bale's range, man.
Yeah.
Getting this guy as a damn British actor because he could put on that American accent So
All right.
well. Oh my god.
Shit.
And
Another one was Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah, I haven't
I
seen
didn't
that
see
yet, and
that
I gotta
one.
watch that one.
Bro,
I just recently put that one on my list.
I
Yeah,
man,
that's
Christian, I
there.
be
There we
like
go. I
Christian
need that. I'm a
Bale be
Ferrari
act.
fan.
Yeah, Christian Bale be acting his ass off. I'd be like, damn, like I said that's another. I said, and then didn't that one get nominated for an Oscar too?
yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
I
Well,
was
you
like,
know, but
I
see,
don't think he won anything.
he started off with American Psycho, and so that always stay at the back of my mind when he doing the other roles. So I can see him getting dark and doing, crazy stuff. So that's not.
You know what movie I remember Christian Bale from? And Arson will know this movie. Newsies.
What's that?
You remember the movie back
Newsies?
in
Oh
the
my
day called
god!
Newsies? It was a
You
musical.
guys keep talking over what he's saying. I can't hear what he's saying. What did you say?
Remember a movie, a musical, British musical movie called Newsies?
Newsies?
Yeah.
I never saw that one.
Young
I never
Christian
saw that one.
Bale in that movie. That's where I remember him from.
Yeah, I never saw Newsies. I didn't see that one. What is it about?
Paper boys and on paper route and dealing with the establishment back in the 40s and Great Britain.
Oh, okay. That should be kind of entertaining. Why are they trying to give me this shit like tomorrow? I'm sorry.
Newsies remind me of Annie.
Yeah, it's in that vein. It's a musical.
What the fuck?
You all right?
No, I'm doing something on my phone, and this app is not acting right. Is what it's doing, and I don't understand why it's not acting right.
My brothers, I will have to call it a day for me because I gotta get this work stink off of me and eat something and binge watch like binge watch like Lion because you talked up that Ghost in the Shell or some anime. I might start looking at some anime tonight. So
Yeah, watch Solid State. You can find that real quick.
no, I already put Solid State up there, man. I already got Solid State. I was like, all right, while you was talking, I was like, okay, I might watch
Yeah,
that.
and if you're not gonna go see Ninja Scroll in the theater, you might as well go ahead and watch it on the small screen. Get yourself reversed in the classics.
I used to have the DVD and the sequel, the
Mhm.
sucky sequel, man. But
Oh yeah,
I might
well,
check it out.
yeah, that series was bullshit. I don't ever need to watch that one again. That wasn't it. But I do like that character. That one of my favorite ninja characters from anime, Jubei Kibagami. And he took one of the worst ass beatings I ever seen from a villain ever. Because Gimma beat his ass, boy. Gimma was giving him that work, boy. You want to come in here and fight me? Want some of this?
Couldn't get with the heroin either.
Oh no, he was fucking him up. Yeah, the heroin was good in that. I might watch Wiki City again because I ain't seen that in a minute. I'm serious. I just got to go to storage and get it out that box. Like I know exactly where it is. Like, can I get there in an hour?
But you know, when you see
Take that
Wicked
box
City,
out.
it was cool, but you could see how the way they were trying to make the evolution with the anime.
Mhm.
Because people could look at it and they could say, what is with this corny stuff? Like, whoa, 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 whoa. This is like late 80s going into early 90s. And this shit was kind of cool. And
87.
it had this noirish type of feel to it. But I mean, it was cool.
Yeah, it looks closer to old Robotech in that
Yeah.
way. I mean,
'Cause it-
if I could, I'd watch Macross Plus because I really like Macross Plus. That was fun.
Now you're going back. Damn.
It ain't that far. It looks awesome though. Macross
No, I'm
Plus.
not saying it, but you're going back because it's bringing back memories.
Mhm.
And the thing is, like, if you take Robotech, you take the first season, then you take the second season, then you squeeze in Macross Plus, and then that's like 48 to almost 72 hours of just sitting there like,
Yeah,
wow.
it's a week's worth of watching.
Yeah.
You get through. I mean, I remember when they were remastering the Robotech stuff and they were putting it all on DVD and they were selling it box sets for each version, the Robotech Masters, the Envid, all this stuff. And I was buying those box sets. So they all sit up there, red, green, blue, all that shit. The whole series, right? I love that shit. So when I say that anime builds on each other, yeah, you can watch a Macross Plus, but Macross Plus is self-contained in the sense that you understand it's happening in this Robotech line. That all the rest of the stuff that happened from Rick Hunter and Roy Fokker still happened. All of this stuff still happened. This is just humanity going on to this point to where these are the planes that they got now. Now they got Zentradi working alongside of them. That's a couple generations in of Zentradi, half human, half Zentradi shit. Like, nigga.
When the story would go on, I would joke with my boy. I said, "Oh, you want to look at some protoculture politics?" And
exactly. It's some protoculture politics.
See, only Robotech fans can understand that joke.
Give me the protoculture. What the hell is that? What is protoculture? We'll destroy your whole planet for it. Like, dude, what the hell is it? Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh,
they was just as clueless as this dude in Empire of the Ocean Park. Like, we want the arrangements. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Well, get it to us in 24 hours or we're going to kill your son. I don't even know what you're looking for. I don't have it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it looks like. Yeah, well, get it in 24 hours regardless.
Well, let me get up out of here, brothers. It's always been a pleasure. I will holler at you next week. All right.
Peace.
All right.
Appreciate you, Micah.
All right.
Y'all got some final thoughts? I almost pulled a 6 hour on this one. So I should probably close it out at some point so y'all can go on with your lives. I did show up late, but that's why I opened it up early, because I showed up late. We did anime theater. A lot of that gonna have to get edited out before it's gonna take a week and a half before I ever get a video that can be monetized.
Did get to do it.
Yeah, you did come up for Beetlejuice, and Andre the Diverter moved that shit on the mother. But nah, you got time. I give you time. I wanted to hear what you had to say about Beetlejuice, so you can go ahead and say your piece, because people who wanted to see it are going to go see it. So
it's gonna be his new name on the channel, the Diverter.
That'll be his channel.
Well, I mean,
derail.
Well, I mean, like I said, it was not the first one. You know, they took a lot of the darkness out of it.
It wasn't. I would say it wasn't as dark, but it was still
like I said, yeah, Andre the Derailer. Okay.
He has his points he wants to hit. He wants to talk about.
Yeah, and you know, there was a lot of, I don't want to say political stuff, but like the you know, certain characters didn't show up because of some things they did in real life, like
we ain't gonna talk about the Maitlands like that. Yeah, Alec Baldwin had a whole case he was going through. No, he couldn't show up in this movie. But then again, how do you explain a ghost getting fat? How do you explain a ghost getting fat? You can't get ghosts can't. Dead people don't get fat. So I don't think he was going to lose weight for the role. So that's fine. They didn't have to have Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis in this one for me. They're not talking about them. It ain't their story this time. The first one was their story. This is not their story.
It wasn't even them. You know, the dad got 86 as far as playing a real role, and because of he had some little boy action stuff going on.
I thought he was dead. I thought that actor was dead.
They decided to because he got caught several times with like pictures and trying to seduce little boys and whatever. So that's why they were.
Well, that's why his ass ain't in the movie. I don't see that as political at all. That's called common sense. Like, man, we can't put you on screen.
Yeah, you know.
Come on, man. We try to sell a movie. We ain't trying to sell pedophilia.
Especially in the post Me Too era. Hell no. You damn sure.
Hell no.
Yeah, so that's why he was shark bait, you know.
He was shark bait. Why did it take me a minute when they had his funeral and they had his picture on the headstone? It took me a minute till they went back there a second time and say the fucking headstone is shaped like a shark fin. What the?
Oh, I noticed that right off. I
was into something else when they was doing that whole thing because the mother was being kooky and shit, and I was laughing about that. It didn't even register the first time I saw it. Like they made his headstone a shark fin, and the motherfucker got ate by a shark. Like,
no, how about the fact that they were singing Dayo and it was appropriate? It fit. I was like, wait a minute.
Because that was a song he liked from the first movie.
It sounded like a Negro spiritual. I was like, wait a minute. Fuck his eyes on the sparrow. We're gonna go with Dayo at the funeral now. We're gonna do.
Well, look, I'm laughing about the shit while I'm watching it. The audience was like they were confused. They didn't know to laugh or like, huh? They was just silent in there, and I'm giggling. Like, what the fuck?
Man, look at that. It wasn't but 4 of us in that whole theater. I laughed my ass off. I was enjoying myself.
My theater was about 3/4 of the way full, man. We was in there having a good time watching that shit.
Yeah. Now, let me see. Another part was, because I watched so many movies, some of the twists that they threw in there, I got the twist. As soon as they threw a couple of the clues in there, and so I can't do the spoilers. But when the book came out later on in the movie, that was a big hint that something wasn't right.
Hint. Yeah, it was a big hint. If you saw the first movie, that was a big hint. There's something strange going on.
Yeah, and so when he turned out, I was like, oh wow. It was almost some manosphere stuff. I was like, they get the Chad. They get the Chad. Like fuck a nice dude. They get the Chad. The Chad, he look good. He like 8 feet tall.
Oh Lord.
I think it was how he was dressed. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and then he was dressed like the dude from the first movie.
Boots with the rolled up cuffs on the jeans. Like, it's a little out of date for you, homie. But
yeah,
okay, whatever.
Hanging out in the damn treehouse. What the fuck? Like, you how old? You hanging out in the treehouse? What the fuck?
What you up to, Negro? No, what was the other part? I end up liking the mom, Delia Dietz. I liked her more in this movie than the first one.
Yeah, she was just annoying in the first movie.
She was annoying. She was funny. She was funny. She was dropping some of the funny lines. She was doing some of the funny shit.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, when she was like, if you don't let me gut this house and make it my own, I'll make your life miserable. I was like, fucking give it a house. That's a lot of dudes though. When their wife they want a project, they want anything with the house. As long as it ain't, fucking with no foundation or no beams, and they fucking do what you want to do, put flowers and birds and hearts and whatever the fuck. Yeah, just give me my one room in the back.
I was laughing. I was laughing that they brought back the fact that her art is strange and weird to people.
Yeah,
and she was still an artist out there doing some wild shit. But then she had donated money to the daughter's boarding school, and they had this whole art shit for her. What the fuck crazy shit is in there? Let's go. Can the camera go in there? I want to see what art she got in there.
Man, the fact he was doing, I forget what the style of art is where you are the art. Just you got to be a little crazy. Like certain people that go in there with a chainsaw and start just hacking up a piano and shit, and people done pay like $500 a ticket to go see them. I'm like, what the hell?
Well, the funny part in that shit was in the beginning. This is not a spoiler for you guys at all. When they reintroduced the character of Delia Dietz, Winona Ryder's character goes to her mother because her mother called her and told her that her father is dead. She goes to her mother, and her mother is doing an art show. And one of the exhibits in her art show is by some famous graffiti artist that's pissed off at her because she's closing the show down because she heard her ex-husband is dead, right?
Yeah.
But you understand what was happening. She was standing up against that wall and letting the dude spray paint all on her and the wall, and she was like,
exactly.
old liberal white lady shit is this, man?
Yeah, she became the art.
Yeah,
I was like, but
I'm like, this bullshit.
but
that was making me laugh.
The eventual conclusion to that style of art, right?
She gets sprayed in the face
with the bukkake, it's gonna go there. It's like, what? Nah, Pollock. It's Pollock. No, that's no. Get the black light.
She got graffiti. She's standing up in her white tennis shoes and jeans and sweatshirt and getting spray painted and shit. Like the wall. Like she's part of the wall. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
Yeah, but that's the kind of stuff people actually will do. Like painting themselves and then throwing themselves up against a canvas and shit. I'm like, and they getting paid for it. So yeah.
Well, it looked funny to me because I don't know if you ever saw Sorry to Bother You, but Tessa Thompson in that movie, Sorry to Bother You, she's playing this artist and she has this display piece that she does where she is the art and she's just standing up there and letting people throw stuff at her, like cell phones and oils and stuff like that. And she's sitting up there giving this, reciting poetry or some shit like that while they throw stuff at her. I'm like, yeah, this is weird art for people. it was just stupid to me, right? But that's the same thing you get in this Beetlejuice with seeing a mama again. She has a weird art shit going on.
Yeah. But that Sorry to Bother You sound like OnlyFans before OnlyFans. That's
yeah, Sorry to Bother You was funny. The rest of the movie, like I said, Michael Keaton was straight. I didn't have to say anything about Michael Keaton. He was straight. He was straight. I like him being funny. I like him more when he plays serious or dark characters, but his funny characters are always funny. It sounds like the same fucking Beetlejuice. It could work. And that's why I said that he could play this shit till he old, because all you gonna do is put more makeup on him.
Exactly. Like I said, that was the whole thing with Bellucci. I was like, yeah, she aged in the face, but because they put so much makeup on her, you don't really know. She still look kind of hot.
She's still hot. She the chorus bride. Monica Bellucci is still a pretty ass woman. What was that, Beast? You broke up a little bit.
My bad, I'm outside. A hot ass corpse bride, basically.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, because she ain't never selected the body. It's just her face aged way before her body, and it's just like it was. I was like, damn. I said it in the comment. I was like, her and Catherine Zeta. The damn body still holding up, but them faces just hit the wall quick, boy. I was like, damn,
boy. Listen, Catherine Zeta-Jones, damn.
What I didn't know is that she was dating Tim Burton now. I was like, oh, what the fuck? Here, I'm gonna show y'all something. Yeah,
Tim got away from his gossip witch wife that he put in every fucking movie.
That's why she in the movie. She messing with Tim Burton right now. That's Monica Bellucci right now from her Instagram.
But shit, that's an upgrade.
It is. There you go. There she is for the Beetlejuice opening.
You see his first wife? Hell, she was in all his movies, man. She was cool and everything, but she ain't got nothing on Monica. No.
That's Monica right now. Bellucci that shit up.
For real.
Like, no.
Keeping it in the family. All his women get to be in his movies.
Shit, I mean, he ain't got to pay thousands, millions of dollars to a leading actress.
Just in divorce.
It's coming back to the household. It's coming back to the household.
That's it.
Keep it all in. It's like she didn't have nothing to do in the movie. She was doing what she was supposed to be doing in the movie. She was on screen, getting her Screen Actors rate, and bumping the director. Keeping the director happy. What else did she have to do?
She was soul sucking on and off the.
Yeah, she's soul. She was sucking souls. That was for damn sure.
Yes, I believe that. I believe they pulled that from real life. That's what I believe. And what else? I mean, like I said, they lightened it up. Like I said, the music was because I guess because of where I live, I had never heard MacArthur Park before,
Mhm.
and so I was like, "This is weird," but it make Beetlejuice kind of look like more romantic than stalkerish, like he looked through a lot of.
I didn't consider him a
And
stalker.
so
I just consider him a perv, dude. Like,
he stalked her for however many years. He was straight stalking. And he could if you look up stalker in the book, that's his picture of him right there. Don't say my name, But I mean, he had workers helping him stalk for God's sake. It's deep.
at that rate, that makes Candyman a stalker in the first movie because he was going after her. Kept showing up for that girl. Be my
You're going out, but they was related, so I don't know. That's incest.
She looked like somebody he used to know, and it wasn't her. So he kept going after.
Well, that's kind of like Dracula. I mean, hell, he waiting for his wife to get reincarnated.
Well, yeah, but he always got them eyes on people. He can get any chick to come with him. He gotta chase him. He just got to put the eyes on him. Come to me.
Yeah, I've crossed oceans of time for you.
Yeah, exactly. Gary Oldman Dracula.
Let them player lines. Cause I remember I bought like a Screaming Jay Hawkins CD one time, and he got a song on there because you gotta get spell on you, but he had one. It's called Less Love. This motherfucker was putting the Mac down. I said, now I see why this motherfucker had like 73 kids. I said, no, he was a pimp. I said, wait a minute, because you were ugly as hell. So I'm like, damn, 73 kids when he died. That was like the last count I heard. I mean, it might be more than that. I was like, damn. I said, Less Love. I said, he seriously sound like a pimp. I was like, what the hell? But yeah, now they were talking about a lot of stereotypical stuff in the movie as far as all the reviews. And I'm like, no, that's just, I mean, stereotypes for a reason. I'm like, because one cameo, and you were talking about it in the in your reaction with the tragedy song. It sounds like New York to me. I don't get it. I'm like, I don't get it. I said, that's what it sounds like. But I guess because I'm older and we're used to seeing all this stuff in movies, I'm like, damn, where's the stereotype? Is it racially I mean, what the hell?
They just, I don't know. I accepted it because I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool. It didn't take me out of the movie at all once I understood what was happening for that half a second. And it's just funny. It's played off as funny. It's not played off as being serious. It ain't fucking La La Land and no shit like that. No, it's a Beetlejuice movie. So Beetlejuice can get away with doing silly shit like that, like sitting on a gravestone playing a guitar because the chick left. Like, what the dude? The next thing I was expecting to see was holding up a boombox doing a Say Anything. But then that would have
there you go.
That would have took them too close to looking like Deadpool in modern day sensibility, since they only remember the last thing they saw. Oh, he was doing the Deadpool thing, man. You ain't never seen Say Anything? Shut up.
Yeah. And then now the other thing about that, I like they got back into the origin of Beetlejuice because I mean, it's some people that Googled all that. I didn't look up all that what he was or who he was when he was alive. So I
never knew how old he was.
But the goddamn language changes in the movie. I mean,
but you find out, you find out in the movie that Beetlejuice is French. He's French. He has been around since the plague. That's when he was alive. He died during the plague. So he is old as shit.
Yeah,
he is legit old as shit.
But the problem was, man, having the subtitles in the irritating language. I was like, what the I'm like, dude. I'm like, come on.
It was hilarious because he was clearly lip syncing it, but it was played off goofy anyway. It was played
Yeah.
off goofy. But the story
Yeah.
was dumb as shit because you see that Beetlejuice, when he was alive, was a grave robber.
Yeah, he was a
Before
piece of trash when he was
He was a
alive.
piece of shit when he was alive, right?
Yeah, I was like, this is not surprising. I'm like, he a piece of shit. I mean, he's a piece of s alive, and he turned into a dead piece of crap. I'm like, it worked. It worked out. I'm like, hey, some things don't change, I guess. Even after
Consistent.
hundreds of years, it don't change.
Yeah,
But
he kept it consistent.
But yeah, and then of course, I guess one of the other stereotypes they were talking about was with the, I guess, the train to the afterlife or whatever the hell. I'm like,
Yeah, don't talk about that one. I didn't want to ruin that for anybody.
Yeah, but I'm just like,
I was cool
if
with
I
that.
wasn't offended, like if I wasn't offended, why are you, blonde white woman, being offended?
I don't need white folks to be offended for me for shit like that I'm not offended by.
I was like, we cool with it. It's funny.
Yeah,
we got a sense of humor. We got a sense of humor. Y'all don't. You know, we good.
No, you don't have to be outraged for me. Thanks a lot, but I got it covered. Thank you. I can handle my own outrage. I don't need a spokesperson for my outrage in that sense. No, I wasn't offended by that shit at all. I thought it was kind of funny, and it was actually one of the better beats in the movie when it went on. When it got back to that scene again, I was feeling kind of up with that scene. Like, oh, here we go. This is fun, man.
Exactly. They got it stayed fun. You know, and now why the only one ghost in the whole movie look completely human and fine as hell? I'm like, what the shit? How he hit the jackpot on that? I was like, he the only player. I mean, every other ghost you see in the movie look jacked up, and then the finest ghost in the movie, she don't have the best job in the world. But I'm just like, she looked completely human. Like she must have took some poison or something. Because goddamn,
well, that's the thing. You always show up how you show up how you went out, right?
Yeah.
So, like, his secretary had that fucking javelin through her neck.
Yeah.
Okay, that's awkward. She should be walking around.
Yeah.
But the secretary, the coffee girl, she looked normal. Yeah. How did that happen?
I'm like, how he end up with her? What kind of pull he got?
I don't know.
And then she acting like Dimity Cricket through the goddamn movie and shit. I'm like she's his conscious and she fine. I like if he ain't hitting that something.
The afterlife ain't about shit, right?
Yeah. But yeah, and then some of the ironic deaths in the movie. And they were just quick too. You just like, now the one of them you saw coming, and I was like, that's what you get for cultural appropriation. It's like you knew something was you knew it was just a bad idea. And then you're just being dramatic. I'm like, I don't feel sorry for you at all.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. And I've heard nobody call it cultural appropriation, but that's why I'm laughing. That is all rainfire for that one.
Shit. Wait, you look, you know where she got it from. You knew why she was doing it. And it's just like you stealing other people's culture. F you.
That was Rainfire. The way you breaking down this movie, now you have to go see it.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's like, see, you get it now, because all she had to do was show up with some cornrows or some shit while she was doing it.
That's what they was
missing. A dashiki or something.
Yeah, bro. No, she got what she got for that. She got over it was pretty easy. It was pretty easy for her. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it was pretty easy for her.
Yeah. You can see it coming. And so just like it was just a couple things like that where it's like, okay, I see this because I'm a movie buff, I know kind of what's gonna happen a little bit later. So it's cool. You don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but you know where it could go. And so but the whole thing with like I said, MacArthur Park, because I never heard it. So I went back and I heard the original versions, because what it was, the one in the movie was a mashup. two different versions. It was the original and the remake, and so it made it a duet. So I was like, that's actually kind of cool. Because it wasn't original. I was like, damn, this sounds like is a weird song, but it was a duet. I gotta go look that up.
That's the beauty of making these newer movies and having these people who've actually done music and stuff like that. You can do stuff like that. You can pull that in. That's why. So I was saying, well, the soundtrack for this one was actually fun. Like transition scenes, I was enjoying because the music was fun.
Yeah,
and the versions were fun. I mean, that's what worked with me with what was it? I think it was Nope or something like that. One of them Jordan Peele movies where he it was that shitty one, Us. It's that shitty one, Us. It had a version of a song in there, which was a different version of a song I knew, and it made it sound really fucking creepy. That was actually cool, and it was like a rap song or some shit like that. Oh, I got five on it. Yeah. I got five. That shit sounded creepy as shit. I like that version of the song. It's not the original version, but somebody who likes music threw that shit in there, and it actually worked.
Yeah, because I can't even remember the movie because it's been like 15 years, but it was like somebody in the movie on the soundtrack. It was Bohemian Rhapsody, but it was a black rap group doing it, and it worked. And I went and I bought it later, but it was like, this is how old it was because it was on. I got it on cassette, and so, but it worked. And I was like, well, damn, when somebody else gets the song and make it sound completely different, I'm cool with it. It's just like when they did the New Edition little biopic, and they had the young versions of New Edition singing the LTD song "Holding On." Them songs sound completely different with some little kids singing it, but it sounded good. So I like okay. And
there you go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Beast, since you hadn't seen it, I will say other thing is the story building. So you get to find out like there's some legal stuff, I guess you can call loopholes and stuff. So they give you a little more to work with. So if they do make another movie, where you ain't just stuck in whatever. You can find a way around a lot of stuff if you're a lawyer or some shit, maybe. But
I think they left it in a position where they could make a sequel if they wanted to, and it would be fine.
Yeah, they fleshed it out.
They did a better, put it this way, they did a better generational handoff in this movie than you have seen done in a while, with new characters coming in and older characters going out. They did a better job of it in this movie, that you would watch a movie with these characters now with the Jenna Ortega asterisk going forward. You would watch it.
Yeah.
Got your bitch ass.
And the fucked up part, the fact that what's her name? The mom
Delia.
She had to kind of straighten out Lydia.
Mm-hmm.
She the one had to do it, and she's like, what happened to you? You used to be a badass. What the fuck happened to you? Like, and still, I still don't know what happened. Well, I do. Never mind. I know what happened.
She got a little traumatized. She got a little traumatized.
Yeah, that, and then Fish Man.
Mm-hmm. Put it this way: if you can see. Put it this way: if you could see Ghost all the time, you would probably be a little traumatized too.
But I was saying with the Ghost that she couldn't is the thing.
Well, you know why? You found out why.
That finished her off. Yeah, I think that's the one that finished her off. So it is what it is on that. But I gotta say though, yeah, they kept the laughs up. They, like I said, they introduced a lot of new characters. It was just not as dark, so it wasn't as many scary elements. Because I know by today's standard, the original Beetlejuice wasn't really scary, but it was Tim Burton. It was back in the day.
Dark.
Those shit in there to creep you up. Yeah, it's gonna be dark. It's gonna be creepy. I mean, hell, a ghost trying to force you to marry him. Well, sorry, a demon
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, that was a little spooky back in the day. I mean, now it just like, hey, that don't sound unusual to me.
Yeah, it's
Must
commonplace
be a
now.
Tuesday.
Yeah, it must be a Tuesday. What is
Yeah.
this? 2-for-1 Tuesday for the demons? You get
And
two versions.
and now the ending was annoying.
Don't mention the ending.
Yeah, I'm just saying it was annoying. Not the the ending, but the after credit.
Yeah, after
That was
credits. Yeah, there is after credit stuff for this movie.
that was annoying shit. But and of course the one introduction character, shit. I want to say it's a spoiler, but I don't want to. Should I say the child?
Yeah, that's the spoiler. That's the spoiler.
Okay. Well, I didn't say which child. They had a couple children in the movie, but that's kind of that was a little. I want to say annoying and it wasn't disturbing because I'm saying worse stuff, but it's just annoying. It's like
it was gross in some. It was just gross in some sense, but it made me think about aliens. That's all it did.
I ain't even think about the alien aspect of it.
Yeah,
and then what if that actually happened though for real? And then you just like,
that was fucked up.
Yeah, that would be a bad. Yeah, that would be a bad part of the story if it actually did happen.
But for the most part, I liked it. It was good. It was good to me. It was fun. Was it an awesome ass movie? No, but it was fun. It was a better sequel than you've seen out of sequels. It was.
Yeah.
It built on the original story, took it a little bit further, and dropped it off right here, and you can go forward from here if you want to. But that's the difference between having a singular vision on something and having, the committee agree on what's supposed to be happening.
Yeah. Like with Deadpool.
Deadpool was good. Deadpool and Wolverine.
He kept them out of it. Yeah, he kept them out of it. He just
he did.
I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm not gonna go on certain interviews, like The View. He pissed what's his name, Behar off. She tried to sue him because he wouldn't do an interview. It's like, you don't like my movie. Why would I go on your show?
She was all for that shit until he said he was not gonna go on that show.
Yeah. And then she trashed it right after that.
He's not pushing that DEI shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But look, Disney got a hand up her ass anyway, so I'm not worried about what the hell she is. Be mad. Yeah, be mad. I don't give a fuck.
I'm gonna make my
over $1 billion doing it his way. What do you got to show for yours?
Look, I would have, if it was me, I would have declined coming on the show, and I would have sent her a free mint phone.
I'm gonna spend French fries all over the place. Then send her a free mint phone.
Yes, it's promotion and it's an FU at the same time. It works out. I was like,
with a card on it that says "Call somebody who cares."
Oh, see that? Yeah, there you go. See,
Oh no, he shouldn't have been on that show anyway. That was stupid.
Yeah,
their appearance on what was it, the Tonight Show, or whatever, where him and Hugh Jackman hosted the whole show, was awesome. That was more fun because it was them being themselves.
Yeah, and then they had I cannot remember the villain that played Xavier's sister. Yeah, she was on there, and then they were talking about how she gave everybody COVID and shit. And he was like, "No, this is the most relaxing time I ever had. I didn't have to do no work. I was at home. I was like, that's like a vacation. It's like."
This COVID vacation. That shit was hilarious, dude.
Yeah. It was like, it was pleasant, ma'am. You can give me COVID anytime. I was like,
shit was hilarious. That was a good show. I ended up watching that whole, I think it was the Tonight Show or whatever. I ended up watching that whole show just because it was the two of them on there. I don't watch that shit any other time. I don't care about that show.
But did you catch them on Hot Ones?
Oh,
we're doing the hot sauce show.
Watch it.
Yeah, the hot wings. Hugh Jackman was getting.
Yo, it's like I looked into. I think I saw heaven. I looked into a hole.
Boy, Hugh Jackman
I
could
was
not
like,
take that.
I was like, hell no. I was like, fuck it. Man, that shit was hilarious though.
He said he thought he saw heaven.
Yeah, he was like, he got to one of the hotter wings and he just looked like off camera. He was like, I thought I saw heaven. I thought
He thought I was checking out. Huh?
yeah. It was like, cause what's his name? Childish Gambino. He went on there like a little bit after them, and he was like, it was a vision quest. He was like, this shit is like when you eating peyote and you in the hot tent in like the middle of the desert and shit, and you seeing shit. And he's like, it's like a vision quest. He's like, I think I see a wolf in the corner like howling and shit at the moon. I was like,
no, the funniest one is still Idris Elba when everybody makes the meme where he caught. Like he's talking. Look, he was because Idris was talking shit the whole time until he got to the hardest one. He was like, oh, "Okay, this." He was like, "Whose idea was this, Chris?" He was like, "That dude in the corner. He's a producer, Chris." He said, "Chris, can you fight?" He
was like, "Do you fight?" "Do you fight?" Because I'm about to lay hands on you. I was like, damn. And then it just does MMA professionally, so it's just like you don't want to go. It's like you got to bring him all the ice water and ice cream and milk and whatever you can, dude. Because it's just gonna lay you out.
Do you fight?
Man. Yeah, like do you? Hey, he went on. I think what's her name? Shit. No, another one was what's her name? That was shit. I can't remember names. Like she was in Black Panther. She was in I think like you said us. No, she was just in
be
quiet. Yeah, the bald headed model chick that everybody loved. But she was Black Panther's girlfriend, baby mama, whatever. And she
hold on.
She was just like, yeah.
What the
took a bite.
Yeah. Oh, like I said, he asked dude to fight. He wanted to square up with him after that. He was like, yeah. And but I cannot remember her name. I should know it, but I cannot remember. Huh? Lupita. She got on there, and she was like, it was like a whole therapy session. She was like, at the end, she had him hug her. She was like, I went through a whole emotional roller coaster. I cried and I laughed and I doubted myself, and I was like, yeah, damn. I was like, man, I gotta make a show like that locally. I gotta do it. I just gotta just give people some nasty or some hot food and make them eat it and just see what comes out their mouth, because this shit is gold. I'm like, and then you got
Jennifer Lawrence was pretty funny too. She started having a fucking nervous breakdown.
Yeah. I remember that one. Yeah, I saw that. Because I had to go back and rewatch some of these things, or just I had never seen. And like, yeah, Shaquille O'Neal was on there talking cash shit. He got broke down. I said, this man found a way to break people down on camera legally without hitting them and basically torture them. And they signed up for it. It's like they got waivers and shit.
Let me see this shit real quick.
Let me ask you a question, buddy. Sure. Whose idea was this show?
So, see that guy right there in the blue shirt?
Yeah?
His name's Chris.
What's your name? Chris, right? Can you fight, Chris?
You might have to, buddy.
We have to talk about this. You got any other bright ideas coming up in your little brain box over there? Jesus Christ, I'm about to pass out. Let me ask you a question, buddy.
Sure.
Got any more ideas in your brain box over there?
Yeah.
Look, Taraji P was like, I'm gonna have a stunt double for these wings.
Yeah, boy. It's just hilarious because some of them they had to tap out and go to the bathroom and whatever, and it just be like, yeah, they ain't make it. They ain't make it.
Rainfire. Did you ever see Gordon Ramsay? That motherfucker. If you heard him curse, boy, he was
Yes,
cursing up a storm. He was cursing up a storm.
that was classic. Gordon Ramsay episode is classic as hell. I was like, oh man. I was like, Gordon, you one of the world's greatest chefs with these wings are kicking your ass. It's like all his whatever sous chef he had working under him all them years. I know they got that shit like on their phone, like as a screensaver, and they just play that like once a day when they got to work with him. And just be like, yeah, you talking shit now with the wings.
With some wings on
The
your ass.
wings broke your ass down like a fraction. You like, oh man, that show is gold, boy. I mean, if I need to laugh at work, I put that on for a minute.
All right, hold
And
on a
I'm
second.
good.
Let's see this
Uh-oh.
shit.
It's like eating a mouthful of sand. Okay. The more you get pushed, the thicker your skin. The thicker your skin, trust me, the higher you go. So that's nippy at the beginning. It's like nip, 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 nip immediately. So it's not it's fine, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's not super hot. Oh, that's quite nice. I like that.
You do?
Yeah, it's quite zesty. That's fruity. I like that. Yeah. Okay. That's hot now. Tingling everywhere.
Yeah, in the back half here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Also, it's just
Mm-hmm.
need to go on.
This is amazing. The lime, does that work?
He started turning red, man.
He red as shit.
Yeah, because I'm a bit overcooked.
Yeah, that motherfucker set his world on fire. Set his ass ablaze, boy. Like,
it's like
crack.
to really enjoy that show. What you do? You see them. You watch them eat the first
Watch the whole
wing,
episode, yeah.
and then you watch them eat the first wing, and then you skip to when they get to the fifth wing, and then so you can get the first four is like warm up. So you watch them the first one and them talk that shit. And it's not that bad. Because I remember, I don't know why I ended up watching Cardi B on there. And she just like, oh, she's a nice little wing. I'm like, what the fuck you name giving them female genders and shit? I'm like, what the fuck? And and that's the problem. Most of like if they from like Latin countries, it ain't really that big thing. Because I remember what's the name? Selma Hayek went on there. She's like, we grew up eating this shit. This ain't nothing. And she
took it.
She took it like a champ.
Nori, he had the tiger bone, so that nigga was cheap. He was using the tiger bone, and Ja Rule quit. He didn't even finish.
Like I said, I'm gonna tap out and go to the bathroom.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh my god. This is the one. This is the one right here.
This shit after. I can't watch the whole episode on there. I just wanted to make sure that was the one.
Yes, that is the one.
Hugh Jackman looked like he in pain. He looked like he in pain. Motherfucker biting the napkin, crying.
Yeah. And then some of it you like, okay, these are professional actors, so you got to like how much of this is acting and how much of this is them just getting tore out the frame. And so you just like
that's when you watch their body. Watch their veins and watch them, especially since they white. You see if they start turning colors. They can't control that.
Because I've seen like
Natalie Portman changed color.
Yeah, I seen a couple of the female actresses, and they'll do that one single solitary tear down the cheek. I mean, like, okay, she's a good actress, so I can't tell. Like, is this just for promotional purposes, or is she really like hurting on the inside? It's like, wait a minute. Because I remember they were passing around in the space recently of video of the woman, and she like African and she overweight, and her husband left her, and she was saying like sometimes like they were sleeping in separate bedrooms, and sometimes in the middle of the night he'll come in and have sex with her, and she wouldn't even know. She would sleep through the whole thing, and she would just wake up in the morning and knew he had been there. I was like, how worn out do you have to be Well, your husband can come in,
Ain't feel shit.
have whole sex with you, and you don't even wake up out your sleep. I'm
Well,
like,
you
what
know, the joke is that we used to say about dudes having these big women for wives is like you just put it in the crease. You don't know which one you in.
Yeah.
That
But
was a
no,
joke.
he was in the crease. No, she admitted. No, she admitted. She was just like she didn't even know he was there. I was like, God damn. I'm like, that's insulting on a lot of levels. I'm like, dude. But then I said, well, maybe he was having Napoleon sex or something, which is, because that's that Kevin Samuels time. It's like my stuff is important, yours not. So it's like if it take me like a minute and a half, that's all you get, and you better hope you get one. and because that was like my funniest part of the movie. Napoleon was having a lot of sex in the movie, but it was not couldn't be pleasing at all for his wife. I mean, she would literally be sitting there like reading or something while he having sex with her or whatever the fuck. And he enjoying the hell out of it though. But I'm just like,
you getting his jollies off because he had a little dick. That's all that is.
It was like I said, 2 minutes. That was it. That's all she getting. If that much. Like 2 minutes, that was it. And she loved the hell out of that dude. That's why I was like, see, sex is not the most important thing. I guess.
You can, but if you ain't doing it right or well, it ain't gonna be that goddamn important to you.
Well,
and his wife was messing around anyway.
Then plus that prison life messed her up because she had to sell herself in prison. So ain't no telling how many dudes. Then plus 3 kids, so or how many
she was
kids.
selling herself before she got to prison. Personally, I think she was. I think she was.
But the whole point was that she told him that, and he was just okay. Fuck it, I want you. I don't care what you did for me. I want you. And then just the coldest line I ever heard in the movie from a woman was just straight up. It's like, I'm gonna show you something, and once I show you this, you're gonna always want it. And it's like, what is it? And she just opened the legs up. That nigga dropped to his knees, like bam, like it was kryptonite or some shit. I was like,
slave.
She sucked that dude's soul out his body from across the room. I'm like, dude, it's like you can have any woman you want. You just ain't never seen one before. Is what you say?
No, it's just that she was bolder in a time where people wore those big gowns and covered that up and didn't talk about it. She was a bit bolder with that shit. That's that shit.
Cause I said this is the coldest line I done ever heard. And I heard a lot of women talk cash shit. It's like once you see it, you ain't never gonna not want it. It is this fool when he said, "What is it? What it's a surprise?" Like he a little kid or a puppy or something. Like what is it?
He was kind of because he was young.
And I was just like, when he showed him that and he fell on his knees, I was like, damn. I was like, that is real.
Oh no, I was in Catholic school and some girl flashed her panties at me in school. I liked her for a while.
Yeah,
so that kind of shit.
Elementary. Girl flashed me in the field where we was at recess. And
it was in class. It was in class. In front of everybody. I was like, God damn. Yeah, I want some. I'll take a slice. But fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here so I can get some food in my belly because I got up and got straight on the stream. I have not eaten all day yet. So
yeah,
the hangries are coming, and
all right.
It's better if I'm not online for y'all to see that.
Yeah. Well, I'm on
Tasmanian devil. You on your what?
My vegan journey. So I got to get in here and make some vegetarian spaghetti. And
vegetarian spaghetti. So just
noodles and pasta. Stop playing.
Yeah, so just noodles and tomato sauce, right?
It ain't even the pasta, sir. It's like it's the squash and zucchini pasta, and then I got vegan meatballs and vegan beef crumbles and like 2 or 3 different kinds of tomato sauce and some mushrooms and whatever in there. I mean, it tastes good, but I mean, it ain't meat. That's all I gotta say. It ain't.
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna say because I cannot stand saying vegan meatball. If it ain't no meat in it, just say it's a vegan ball. It ain't a vegan meatball because there ain't no meat in it. Like, what are we doing?
Call that shit something
Overly
else.
complicated. Yeah, it's a zucchini ball.
Like tofu is his own
Tofu
goddamn
ball.
thing.
Yes,
You
tofu.
call that shit, call that shit something else. Stop calling it meat. You gave up on chicken and beef.
It's not meat.
Yeah, I saw a dude straight up call a mushroom a fucking steak. I was like, look here, dude. We're gonna have to have a talk. I'm like, there's a mushroom. I don't care what color it is, I don't care how you char it, there's a goddamn mushroom. Now I will say, because my feed is crazy, this came across my feed. Somebody cut some watermelon into the shape of a drumstick, breaded it and fried it like chicken, and then had the audacity to make a Kool-Aid and whiskey dipping sauce.
I saw that shit too. I was mad at a motherfucker. I was like, stop it with this shit.
I was like, I bet it tastes good. I was like, I just want to taste this just like some other idiot. He sit here and candied a barbecue rib like it was a Jolly Rancher. I was like, son of a bitch.
Country. That's some country shit. It's like deep frying stuff that's already cooked to death. Like, I think HVAC Steven was telling me about this place near our job that does deep fried burgers or something like that. It's like, why do my heart hurts hearing that, dude? I feel my artery clogged up just listening to this. Like, ugh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the shiny rib is like, I'm like, and it's funny because it's like it's a clear candy. It's like literally, it's like a Jolly Rancher with a rib inside of it. I'm like, what the fuck? I said, I bet you that thing tastes good. And I can't have a lot of sugar, so I'm like, damn, I want to try it one time. Like my sister has forbid me from eating the Krispy Kreme cheeseburger, and I'm just like, damn.
A crispy. Oh my, no, I can't do
Yeah,
both.
they have me at the fair every year.
And they wonder why Americans are fat. They wonder why Americans are fat.
High blood pressure, heart disease, cancer, all this shit. You ever thought about it? Maybe it's the way we fucking eat. How we cook the shit.
Bro, I'm not the super health nut or anything like that, but some shit I just know just sound like a bad fucking idea. It just sound like a bad idea. My son ate this burger before that was like 4 patties and 3 types of cheese and bacon and shit like that. And I'm like, son, you can't eat that shit forever. Like, you can have it this one time, but don't make that a regular staple. It's
a restaurant on Route 66. It's a famous restaurant, and they have burgers like that. And they call them like the double, triple, quadruple bypass. And like the wait staff, it's dressed up like hot nurses. It's like a Hooters with these insanely large burgers, and like the wait staff dressed up like nurses. And then if you order the order, like the big order, like a dude come out the back dressed like a doctor, and he put like a stethoscope on you. He playing because he ain't no real doctor. But it's just funny. It's like, yeah, we think he'll live, and then they give you the bill, and I'm like, I can't. I wish if I was younger, I could still have some of that stuff because I was like, that's just fun to do. And then, not to mention, them nurses was looking hot as hell. I'm like, damn, that's. I'm like,
I don't need social acceptance that bad. Fuck that. That's some real shit. You'll really be in the hospital after some shit like that.
Yeah.
It won't be the thing for the restaurant. But let me go ahead.
Like that episode of Boondocks where they had the Luther on there. Where Granddad made that damn Luther Vandross burger, yes. And people were having heart attacks and shit and going they tried to sue him. Giving you the itis and you get like a complimentary pillow that came with your meal.
Yeah, fuck all that.
Oh boy. Well,
thank you guys. Excuse me. Thank you guys for coming up. I'm gonna shut this down because I need some water.
Oh yeah. All right, peace out, everybody. I'm gonna choke down this vegetarian food.
You can eat it. It'll come out easy. Excuse me. Thank you, Rainfire, coming up. Appreciate Rainfire coming up, giving me his review of Beetlejuice. Appreciate that. What you got to say, Beasley?
Nothing much. Just artisan. Be sure to check out that Rebel Ridge and make sure you do a review immediately after you watch it.
I have to. That's the only way I'm gonna get a review done.
But other than that, peace, man. Catch y'all later. Let me finish this laundry.
Peace, Beasley. Wash them shitty drawers. No. Got him right before he got off. Wash your drawers, man. Socks, stinky socks. So, if you guys didn't know, excuse me, I've been Artisan MC. This has been the hero's journey. On this journey, we did talk a little bit about Emperor of Ocean Park, which is a great series starring Forrest Whitaker on MGM Plus. Check it out. We did talk about the Beetlejuice movie, which I thought was fun. Right? You heard Rainfire and me and him going back and forth and having a laugh on the shit. It was fun. It was a fun movie. So it was a sequel worth watching this season. If you just want to steer clear of bull crap and remakes, you can take this one as this is fun. You can watch this and have some fun. And for the Maple Leaf, yes, you can take your daughter to go see it. You can take your young child to see it. It's nothing that's going to be overly offensive in there to you about it. Nothing that you'd be trying to shield their young eyes from. You can just watch it and have a good time with it, which is important for families. It is a good family message in it, which is about actually parents coming to terms with their kids and accepting their kids for who they are, and not no stealth agenda way that I saw in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Now I know why Hollywood was so enamored with that movie, because it was just about a mother accepting her lesbian daughter. That's all it was about. So that's why they were all, oh yeah, this is the best movie ever. Shut the fuck up. But anyway, what else did we do? I didn't talk about Sonic, but a couple of movies that I watched on my rehab from the Acolyte was the Sonic movies. I did watch both of those and I liked them. They were fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing 3 when it comes out. I'm up on that. Excuse me. What's the other thing? Definitely check out your theater near you between September 11th and September 16th. I know what September 11th is supposed to mean for everybody. I do. I am patriotic in that sense. I do understand what it means, but I will engage in one of the most American of traditions, which is commerce, which means I will go to the movie theater and watch something that I've loved for a long time on its 30th anniversary in the theaters with a bunch of other people that some might not have ever seen it before, which is fun. I wish I had more people I could take with me to go see this shit. Maybe I'll see if FD Steven wants to go and see this movie, because it should be seen on a big screen. So if you've never seen Ninja Scroll, you don't know what the hell it is, look on Fandango or whatever you have to and find the theater closest to you and go watch Ninja Scroll in the theaters on the big screen between September 11th and the 16th. You can find it. And if you don't like it, that's always your choice. I think it's stupid. But if you do find it as being one of your new favorite anime, then you know what we grew up on as Gen Xers and what anime was before it turned into Fooly Cooly and all this other goofy ass shit that's on. Just saying. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and end this here. Shout out to the panel, everybody that came up, Andre the Maple Leaf, Beastly Nerd, Rainfire Designs, Malika Me Bane, Lion. Appreciate all of you guys for coming up. Definitely check out some of the anime that we recommended. Ghost in the Shell, Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence, Ghost in the Shell Solid State Society. Good movies, good anime movies to watch and get on. And I will, after this, I will check out Rebel Ridge. to see how closely to Rambo: The First Blood this movie actually is. So, Beastly, I will be looking at you next week to talk about, this movie, what I saw in it. I'm giving it a chance because it's a black dude, and I just want to see if it's close to Rambo. So I'm not counting this as bad Hollywood right now, but I guess I'll find out after the fact. Either way, thank you guys for coming through. I have been artisanmc. I do this every Sunday, 11 a.m. till it stops, 11 a.m. Pacific time until it stops. And yeah, check me out randomly, sub to the stream. Hit the like button, hit the bell, because I do go randomly during the week. At least by Wednesday, I put something up. But I usually work more than I'm online. So definitely hit the bell so you can get alerted whenever I go live. So thank you guys for coming through. I'll see you next time. Peace.